That's my man throwing down.
Thank you all for taking the time to come to our panel today. We're particularly excited about this topic. If you've had a chance to already go through the trade show floor, or you haven't yet, we've been working on a wrestling video game for about 3.5 years titled WrestleQuest. So the big focus of this panel and some of the takeaways, it's really us sharing our passion for the two things we love most with wrestling and video games, and hoping that you leave with some new wrestling games to try out, and maybe just a little bit sweatier than you normally would be on a Friday morning. So I'm James, the founder of MegaCat Studios.
My name is Patrick Hickey Jr. I am the author of the Minds Behind the Games book series. I am also, can I say, the primary voice actor on WrestleQuest?
The voice of WrestleQuest, for sure.
Let me tell you something about WrestleQuest. Oh, yeah, can you dig it?
So, part historian, part voice actor, so that's me.
I'm Zach. I'm the head of narrative at MegaCat Studios, and I did the writing and design on WrestleQuest. I'm something of a method writer, so I've been practicing my pro wrestling moves for the past 4 years, powerbombing my kids to sleep every night.
And I'm the biggest mark up here. Yeah. Y'all ready to have a little fun today? Can you hear us through the mask? Seriously, I'm just making sure. Okay. All right, James, and before he starts into this presentation, I just want everybody, this is so typical of pro wrestling that when you go to conventions nowadays, you see like a picture of Mouth of the South Jimmy Hart from 1984, and then he shows up. Folks, look at James's picture right here up on the screen.
Wait.
It's his college graduation shot. So I'm just calling him on that right out. Go ahead, James.
All my other photos, I have a mask on. So we're not going to spend too much time here, but this is WrestleQuest. So the origin of the product for us was we've always wanted to make a wrestling game, and we wanted to make something that was unique, that captured the essence of what inspired us to eventually follow in these footsteps to be part of the games industry and to bring this game to life. So it's taken a lot of time, even prior to those 3.5 years, to conceptualize.
So WrestleQuest is the world's first RPG that features pro wrestling. And with us, we're harkening back to this classic era of wrestling, the 80s and 90s, and also this classic era of RPGs with, there's a lot of Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, Super Mario RPG, Earthbound drew a lot of inspiration from those. And I personally love the turn-based battle system from those games, but what we really wanted to do was take that and then, improve some of the pain points, make the battles more engaging, more interactive by adding a pro wrestling flair on everything. So there's a lot of pro wrestling systems in WrestleQuest all over the place, not just combat, but everywhere.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah.
And then just capturing all of these amazing wrestling games that have come before us and kind of the most inspiring features and sub-features of each has been a huge part of this journey and what inspired us to eventually take our many pages of notes and put them into a panel.
So part of the WrestleQuest experience is that we have these real-world legends in the game. Obviously Macho Man, Jeff Jarrett are there, and within the game world, they appear as these statues, and they're more like monuments or shrines to these wrestlers where you can go to, and each wrestler has their own special side quest where you complete that side quest and you get some of the game's best loot, or maybe even some cool things like you can summon them into battle. So, in Final Fantasy, you might be able to summon a dragon, Bahamut, or whatever, but only WrestleQuest lets you summon Jake the Snake to rip a DDT on your enemies.
Which is really important.
Of course.
So on the headline side, 1983, that was the beginning of the intersection of wrestling and video games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, have you guys ever played tag team wrestling before in the arcade on the NES? It laid the foundation for the gameplay structure, the gameplay formula that many of the games that follow for the next 4 or 5 years would be based on. So hasn't aged particularly well, but without it, you wouldn't have many of the wrestling games that we play today. So it's an important, papa to the games that we love today.
And so much of that is the technical limitations in that era.
Yes.
Things like the scanline limitations and size of sprites, but 300 plus total wrestling video games. So even the most hardcore wrestling fans are usually able to tick off 20 or 30, but there's over 300 wrestling video games that have been created. So if you ever want to find a new way to spend your work week vacation on, I think this is one to consider.
Absolutely. I mean, every wrestler that you could ever think of that's been on TV at some point, they've found their way into some type of wrestling game. And then think about all of your favorite games that you play now online that are modded. People are just putting them in, you know? So it's like back in the day, you had to be placed in the game by a developer. Now it's just like somebody likes you, they're going to put you in a modded version of Revenge or No Mercy or something like that. It's a great time. It's a great time for games.
And we actually had a great photo of this, and it was Pat doing a Scrooge McDuck thing in a pile of cartridges,
Oh
but we
my
ended
God.
up losing out the way in.
Yeah.
So 20 plus gaming consoles. So you can play wrestling games through the entire era from Gen 1 to today across a number of different, I would say, interesting slices and genre bends.
Yeah, I mean, some of the worst received game consoles of all time have wrestling games on it. You know, I mean, I wish there was a wrestling game for Virtual Boy because I'd play it even though I'd probably go blind. You know, but I mean, there were even Tiger Electronics WWE games. You know, so just like wherever video games have gone, wrestling has gone. It's just they're synonymous with one another.
So 12 licensed promotions. Definitely something not to sniff at. So it's not just WWE, WCW, ECW, TNA. There's a number of promotions that have all had their own world in gaming.
Absolutely, and then you've got some wrestling games like WCW vs. the World, for instance, that has New Japan in it, All Japan, War, Michinoku Pro. They've even got MMA promotions in some of these games. So you're talking one game has 5 or 6 different promotions in it. And these are games that came out in 96, 97, 98. You know, some of you guys probably weren't even born yet. And they were totally ahead of the team. Let people shaking their head know that they weren't born yet. I love you guys. You guys are great. We're old. But, you know, this talks about how people wanted something like, yeah, WWF game, great market and stuff, but if they could throw in as much content as possible and make it something really special and stand out. Wrestling games were the first to really just fill the cartridge with as much content as possible.
So over 2 billion copies of wrestling games combined have sold. I like to think everybody in this room had a big impact on that, but it's a pretty deep sea of suplexes at this point.
Sure.
So 15 plus genre-bending spinoffs. So we won't go too deep on this too, but it's how wrestling has influenced so many genres, starting with arcade fighters and strategy to, you know, literally every genre that existed has had some type of wrestling component.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this last night. Like, you guys remember when Twisted Metal was like a big thing? I missed that genre. That was a super fun genre. But like WWE Crush Hour, do you guys remember that game? That was actually, yeah, there we go, some Crush Hour people back there. That was a lot of fun, and it was basically Twisted Metal with WWE characters. Rob Van Dam's car was awesome. Remember that? You know, but they took that game wouldn't have worked without the personalities of the performers. You know, so again, wrestling, personality, you know, the licensing of each really cool character playing a role, it's so interconnected to video games.
And it's not just, you know, the big 3 or 4 folks. It's, you know, every single era of gaming has had flagship game companies see and recognize the value of wrestling and where it's going to move game cartridges and digital downloads. So it's not just your Nintendo's, THQs, but it's everyone who has helped build and transform the industry have all taken part in this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Squaresoft made 3 wrestling games on PS2. I'm not sure if you guys knew that. They're Japanese imports, but the first NES WWF game, do you guys know who developed it? Come on. Go ahead. Come on. No, Rare. Rare. So we're talking Donkey Kong Country, we're talking Conker. They made the first console, like NES WWF game, you know? So the veins of the wrestling DNA, they run deep into gaming. Absolutely. There's no doubt about it.
And you can't see this, but we have a friend in the second row that's sitting on a pile of Steel Cage Challenge Game Boy cartridges. He looks uneasy, but it's working out. And our source material here, I'd love to bring your attention to a book that was kickstarted fairly recently. It's called Wrestling with Pixels, and it features bios on our over 300 of these games. It's really great, quick pickup, grab it on Amazon. Then I wanted to add some other source material here, and I very vividly remember leafing through my Sega and GamePro and everything else magazines and seeing these 2 loves of my life jump off the page and fill my Christmas wish list.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I miss those days like in comic books where you would open up a comic book and you would see an ad for a video game and things like that. Those just sold the game. Like you're reading stories of larger than life characters to only see ads of wrestling personalities who are indeed themselves larger than life characters as well, you know? So yeah, pop culture, wrestling, totally intertwined with one another.
And before we dive into individual case studies and kind of like broad DNA, what we realized when we first started our WrestleQuest search, maybe our WrestleQuest quest, was that in many cases our kind of source material of what really resonated with us wasn't always the wrestling matches. So for many of us, our first 3 or 4 memories as a child being introduced to wrestling came through action figures and video games, and the matches came several years later. So I don't know if that's something we all share, but I'd love to get a quick raise of a hand if you remember action figures and wrestling games as your introduction to the sport that we probably love still. My people. So storytelling and wrestling, it's something we wanted to capture in our game, and it's because it's literally our favorite single element of what makes wrestling great.
Yeah, wrestling isn't just about the action that happens in the ring. It's also about all the action that happens on the promos, on the mic, and then also outside of the ring, kind of, the behind-the-scenes machinations, the dramatic reveals, the betrayals, and the antagonism between stables and factions and whatnot. All of that is all part of the show. It's not just the action in the ring, and that's something we really wanted to capture with WrestleQuest. It's when we started analyzing the storytelling in wrestling, and then how much of that appears in JRPGs as well, it just kind of clicked that, like, wow, this should have been done before.
And Jeff, we talked a little bit about this during the Xbox showcase. So storytelling in wrestling compared to the 80s and 90s until now, you give me like a broad case study. There was just so much interesting passion pouring out in that last beat, and I just think it's essential to lay the foundation for that.
I'm just reading the tweet that's on the board about what does Shakespeare have in common with the WWE or professional wrestling. And Xavier Woods, everybody knows him, huge gamer and all that. He came to work for me in 2003, 4, 5. His real name's Austin Creed, and he went by Consequences Creed. But I feel very certain that he heard the quote that my grandmother taught me. I was breaking into the business in 1986, 87, 88, just a high school kid that played basketball and loved wrestling. And I would be interviewed by newspaper writers or radio disc jockeys, and they may not be a wrestling fan, and I would ask my dad, or really my grandmother, who was my mentor, I'm like, how do you answer the question when they say, what do you do, or what is professional wrestling? And it's like, I don't want to say we're up there in our bathing suits, grappling around, throwing each other around, play fighting. So I would, she's the one who taught me the quote that professional wrestling is Shakespeare to the masses. And that is something that is so true that no matter how good the action is in the ring, if it doesn't resonate emotionally and connect emotionally through storytelling, protagonists, antagonists, larger-than-life characters, but at the end of the day, it's good versus evil with a bunch of shades of gray in between, and all through the time, whether it's the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, into 2022, it really comes down to what is the story. If the story resonates, it's successful. If it doesn't resonate and connect emotionally with the audience, you're not going to have a successful professional wrestling game or television show or pay-per-view or big-time premium event. The essence of what wrestling is true. It's truly, I'll say this with all due respect for all the bumps and bruises we go through, it is very essence, it's truly a story.
Zach, I know you have a bit of a college wrestling background. So if that's wrestling entertainment, how would you describe college wrestling?
Boring. No.
Boring. Just a pile of meat and hair rolling around, basically.
Yeah. And that can be its own game. It'll just be a shorter gameplay session.
Oh, man.
So we're going to spend some time here and kind of camp out on this slide, because this is the foundation of everything we're going to go through with the individual case studies. So the storytelling of gaming and the storytelling in wrestling go hand in hand. We just gave you a brief on that. And the characters themselves, if I think about my most fond memories of the actual main events of pay-per-views growing up, and I'm now able to rewatch on YouTube and on Peacock, is that right?
Yeah, Peacock. Yeah.
And it's like it's actually the culmination of these stories, these sizzles and promos and all the behind the scenes that build up to these crazy matches. And that's the same type of amplification and ramp up that we fall in love with in games.
Absolutely. I mean, think about every RPG that you've ever played. If there's an unconvincing main character or a main character that you don't particularly care for, do you continue to play the game? It's a hard sell. But when you have a character that you can root for, that you have a character that you are attracted to mentally, physically, whatever, you continue to play the game. I mean, I can replay Final Fantasy VII a million times, and I know Aerith is going to die, but I still play it because it's just like that moment. It just makes you feel. The first time it happened, I was 14, and I remember it happening, and I'm like, no, and I saw him coming down. And I'm just like, oh my God. And it's just like, it's one of those things you can't take away, you know? And it's just like, to make a wrestling reference, you guys remember when you would knock somebody out in like Revenge or No Mercy and they do that little, like that? Like, that is
Can you
like,
do that
that's
again?
storytelling. You hit the guy with like a Stan Hansen.
Pat, can you do that again?
That's exactly what happened, man. Like, Vader would like punch a guy in the face.
All right, one more time.
Like that, you know? And it just made you feel amazing. It was like, I did that, you know? So you need that in video games. You need to be connected to the strengths and weaknesses of the characters. Like, every great video game is really like a coming of age tale, you know? And it's the same way in professional wrestling. We've watched Jeff, from that high school kid playing basketball to the Bullet Club member, to the NWO member, to the leader at one time of the Four Horsemen.
There we go. There we go.
So, you know, it's a coming of age story. We believe in these characters and we grow and adapt with them. So video games and wrestling, they do the same thing that way.
And we don't have to make too much of a case about gaming being interactive art. I mean, in this era, we have art house games themselves. We have games that are both beautiful to work out and striking to experience. But wrestling itself is also an art form.
Yeah, it's not just about going out there, and Jeff, I'm sure you can speak to this, going out there and kind of doing what's planned. It's about going out there and kind of reacting to what the audience and feeding off what they're giving you and kind of responding to all that to give them what they want.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, that is what keeps, candidly, some guys around longer than they should be. But it's that emotional connection that you have with the fan base, that you can take them on a journey and they're part of the journey, and the emotional feedback that you get. And, you know, whether, if it's a sporting event, you know, if you're in town and the Celtics are playing, they're the home team. Well, the home team in professional wrestling is the protagonist, and he gets to travel around and he feeds off that, whether it's John Cena or Stone Cold or Macho Man, you down there?
Oh, yeah.
It truly is that emotional connection, but with the fans rocking and rolling and getting engaged, that's what, to me, separates our form of entertainment from any other form of sport. You know, if you do a television show or a Hollywood blockbuster, you don't have that immediate, instant feedback where the fan feeds off of, and I don't get too far down, but what they've done, what we've done in this game to have that engagement and have the fan feedback, and it's candidly authentic to our industry and our trade and our craft. It really captures that emotion that a true wrestling match does.
Action and adrenaline's a pretty easy one, but I can think about our front row seats at the last AEW event, and it was like we had drank a pot of coffee after the way Zach was acting outside. But it's you know both gaming and wrestling both just fill you with this like absolute thriving moment.
It's
right?
amazing, yeah. Like seeing a live wrestling show, it's like a rock concert and an MMA match all together at the same time. It's like all those emotions plus like a play, like a Shakespearean play, all at the same time, and you can feel it. It's like lightning in your veins.
Like, you guys are gonna laugh that there was a huge thing in gaming to create the pause button, because a lot of game developers were like, we're trying to create an experience, and if you press a button and the player is allowed to stop and go to the bathroom or think, that's gonna ruin the entire experience. It's not necessarily true now, we know that, but it's like, come on, you're in a 75-note string in Guitar Hero, and you can press pause, it kind of changes the feeling, So there's definitely some of that going on in video games as well.
I love the idea of us removing pause buttons from all games.
Right?
And the exit.
Yep, and the exit, yeah.
It's a one-way path.
I just leave a ton of food right there.
You live there now.
And they both evolved forever in the 80s. So for most of us, that was the era of gaming that inspired us most, right? We grew up with the Nintendo and the Sega Genesis, and I think wrestling absolutely evolved in the 80s, like going from territories and these compartmentalized regional factions to what Vince McMahon pioneered. I mean, it changed everything forever.
Yeah. Then that's, to me, when we were talking about 1983 was the first game that came out. Well, that's actually the year of the first WrestleMania. And so, my father was a part of, we called it the territory system. It's pre-cable television where 22 regional promoters across North America had handshake agreements, and that's how they ran their industry on a television show on a local TV station. But when cable television came along and pay-per-view came along, also did gaming and licensing and everything that went with it. And that's sort of the very jumping off point, if you will, of the gaming industry. So wrestling has always mirrored pop culture, sometimes a little in front of it, sometimes a little back. This year at WrestleMania, Bad Bunny, or that was last year, but Rob Gronkowski and you name it, Pat McAfee and all kinds of pop culture stars. But that's how our industry is. It's always mirrored pop culture, and the gaming industry really took off. And I used to love to get those checks from the video games, but because it just was a huge component of our industry dating back to the 80s.
So, Pat, we talk a little bit about gaming spectacle.
Yeah. You want to touch on the 80s, or you want to go straight to?
I really want to dig into the 80s on the next slides.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, spectacle in gaming, I mean, just think about it. Just like you do something in a game, and you want to be rewarded for it, right? So just like you went around in Street Fighter 2, and you don't get hit. What do you expect after that? What do you want to hear? It makes it worth it. That's a part of the spectacle. Can we hear that again? Perfect. I love it. But that's a part of ambiance and spectacle in video games. It's the same way like when the good guy comes out in wrestling and you want to hear the crowd cheer. You want to hear that massive pop and stuff. So again, these two very seemingly different forms of pop culture are so similar to one another.
And it's the ebb and flow of like the reward of that spectacle, right? So after barely surviving and getting through and getting that transformative moment with massive feedback, it's like it all pays off.
Yeah, and pro wrestling with a spectacle, again, that's something that separates it from, college wrestling. It's these high-flying moves, acrobatic moves, these powerful moves. Like a power bomb isn't practical, but it looks amazing, and you hear and feel that impact. And it's cool to see these guys that are like, larger-than-life people, these real-life action figures do these painful things to one another.
Is anything practical in professional wrestling? Anything. I want to.
Certainly not the outfits.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's next year's panel. It's like, and wrestling and gaming have the wildest super fans. So I remember the second year, we were MegaCat. We were at PAX West. It was now like 6 years ago. And we were at PAX West, and we had our first 3 or 4 folks lined up. It was the first time we had folks waiting for us prior to setting up at an event ever. We're like, well, this is crazy. This is like the most interesting thing that's ever happened to us. Yeah. And it's like as each trade show has continued, that's become a huge payoff for us. I think most of us probably enjoy those moments, sharing these games that we've sweat our tails off on for years, fulfilled by people experiencing them and celebrating them and then becoming super fans.
Yeah, you pour all this work and effort and really your heart and soul into these games, and then to share them with people and see them, their eyes get wide at the moments you've created. It's really, it's a wonderful feeling.
Jeff, have you ever experienced any wrestling super fans?
Oh. I thought you were about to ask me, where's the strangest place you've ever signed an autograph? We won't go there, but no. A quick story about conventions. Has anybody in here been to a WrestleMania Access? So when James sort of lined up that I was coming to PAX East, there's a huge convention going on over in Manchester, England, and they're all over literally the country now. There's actually going to be one in Mexico coming up, but I wasn't real sure kind of what to expect as far as the super fan and the engagement and the knowledge of everything, because this is my first PAX. And so I got here early yesterday. I came in Wednesday night, and yesterday morning before the doors opened, I walked around and saw all the big queues, the lines of everybody, and saw some of the cosplay and the dressed up. And we got Mick Foley on the front row down here, and we got. but it to me, in a lot of ways, it crystallized just what the massive crossover is because I've obviously by trade done hundreds, if not thousands, of wrestling-specific, whatever it is, autograph sessions, conventions, and all that, and a bunch of Comic-Cons as well, but never a gaming conference. And to see the crossover, the fan base, and then work in the booth and being a part of the booth and listen to the feedback and everything, the super fan, whether it's gaming or professional wrestling, it's one and the same. I have definitely, my eyes have completely cleared. It truly is. And I'm not going to say that every wrestling gamer loves, I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but the crossover is amazing to me, and the passion that just drills down to it. And I think for me, and I wasn't kidding when I introduced myself, the biggest mark, I'm still today the biggest wrestling fan I know. I've probably watched more, I'm older than everybody in here too, but I've probably watched more live wrestling because I was gifted that or blessed with that growing up as a kid, and my dad was a promoter, and then I got on the road, and back when there were a lot more shows, but I've watched a ton of live wrestling, and there's just something about being here, being at a convention, being at a wrestling show, being at a Mania, a SummerSlam, or being at a PAX, that creates the synergy, and I hate to use that word because it's almost passé now, but it's the engagement. And so I do think the super fan is one and the same.
Absolutely. And the change forever by the internet is pretty easy to relate to for gaming, right? So it's live ops and launch extensions and how content updates roll. It's feedback, and whether games succeed or fail, it's forever changed by the internet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of you guys can remember trying to create your favorite wrestler from scratch, and then you remember when all of those forums, remember those forums where you would go and you would get the recipe to make Jeff Jarrett in the game that he wasn't in and things like that, and you had the better looking Jeff Jarrett with the better moveset because you invested all of this time and energy, and now people don't do that anymore because they just download the characters. They know that one person is eventually going to do it, and before the internet we had Game Genie and Game Shark and stuff like that, so we could supercharge all of our favorite wrestlers and stuff, and now it's like impossible to cheat in games, so no one does it anymore. So the internet and internet connectivity changed gaming forever.
And the internet has changed wrestling forever. It's not just how we consume wrestling, it's where we find wrestling, it's how we connect with the personalities, it's everything from the pulse to the top for wrestling.
Yeah, and that's something that I tell guys when I teach seminars, you have no idea how lucky you really are. You don't have to go to a live show. You can sit at home and watch YouTube or Peacock or New Japan World or whatever it may be. And we've sort of hit on this, but just the evolution of gaming, but also the evolution of television, that we went from local TV stations to cable, and from the cable outlets, the way you monetize things were pay-per-view, and then now it's gone to the streaming world. But I'll say this, the internet / digital / social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all that, it's a huge connector, but people can share things, and something can happen in Japan at a show, and we all get to see it within minutes, and that it's just radically, Japan used to be a hidden secret, or Mexico used to be a hidden secret, or a great match in London would take place and you'd have to trade tapes. Now with the connectivity of internet, it's radically changed it for the better.
And we're in the era of indie for both. So if you're finding wrestling or gaming today, indie is absolutely a place to start. So at this point, we only exist because of the success of indies and how we no longer are beholden to major first-party limitations and gatekeepers. Within weeks and a few clicks of a button, you can release globally all over the world.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when Super Meat Boy came out and the Xbox Live Arcade was a thing, and it was like every week these small little companies were releasing these amazing games that just played completely different from everything else. And it just changed everything, and then it just platformed. I mean, we wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for some of those games in 2004, 2005 that just changed the scene forever. And now it's created the opportunities for so many more people to get involved in the industry. People that love the industry, people that say, you know what, I like the way that they did it, but I'm going to do it my way. It's an amazing time to get involved, And now you have an opportunity to get involved that you didn't have before.
And this is the era of indie wrestling. If you don't follow indie wrestling, you absolutely have to attend one indie wrestling event to experience it. It's unlike any other wrestling event you've attended.
I agree. You want me to speak on that?
Oh, please do. I think this is some of the most interesting.
And what fascinated me and my partnership with MegaCat is the parallel that I'm not, the gaming expert, believe it or not, but some people do call me the wrestling expert. But the independent scene has exploded. I used to call it kind of the Rock Stone Cold after effect. A lot of kids watched during the cable golden age of cable television in the 90s. Everybody watched wrestling, and then everybody wanted, a lot of guys and girls wanted to become wrestlers. And then 10, 12 years later, they got in and got trained. Well, there wasn't really any platform till YouTube came along. And when YouTube and Twitter and Instagram and all that came along, the independent promotions all over the globe really exploded in such a cool way that it's almost, and I'm from Nashville, so I can relate this to the music businesses as well, that in the 90s, the labels completely ran the show and radio airplay and all that. But now, really, to break out, you got to have your own sound, your own vibe, do your own writing and all that. Well, in wrestling, the same thing. It's almost being the cool, hip guys coming from a promotion like Game Changer Wrestling, based out of, here we go, we got a Game Changer fan over there. We go. But it's got a real cool vibe, and the parallels of the independent gaming world, that's where, pardon my French, that's where the good shit's at. It just is. And that's the cool part about WrestleQuest and the parallel worlds and just how parallel they are. But it's pretty cool to see all that. But we are definitely in the world of professional wrestling in the age of independent FITE, FITE. It's a streaming service that aggregates literally hundreds. I share a Google spreadsheet with how many independent promotions are just on FITE. And, the different promotions, like I said, when Mexico are all through Europe and Japan, we're all connected. I was on a phone call this morning with India, and there's actually independent wrestling in India, and it's growing massively. So there is independent wrestling literally all over the world. As I understand, the gaming, independent gaming all over the world. But that's what's really cool, that a game like WrestleQuest and these guys have put on so much work into it, and now we all get to share in their hard work.
And one of the things that was, I'd say, most fulfilling for the team as wrestling fans is as we were getting deeper into WrestleQuest, and we started looking more at unique regional wrestling and seeing how these different cultural wrestling expansions actually impacted all the wrestling we know and love. So it's not just AAA luchadors, so I very much love them, and there's many luchadors in our game. But it's things like the wrestling from India and wrestling from the UK and Europe and wrestling literally everywhere. So it's something that we very much fed into the creative and the storytelling of WrestleQuest.
Yeah, there's so WrestleQuest, again, and being a JRPG, there's this huge world map, and many of the towns each represent one of these styles we're talking about. So there's a Lucha Libre town, there's a Japanese strong style town, there's a hardcore wrestling town. So we really wanted to show the gamut of all of that.
BEW.
That's it. That's right. Boxwood Extreme Wrestling.
Boxwood Extreme Wrestling.
And you say you're not the video game expert.
Oh, okay.
So we won't spend too much time here, but the wrestling influence extends far beyond traditional wrestling games. So everyone here very much remembers Final Fantasy VI when you suplex the train. If it was up to me, I would have done that as an opener.
Oh, hell yeah.
Pokemon Machamp, you can't collect Pokemon until they start wearing championship belts.
Absolutely. We know Machamp, man. I mean, he's the man. Seismic toss for life,
And Kirby's cute and he's effective, but you have to imagine that suplex didn't come from an instruction manual.
Absolutely. Learned it from somebody.
And we can see this fan ROM hack here for Double Dragon. So one of my first ever games that I played, and we see someone took the wrestler enemy one step further by ROM hacking Hulk Hogan into the front. It's probably under litigation right now.
I know. I wonder if he knows something, brother.
And it goes so far beyond this. This could have been like an entire presentation itself. It's things like Assassin's Creed, Valhalla, and Skyrim, and how wrestling has just influenced every genre and so many games across every era. So this is, I want to say...
Oh, yeah. Wow.
So,
all right.
So it sounds like you know him.
James,
okay.
I got a question. You answer this maybe for this audience. Why the applause? Seriously, dead serious. This is sort of a roundtable group discussion, and I know everybody can't answer at once. Why the applause?
Well, I want to add first, Jeff might be biased because I think he is the kayfabe father of suicide.
I'm not the kayfabe father.
He's a real father.
It was a wild, wild night in L.A. This lady from Midway, no. Just kidding, guys, I'm married.
So I'm sure this is not new information for many of you based on the applause, but Suicide was the first ever wrestler created through a video game. And I think Jeff was in the writer's room as he birthed him into the world.
So seriously, why was the applause? They know it's that?
Yeah, absolutely.
We have any Suicide fans in the audience?
That's crazy. Wow. So working with the Midway team, and it was a challenging time, both personally and professionally for me back during that time. But as the deeper and deeper we got into that game and the collaborative effort and the Midway team and the ongoing discussions and Samoa Joe, AJ Styles, Chris Daniels, Frankie Kazarian, we had a bunch of gamers on the roster that we wanted them to be engaged in the process. You know, it was a collaborative effort. But when I kept hearing about this character that they were creating in the game, that it was, you know, only in gameplay, I posed the question, is there a possibility, well, first I really asked, who owns that IP? I'm sure that was the first question, but I probably didn't let that out. But I did. I said, like, what's the parameters? Who owns that? Could we make that be a character on Impact? And their eyes lit up, and I knew I had resonated kind of with the room. And I won't go into all the details, but one story after another after a story, and how that became, you know, to life. And I'm not going to point out any fingers, but when it was presented to my creative team and actually to some of the talent, they were a little hesitant. Yes, the name is a little bit rough, and there was a real sensitivity with Spike and just some other conversations and how we're going to license that. And later, as you guys know, we kind of softened all that. But the initial discussions, I just thought it was unbelievably fascinating to have this video game, and how do we, market our game differently, make it different, make it stand out, but also in my business brain is, if we can get one character over, then there's damn sure going to be a sequel, and we can have another game and another game and another game. And so there was, you know, my business brain and my creative brain were really engaged in it. And when it came to life, Universal Studios. Anybody been to Universal Studios and watched TNA taping? I don't know if you did. It kind of had, on some nights, a magical aspect. But the first time, and the Suicide came down on a zip line, and we had rehearsed it a couple of times during the day, and I just knew it was going to get the right reaction. And it was like an overwhelming, everybody in production and the talent and the security guards, everybody was, you know, because it just came to life. So it is definitely my love child, as they titled the slide. But I've got an emotional connection to that just because of the process of it coming to a actual professional wrestler. So it's a very cool, and I'm going to make a text when I step off stage to somebody about that you guys gave it the love. So it's a really, really cool story.
Pat, I know you're a huge Suicide fan. If you want to add a little beat to that.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk more about the Impact game as we move on, because it's just, I mean, from a gaming historian's point of view, it's one of these underlooked games that just had so much more potential. But Suicide is an interesting case because he's such a cool character in the game. But I mean, the impact of Suicide on the Impact brand, I mean, is unquestioned. I mean, just look at some of the names: Frankie Kazarian, Austin Aries, Christopher Daniels, T.J. Perkins, Caleb Conley, Caleb with a K now, right? And current Ring of Honor champion John Gresham. They've all worn the mask at some point. And this is like John Gresham and Frankie Kazarian, that's like 15 years apart. So the character has endured. I mean, there are some amazing wrestlers that only have a lifespan of like 3 or 4 years, and somehow this character that began as a video game character has endured throughout like the history of this promotion. That says something. You know, the shelf life of this character is really cool, and to have the gold around its waist a couple of times, X Division gold. I'm sure you guys remember when Austin Aries he won the title as he won the title, and then he took the mask off and he cashed in with Option C. So it's just like, it played a part in several integral storylines. That doesn't happen in other places. This was a huge chance they took. This was innovative, this was different, this was sexy, you know? So it's just like, I'm totally down for something like this, like when people think outside the box. And, you know, a lot of people don't know, but the team that worked on the Impact game, I mean, Mark Turmel, he's the creator of NBA Jam. You know, like they had a killer team in place. They tried to do really cool things, and it transcended from video games into real life. And that goes back to what we've been talking about the entire time, that like video games and wrestling are so one and the same. So Suicide is a perfect example of all of that.
So we're going to start going through some of the rapid fire categories. I know there's going to be some disputes on the favorite of each platform. So I want to place all that heat on Pat.
Oh my God.
You know, so Pat basically gave each one their own individual title. And we spent a number of weeks discussing this with team members, friends, colleagues. Dozens of Facebook groups and Reddit posts have all culminated into this panel. So I want to start with WrestleFest. So WrestleFest for me is actually my #1 arcade game. Yeah. Sure. And if I think about WrestleFest, I can still smell the pizza in the pizza shop, and I remember those quarters just sinking down. But it's that was my first wrestling video game.
Yeah, WrestleFest does so many things right, and there's a reason why people still play it to this day. Characters play as authentic to themselves as possible. Trying to like throw around bigger characters just didn't work. It's like, they paid attention to small, minute details. They brought out the characteristics of your favorite wrestlers. Why do you guys play wrestling games? Because you want to be these people in one way or another, or even for a short time. You know, you're doing the laundry and you got to load in 15 minutes. Let me throw some suplexes around, blah, 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 you know? And it's just like, even though WrestleFest was the perfect example, you're in the laundromat. You know, you throw in your quarters in the laundromat. You got 2 quarters left. You run across the street to the arcade and you play a couple of rounds. It's just pick up and play, like even for an arcade game, just to be able to jump in the way that you could and with friends, so good. Still so good.
And those big sprites that only the arcades made possible at that time were absolutely the draw.
See, and the thing is, a lot of people don't understand this, but like every time you would design an arcade game, it was like designing a brand new game, a brand new console. And sure, like, you know, sometimes they use similar engines and stuff like that, but it's like, imagine creating like a new console every time you make a new game. That's how it was in the 80s. And it wasn't until like companies like Midway and Atari started to really streamline the process and say, we could use the same engine for this and that everything was done from scratch. So the amount of tender love and care in some of these early arcade games is insane. And then, you know, just to touch on some of these other ones, like we talked about tag team wrestling, how influential it was. Konami's Main Event is probably one of the best wrestling games that no one has played.
Do we have any Konami Main Event folks in the audience? I see you, my dude.
You guys could probably go online and watch video of it now, but it's just like, it's one of those games that like, there should have been a sequel. I mean, we could have done a panel on wrestling games that should have gotten a sequel. That's definitely one of them. Taito has made some classic arcade shooters over the years. They tried their hand at wrestling. This game also got ported. It got ported for a reason. It was a really good wrestling game. So the arcades, we were pretty blessed with some fun wrestling games.
And they really pushed the entire wrestling gaming space forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
So early PC, and some of these are a little more challenging to enjoy. Yes. But there's one that I have to bring up. Yes. So has anyone here ever played Sergeant Slaughter's Mat Wars?
Maggots!
So it's a bit of a, I want to say a hidden gem, a little dusty though. Sure. So Sergeant Slaughter's Mat Wars is actually one of the first wrestling tycoon games. So very, very good read on the PC audience at that time, and originally released for the Commodore 64. Had some pretty interesting sprite work, and was actually pretty key to a pretty major dispute with Sergeant Slaughter and WWE.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Pat, I think you're a big advocate of micro league wrestling, but I think I arm wrestled you for this slide.
Yeah. The thing about micro league pro wrestling is it's not really a wrestling game. It's there's pictures, and there's text. It's like, wow. They made this. This is a wrestling game. Like, and the thing that's crazy to me is like pro wrestling was made a couple of years before this, and pro wrestling has all the elements of a great wrestling game, you know. And on the PC though, somebody in Scranton was like in Stanford. I'm sorry. I was thinking Dunder Mifflin. I've been watching The Office way too much lately. someone over there was like, oh, let's make a wrestling game, but not actually have any wrestling in it, you know? It's an interesting game. I totally suggest playing it. It's interesting, but it's not really a wrestling game.
I actually had this gifted to me for my first communion. It was such a letdown.
Yeah. Because, I mean, who wants to read when you play video? I'm only kidding. Yeah. But, you know, it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun back in the day.
So 8-bit era, unquestionably pro wrestling.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And the thing is, the impact that pro wrestling had on pro wrestling video games cannot be understated. Because how many of you guys have played Fire Pro Wrestling? Okay. The people that haven't played Fire Pro Wrestling, you should. It's the Dark Souls of professional wrestling. You will lose a lot. Thank you. I needed that. You're awesome. But you're not going to be good right away, right? I mean, how many times have you lost in Fire Pro Wrestling? But the thing is, when you start to get good and you start to nail the timing and you start, like, hitting the moves when you're supposed to, the deep, rich, creative player. I'm a total sucker for New Japan Pro Wrestling and being able to play as Muda and stuff like that. I used to spit, like, mist in my brother's eyes all the time like that, you know? Like, it was great. But then they had American, you know, all the American promotions too. So without pro wrestling, because, again, the developer, Masato Masuda, he left Nintendo after creating pro wrestling, and he joins a company that later becomes Human and is on the original Fire Pro Wrestling team. So he took what he learned, and this happened in video game history all the time. And this is like one of the big problems that I have with video games is you guys will play the games, but you don't know the people that made them. So you'll be like, I love this game and I love this game, and I'm the person that will go, yeah, same people. It's the same DNA, you know. So it's like if you guys pay attention to things like that, you'll have such a greater appreciation for the games that you play. And pro wrestling just laid the groundwork for so many other great wrestling games.
So rocking into handheld, and we decided to consolidate these.
Yeah.
I had to call out Big Bang, which is also just, was it re-released for Switch?
It was just re-released for Switch. It's I'm pretty sure it's a Neo Geo Pocket wrestling game. Neo Geo Pocket, anyone play it? Anyone have it? 2 buttons. So we're talking like D-pad and, you know, 2 buttons. It's a streamlined, super fun arcade wrestling game. It's like grapples and strikes. It's super fun, super down to earth. All of the characters are parodies of existing like megastars that we love. The story mode is really fun with anime undertones and things like that. It's just something you can totally jump into on a bus or train ride. It's aged extremely well.
I was a big Neo Geo Pocket player. I don't know if we have any Neo Geo fans around here. But I think this game's absolutely worth checking out. Maybe a Intercontinental or something.
Sure, yeah.
So 8-bit imports, we get in their own slide too. We won't spend too much time telling you how much we love Fire Pro as a series, but this specific Fire Pro, which is so important to the future of games.
Yeah.
On the 16-bit era, and this is where I spent most of my childhood hours, was WrestleMania the arcade game.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, hell yeah.
Give it up, come on, baby.
So I was lucky enough in my first book, The Minds Behind the Games, to interview Mark Turmel about this entire process. And Midway didn't know. Midway had so much success with fighting games that they were like these larger than life wrestling characters. Why don't we just make a fighting game out of it? You know. And they had so much fun putting this game together. It's not really a wrestling game. It's a fighting game. But they had so many. They had so much fun. But then they had hurdles along the way. Like I'm not sure if you guys know, but Mr. Perfect was supposed to be in the game. And Mr. Perfect, Kurt Hennig, was a classic ribber. And he did not show up from the airport 3 separate times on them. He no-showed them 3 times and wasn't in the game. He thought it was like the funniest thing ever. Then also, several of the wrestlers did not want to perform their mocap because they, again, you're talking 1993, 1994, kayfabe is still a part of the deal. So it wasn't until Sal DeVito, who's like a legendary, you know, game developer that we now know from Mortal Kombat and stuff, he gets in behind the green screen and he starts taking bumps. And some of the wrestlers were like, all right, if this guy's going to take bumps, like, they really care about this game. And they started to really support them. And that's like one of the reasons the wrestlers and the developers really started working close together, and they made something super special that transcends time. It's a lot of fun on the Genesis. I prefer the PS1 version because it's like arcade perfect. It's as close to like that. But what it was able to do on the Genesis, like totally ahead of its time.
I want to disagree only because it's the best on the DOS since the first time I wore the ink off a keyboard.
Nice. Nice.
So PS1 era, WCW versus NWO. Can we get some love for this?
So how many of you guys have not played WCW versus NWO? Okay, the door's right there. All right, so let me ask you another question. How many of you guys love the Nintendo 64 wrestling game? Okay.
So I'm gonna tell you a story.
So there was a producer at THQ by the name of Sanders Keel, and he was looking at like some really cool Japanese games to bring to the United States, and he comes across this wrestling game that was being made by a company called The Man Breeze, which is like the worst name for a company.
Not too bad.
And it would later be changed to Asmic Ace, and then it would later be changed to Aki. So we all know Aki. So what happens is Sanders contacts like his coworkers, his senior workers at THQ, and he's like, listen, if we took this wrestling game and we put a WCW coat of paint on it, because Sting was huge at this point. They're like, we put Sting on the cover of this game, and we put WCW characters in it, we can have a hit. It controls different from other wrestling games. It is something really special. And it's funny because Jeff Jarrett is in that game too, and he's awesome in that game.
I'm good in the Midway game too, pal.
Yeah. So what happens is that game comes out and it sells well. It sells over 1 million copies. But what happens is Aki goes, you know, we are never developing on the PlayStation ever again. We do not want to work on the PlayStation. So THQ and Sanders Keel are like, you know what? Let's move to the Nintendo 64. So if it wasn't for Aki saying, you know, we're done with the PlayStation, you would have never had those amazing Nintendo 64 games that you love. And if it wasn't for WCW vs. the World, you would have never had those games. So this is like a game that like every wrestling fan should own. You should own it, no doubt.
There we go.
WrestleMania 2000, easily beloved. I don't think this one's a surprise. Great 4-player, which is usually what N64 did for many of us growing up.
Yeah.
5th generation imports. I think Pat still has several on his person right now. So it's a must play if you're
English modded version.
It's a must play if you're a fan of the N64 and wrestling.
Absolutely.
For Xbox, we went with Raw, and this is majorly contested in a few different Facebook groups that I've been banned from.
Yeah, there's a ton of glitches in Raw too. I hate to say it, but like these games look great when they came out. They were Xbox exclusives.
You better watch what you're saying right now.
I know.
That's it.
I know. But they were cool. And this was the time when you had different wrestling games on the GameCube, Xbox, and PlayStation at the same time. Super fun time for pro wrestling games.
So PS2, we're gonna go with Here Comes the Pain.
I think the crowd is spoken. Absolutely.
I felt suicide just ducked down a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, big time.
For GameCube, we went with Ultimate Muscle. We have any Ultimate Muscle players here? Oh, baby.
I mean, the reason why is because X8, everyone was expecting No Mercy on the GameCube, and X8 was absolutely not No Mercy. Ultimate Muscle is an Aki game. It controls very similarly to No Mercy, and I mean that. You guys are familiar with that IP. It's so much fun. Saturday morning cartoons, weird, wacky characters. Let's do it.
So 7th generation champion, TNA Impact.
Here we go. Here we go.
Jeff, if I recall, you were almost impossible to beat in that game. Did you have a role in that?
I played the 5th. I actually didn't. That was all they're doing. That was completely all they're doing. But
They wanted to make it true to life.
there we go. I was going to say. Thank you. Just listen to Zach here.
So modern era PS5, PS4, Xbox One X. We left this one scheduled for one fall.
Scheduled for one fall.
So we have a lot happening right now. We're really excited for the new AEW game. I can't wait to see what it brings back for the juice. And I think that even 2K22 was pretty good. You know, it was good to see some improvements and a little more fan service than we'd expected the last several installments.
Yeah, competition is
We
everything.
won't spend too much time here, because we have a few minutes for questions. We have some other notables. This will be on our website if anyone wants to argue with me. Super reliable via email. And then Indies. One of our good friends, Mike Herman, out of Philadelphia, Retromania. If you guys haven't played it, it's worth picking up. It's a great game. 10 years of development, by the way. It's something he doesn't often talk about. So massive passion project, tons of effort. And now I'd love to fit in some questions. We have a few minutes left.
There's a mic right there, brother.
Yeah, right in the middle. The red. Yes, sir. Go right up there. Give us your best Mean Gene. Where are you from?
I'm from Skokie, Illinois, but I currently live in Somerville, Massachusetts.
Right on. What's your name?
My name's Jay.
Jay.
My question, specifically for WrestleQuest, you guys have all these likenesses of these big names from the 80s and even maybe even some current ones. A lot of the stuff that we've been hearing with regards to wrestlers nowadays is just a lot of legal things with likenesses. So I was wondering, how complicated was the process of getting all their likenesses, considering they've like established them in various brands and territories over the years?
Yeah, 3 lawyers and 2 publishers later, we figured it out.
Nice.
I'm happy to dive deeper at the booth. Come down, we'll have plenty to talk about.
Boy, you ain't kidding. It's the first question I asked when we looked up. No. Incredible, though.
Whoa, damn, all right. Hey, man, I'm CB from Brooklyn, New York. Now
Yeah, Brooklyn, baby. Who else is from Brooklyn?
you know how I feel, Hey. Also, Watertown, Massachusetts now, so that's, for anyone that lives there, awesome. If you don't, still awesome. How do I buy this game, WrestleQuest?
It's coming out later this year.
All right, how fast can I give you my money? Like, how do you
If you come down to the booth, we'll give you the closest thing to owning it. I also have a wrestler there that's willing to go collar and elbow if you really want to get tied up.
Let's do it.
All right. And last thing, you guys are just barrels of knowledge of wrestling. So have you ever heard of a game called Saturday Night Slam Masters?
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe.
Okay. I'm curious to know what you think about that game.
So I think Saturday Night
It doesn't matter what you think about that game.
Speaking of, we should have given that a slide, actually.
Yeah. It was
You
on the
have
list,
to
and we
be
took it
from
off
Brooklyn.
yesterday.
Yeah, get out of here, you asshole.
What's funny about Slam
He's
Masters?
not gonna get
We
the
had a whole
last laugh.
slide dedicated to this because it's almost a category. Like brawlers and beat 'em ups with wrestling are really closely married.
Guys, we had about 95 games on this list. No exaggeration. Well, while we were putting this panel together, so it's crazy. Yeah, we love that. That's a great game.
Hey, what's good, guys? My name is Alberto from New Jersey. I was just wondering, with the GameCube section, you guys left out Day of Reckoning. I feel like that was like a real big game for the time.
Oh, sure. I mean, that's probably the best. That's probably the best WWE game on the GameCube. It's just we didn't want to make it too WWE oriented too. There are other promotions or other So that's why we put what's it called, WrestleMania X8 to represent that series of games. So yeah, Day of Reckoning, definitely probably one of the stronger ones. Def Jam Vendetta, that's a story for another day. If you guys come to the booth, I will tell you the behind-the-scenes story of Def Jam Vendetta. It's actually in my next book and how it started off as a WCW game. So come on down and I can tell you that story. Sure.
And I just want to thank Jeff Jarrett for coming. Appreciate the insight. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Hey guys, great stuff. That was wonderful. I don't know how to word it into a question, but you're talking about all the games that have been coming out all these years, and they all tell different kinds of wrestling stories, but they all had a basic flow to them, which is to just be kind of a way to translate wrestling into a type of fighting game. And so the thing I've always wanted, as I've gotten older, the wrestling wasn't just like, that's my favorite guy, I want him to win. It was, I wanted to tell the story of who it was. And sometimes that story is losses. Sometimes that story is, to Jeff's point about Shakespeare, is tragedy.
Sure.
And that's something I haven't been able to find in any of these games. I don't have a real question here, more that there's more games to be made, there's more to come, because nothing delivers that to me yet, and I'm waiting for something like that.
You know what? Before Zach comments, because he's the one to comment, you said the fancy sauce. It's candidly not about winning and losing in wrestling. It's about the journey, not the destination, pal. So I'm going to let him talk to it, because WrestleQuest freaking nails it.
Yeah, if you're looking for that story, then it's absolutely WrestleQuest. There's a large playable cast. There's 12 playable characters, and we explore everything from the desire to be a champion to sort of like the behind the scenes, the effort and blood, sweat, and tears that go into it, and what you sacrifice to become the champion. And at the end of the day, is it worth it? What's being away from my family and the pain and being on the road and everything, was that all worth it? So we explore every element. So I think if that's what you're looking for, definitely give WrestleQuest a try.
Thank you very much.
Great comment. Thank you.
Great question, man.
Get on my tippy toes here. I'm Joe from Binghamton, New York.
Joe, I think we're at time. You have to go really quick, bro.
I'm going really quick. All right. So a big part of wrestling games for me is storyline. What do you think is more important, gameplay or action or storyline?
Well, this is all day long, Jeff Jarrett.
At the end of the day, he just meant on it that no matter what character, we can go through 1,000 of them, but we always remember in wrestling the story, and that it's a necessary evil, but not really. You got to have the gameplay and all the fancy moves, and there's a crowd meter and all that kind of stuff. But the story and the journey, that's what creates the emotional connection to any form of entertainment. And these guys with WrestleQuest, when I tell you they nailed the storyline to get emotionally connected from Randy Santos, and you see him evolve into the champion Muchacho Man, you're going to jump out of your seat when you do it.
Beautiful.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, boys.
I hope we talk again. Please send the hate mail to Pat. Yep.
Also, too, if you guys want to meet us at the booth later to check out the game.
Yeah, come down to the booth. The two guys.
I have
that
some
did-
WrestleQuest cards over here. If you guys want more information, I'll hand them out to you guys after. Some bookmarks and stuff. So
The two guys that didn't
everyone
get the
stays in
question,
contact.
come to the booth.
Hey, everybody. Let's see. Y'all having a good PAX out there? Hey. Okay, well, hold on. Let's do that again. I flew in from Tokyo a couple days ago. I'm still catching up on my sleep, so let's try this one more time. Everybody having a good PAX? Yay. Thanks, I needed that. Hi, I'm Jeff, and...
Hi, I'm Colby. How's it going? Thanks for being here. Thanks to Wizards of the Coast for creating an awesome game that we love, that hopefully a lot of you love, and if you don't, hopefully you will soon love Dungeons & Dragons.
Yeah, and just want to say these are entirely our own opinions. I'm a game designer. I didn't work on D&D. This is just me kind of looking at somebody else's work. And
we don't work for Wizards of the Coast. We weren't part of the team that created Dungeons & Dragons. Just wanted to get that little disclaimer out there.
And hey, also thanks to my friends over at Codename Entertainment for letting us use some of their art assets along the way. And just wanted to say, hey, I'm Jeff. I've been a professional game designer since '97. I was a MUD programmer and a modder. Was one of the original designers of EverQuest a very long time ago. The guy 6 or 7 on the team. I worked on a lot of games since then. In '06, I moved to a research company called EDAR, founded it with a friend, did video game research for a decade, and then founded a VR studio in '16, did a couple of games, including a D&D game and an officially licensed Settlers of Catan game. And now I'm the studio director of Extra Credits and oversee literally hundreds of videos that go out every year with some of the team who's somewhere in the audience.
Scattered.
Hey, guys. But yeah, but mostly I'm a systems designer. I'm the kind of game designer who breaks down and constructs, analyzes, and just looks at how things work. And that's one of the reasons I really wanted to do this talk.
Yeah.
And this guy over here.
Yeah, my name's Colby. My background is a little less impressive, I think, and focused, at least for a PAX audience. I got a master's degree in literature and then taught for the English department at the University of Utah for a few years, and then spent 17 years in the corporate world as like an executive at a payments processing company. Helped take it from a startup to a global corporation, but 2 of my great passions in life have always been stories and gaming. And nowhere, in my opinion, do these 2 things come together better than in tabletop role-playing games, right? TTRPGs. Naturally then, I've been playing D&D since I was 12 years old. A year and a half ago, I took that passion that I have for this game and created a little COVID side project. I started a YouTube channel, like everyone else during the pandemic, right? And I call it D4, D&D Deep Dive. It's mostly focused on creating like fun, powerful characters for Dungeons & Dragons, but I also have videos that focus on discussing the rules of the game, D&D news, giving advice to people who play, and teaching people like the basics of the game to help them get started. So 20 months or so in, and the channel's coming up on 50,000 subscribers and growing. Almost 5 million views, so thank you. Anyway, talk goals. So obviously we can't cover the entirety of D&D in an hour.
But we can provide a lot of commentary on the design choices and talk about kind of the 4 big roles of D&D and central core D&D mechanics.
And honestly, like coming from a game developer perspective, I think that Jeff has, it's been really interesting to me to just kind of almost think about D&D from a game dev perspective, which I frankly haven't really done before. So hopefully that will be interesting, but we can also keep you entertained along the way.
Cool. So let's get to it, and we'll start with the big thing. Hey, Colby, what's D&D?
So Wizards of the Coast, the creators of D&D, have a really great description. Since it's their game, I'll start with an abbreviated version of it. The Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game is about storytelling in worlds of swords and sorcery.
Oh, I left one bad. Never mind.
That's okay. It shares the elements with childhood games of make-believe. Like those games, D&D is driven by imagination. Unlike a game of make-believe, D&D gives structure to the stories, a way of determining the consequences of the adventure's actions. Players roll dice to resolve whether their attacks hit or miss, or whether their adventurers can scale a cliff or pull off some other dangerous task. Anything is possible, but the dice make some outcomes more probable than others.
And so you say, why is this interesting? And Dungeons & Dragons actually had its origins in tactical miniature wargaming, and it was first released in the 70s. And not counting the softbound books, has had 5.5 editions.
So Dungeons & Dragons is the most popular role-playing game in the world. And 5th edition, the current version, released in 2014, also commonly known as 5e, is the best-selling edition of D&D ever. What do you need to play? A player's handbook, which are like the core rules. You need a set of dice, which many of us who play have way too many of those. A character, writing utensils, there can never be too many, right? That was a misnomer, sorry. Writing utensils, a group of people, preferably ones you like, though that's not strictly necessary, I suppose.
And yeah. And the interesting thing is for players, all you need is the player's handbook, which is great. And if you don't own it, hey, it's a great thing to go buy and support the game's creators. And I think I'm going to see one more blue thing here, which is I should have added more of the recent books, saying there's also a lot of supplemental material, which has races, classes, monsters, and more.
So the Dungeon Master, or DM, sometimes referred to as the GM or Game Master, is the game's lead storyteller and referee. They run the game for the players. The players are participants and contributors to the game. Each player has a character, their in-game alter ego. I like to describe D&D, when I'm talking to people who don't know a lot about it, as both a game and a story, right? Really, it's a group of friends who use the mechanics of a game to tell a story that they create together. So, how do you play?
Well, pulling back at a really, really high-level view for D&D, mechanically the flow breaks into 3 discrete steps, which is description.
Right, so description, the DM describes the situation.
And then action, one or more players take a character action, and this may be a multi-part process if there's dice rolling involved.
And then results, the DM describes the results. Sometimes this is storytelling, other times dice are used to determine how successful a character's actions are.
And from a classification perspective, there's really 3 main categories of gameplay. And I say this because we'll get into it, D&D is split up in a way that most other games you play aren't. So for example, part number 1 is exploration, and that's movement through the world. This is everything from sneaking through the back alleys of Waterdeep, to traversing a mountain pass, to moving through the corridors of a vampire's tomb.
Right. Using our description, action, results paradigm, an example of this might be, me as the DM, right, says something like, after a few hours of searching, you find the glade you were looking for, mentioned by the hermit. In the center of the glade is a moss-covered statue. worn by age. As you approach, the forest goes strangely silent.
And as the player, I'll be like, okay, I'm going to hold up my hand, stop the party to listen.
Okay, roll a die to see how good your perception is at the moment. Do you really have a die? That would be awesome. Of course he does.
17.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You really got a 17. Wow. Okay, in that case, for a moment, it seems really quiet, but then ahead and like off to the right, you hear the faint shifting of foliage, like there's maybe a hidden creature nearby that's approaching stealthily.
So that was description, action, and result. And for combat, that's an attempt to defeat your opponents, whether it's killing, taking captives, forcing a rout. And D&D is amazing that in its combat, everything from lowly kobolds and goblins to mighty giants and demons and dragons. And so again, kind of from a description point of view, it's like, as the DM, hey, the wizard's bolt of fire scorches the ogre. Hey, Ranger, you're up.
All right, I knock an arrow and I fire at the ogre, and I thank you. Rolled a 5 to hit. Plus, wait, plus my bonuses, so that's actually a 13.
Which hits the ogre, so I don't have a D8. Sorry.
D8 to roll damage. Okay, so I roll a different die for damage. I got a 6. 6 points of damage.
The ogre grunts in pain and continues lumbering towards you.
Okay. So finally, we have social interaction, which is a cornerstone of D&D. It might mean intimidating like a captured scout into revealing information or haggling in the marketplace over the price of strawberries or more commonly, I suppose, magic items that you want to purchase. It isn't always the DM using this like description action results paradigm. Often players will interact with each other using the same pattern.
And so the question is kind of like why? Why do we do it this way? And one of the answers is it works. That D&D is a modification of group storytelling that's existed for thousands of years. And it's also a format that we used in early computer games, especially the text adventure games. You'd read a description, input your action, and see the result. And unlike text games, which can only accept, what's programmed into it, one of the really cool things about D&D and live play is that, it's improv. It's the DM listening, improving off of that, and the players going. And it makes for a really more interesting and engaging game that's really hard to replicate on a computer game. And I can say that, having made lots of them.
Exactly. In fact, I often describe playing D&D very much, excuse me, like improv comedy, right? For those who are familiar with improv comedy, it's usually described as a series of yes and moments. One person does or says something, and instead of saying, no, that didn't happen, you're supposed to take what they give you and basically run with it, right? And add to it. D&D is like improv comedy plus improv drama plus improv action, almost like all rolled into one, right? Where you're all sort of playing off each other and adding to what the next person does and running with it to tell the story.
Yeah.
Now, D&D adventures have different levels of combat, exploration, and social interaction, hopefully adjusted to the tastes of the players involved. There is no, and let me emphasize this as someone who likes to create optimized characters for Dungeons & Dragons, there is no right way to play D&D, right? This is a game, and it should be played so that you and your group has fun.
Absolutely. So for D&D, the core loop probably looks familiar, and this is actually was the basis for most RPGs, and to be fair, most games with a leveling system, which is adventure, reward, and level up.
Yeah, from the earliest editions, adventuring gave rewards of experience and treasure. Enough experience and the character leveled up, increasing their power. More powerful characters need more challenging adventures, of course, so the danger levels of encounters increase, right? This is the core loop.
And in older editions, experience was only rewarded actually for killing things and then even earlier for finding gold. In more recent editions, experience is awarded for defeating opponents as opposed to killing and for resolving encounters. And the cool thing about this is it allows for a much more problem-solving approach to D&D, where if the only thing, and really it makes adventurers less sociopathic, because if the only way to get a reward is to kill things, everybody goes off and kills things. But if you can get reward by solving something, there's a lot more options.
And anybody else play at a table filled with just murder hobos?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, yeah. So, since we're talking about games and rules, Dungeons & Dragons is not a game that is won or lost, right? This is a collaboration where together the DM and players create stories of adventure.
And D&D encompasses what's called both structured and unstructured orders of play.
Like many board games, D&D, the combat in D&D is resolved with a structured order of play. This means that each player has a turn. On the player's turn, their character gets to do stuff, right? Once every player has had a turn, we say that a round of combat has passed. Combat begins with the players rolling dice to see who acts first. We'll talk about that in a second. Initiative.
And then comes the question, well, why do we do this? Well, initiative is used to randomize the order of actions, and one of the cool things it does is it makes every combat different. It means that players have to adapt their strategy on who goes when, both with allies and with opponents. And turn order kind of ensures a level of fairness in combat, because on a player's turn, there's a finite amount of stuff that their character can do. And structured turns specify when your characters can do a thing, but it also means when they can't do a thing. And this helps, keep active players from doing more than they should, and ensures that low-key players get to actually do stuff. Right. So this is actually kind of a prompt built into the game system to help make the, less vocal among us get into the action more.
And keep the spotlight hogs, tempered down a little bit. Finally, turn structure helps form narrative, right? Limiting character actions gives consequences to missed opportunities. The party might have only a few seconds to stop a villain before they teleport away, or to stabilize an unconscious character before they die.
And exploration and social interactions are resolved what's called unstructured order of play, where the spotlight follows one or more characters rather than going around the table asking what everybody's actions are.
Right. So these situations allow players to contribute or not, as they feel is appropriate for their character. For example.
Yeah. Hey, Colby, I think my character's heading off to the alchemist shop. They're going to go find out what the purple substance is.
My name's Saradon.
No.
I don't know why you're calling me Colby. Saradon Fallowshield, actually. Right. I'll join him. I'll go with him.
Or, okay, my character Pierce, I'm gonna sneak down the tomb's passageway. I'm gonna check for traps along the way.
Yeah, we're not very sneaky. We'll just hang back here and we'll let the rogue do his thing. So why do we do this?
So unstructured order play speeds up the game. When you're told it's your character's turn, we're prompting you as game designers to take an action. By removing turn order, and therefore the prompts, players have an opportunity to join in without the compulsion that comes with it's your turn. And this allows narrative elements to happen over time without removing player agency.
For new players, an important concept is that if you're not in combat, you can join in at any point. There's no turn order, right? Unlike combat, which represents 6-second rounds, non-combat time is expressed in minutes, hours, and days, or sometimes even weeks, months, and years.
So 5th edition was designed to be a mass market game much more than every other edition, and it reflects in the fact that it is the best-selling game WotC has ever put out for D&D. Every edition, I've heard, I can't confirm this, that 5th edition has sold more than every other edition put together. Wow. And that it regularly tops the Amazon charts when they put out new books. And so designed to be a more mass market game, it's upped its level of representation and inclusivity, as can be seen in art and tone. But along with that, it's sacrificed certain levels of complexity that allow for greater rule consistency, for faster playing, for more flexibility. And this design intent can be seen with a lot of philosophies. And once we call them out, kind of watch for them when you're playing D&D because they just show up everywhere.
Right. So standardization of systems, right? Design goal number 1, 5th edition D&D uses the same or similar systems whenever possible.
And the reuse of the mechanics allows players to more easily learn how the game operates. Why create 3 unique systems when instead you can make one system that handles 3 situations?
So elegance is prioritized. Where possible, systems are simplified and reduced in mechanical complexity. Simple here doesn't have a negative connotation. Experienced designers will tell you that simple is often harder to do, or at least effectively, right?
Yeah. And the elegance of design kind of pays off in the increased rules comprehension. It's faster to play when you have to spend less time looking things up.
Right. In 5th edition, exceptions to standardized rules are rare. A conscious effort was made to say, do we really need something different for this?
And there's still plenty of exceptions in 5th ed, but they're less common. And because of that, they're easier to remember, and they're a lot cooler when they happen.
Right.
If you're the only class that gets a thing, that's a lot cooler than if it's kind of spread more generally around.
Right. Bonuses only. This is really cool. So 5e almost never uses penalties, and I've discovered this as I've tried to create characters that
that inflict a lot of penalties, right? It prefers to give bonuses. You almost always add to a number. Very rarely do you subtract. For example, in older editions of D&D, there were penalties for using weapons that you weren't proficient with. In 5th edition, there are no non-proficiency penalties. Instead, there are bonuses added to weapons you are proficient with. But anybody could use that weapon. If you're not proficient, you just don't get to add your bonus, right?
And this is actually what's called a behavioral economics approach, where even if the math provides the same probability, it's a system designed to make people feel good. People like adding things. People really feel bad when they're taking things away, especially on their own thing. So even though the stats are the same, it's designed in a way to make the players feel better during the actual presentation of it. And actually, here's our first design rule, that unlike previous editions where sometimes you wanted a lower or even negative number, say for like your armor class or your weapon speed, in 5th edition, they've aligned everything where higher numbers are always better. Higher hit points, harder to kill. Higher armor class, harder to hit.
Right. So let's talk about dice. You'll see the notation D20, D10, D6, etc. a lot. This means roll a die of the appropriate type, right? Roll a D20 means roll a 20-sided die, like we were just doing. A number before the D, like 2D6, means to roll that number of dice. So 2D6 indicates the rolling of 2 6-sided dice, right?
Speaking of rolls, hey, why do we have dice?
Because we love them. There are actions that the players and the DM resolve without rolling dice. These are part of the game and the storytelling process, like we've said. These actions are usually things that would be easy to accomplish. I walk over there, right? I say hi to the innkeeper. Those things don't have a chance of failure, or at least the chance is so infinitesimally small that there's no die roll needed. There are other times when you need to know if an action succeeds, how well an action succeeds, or even if it fails spectacularly, which can also be awesome.
Indeed. It's like, as a player, like, hey, I sit down at the knight's table and I slide a pint across the table to them.
Great. No dice roll needed. His eyes narrow.
Okay. I use the sliding drink as a distraction to pull my dagger, keeping it under the table.
Time for a dice roll. How stealthily the dagger is pulled is going to influence what happens next.
Or, it's the GM, okay. Wait, what was your character's name?
Ceradon.
Ceradon, you shuffle along the edge, mindful of the 100-foot drop below you. No dice roll needed for that. And ahead of you, there's a ledge that's crumbled away, and there's about a 5-foot gap.
All right, I'm going to jump across.
Okay, and this is time for a die roll, because the dice roll determines the character's success, and with a 100-foot drop, there's really consequences to the failure for that action.
Right. It's okay, I have the feather fall spell if I fail. Unless you're rolling damage, you almost always roll a d20.
And a d20, as per its name, hey, 20 sides. And this provides a really good range of possibility with the advantage of only having a single die roll. Multiple dice rolls slow things down because math, drinks, cats, table edges, that there's a lot of opportunities. The more dice you roll, the more interesting things can happen.
Right. D20s also allow 1s and 20s on the die, right? The lowest and highest rolls to show up infrequently enough to safely attach additional results to their consequences, or to their occurrence, sorry. More on this later. But also, perhaps most importantly, the reason we have dice is because rolling dice is fun.
Absolutely. And in 50, rolling dice, again, with kind of the philosophy, high numbers are always better than low numbers. There are no roll under this number systems. It is always roll this number or higher, which, again, is a change from previous editions.
Because there are sometimes beneficial effects for rolling a 20 on a 20-sided die, rolls of 20 are called natural 20s.
And rolls that result in a 20, like a roll plus a bonus, is sometimes called a dirty 20, just to make it clear you didn't roll a natural 20 along the way.
Right. Different editions have had different rules on rolling natural 20s, being automatic successes and natural ones being automatic failures.
And in 5th edition, 20s and 1s are only auto successes and failures on attack rolls and death saves, but not on ability checks, skill checks, and saving throws, which we will get to. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about the 4 big dice rolls in D&D.
So, in earlier editions, different types of actions used unique tables to determine likelihood of success.
It was a ton of fun going back and copying all these out of previous books. But kind of in line with our philosophy of standardization of systems, all of those tables and many more have been consolidated and replaced. There's now only 4 types of dice rolls that account for roughly 95% of the rolling rules in D&D. And they're used to determine the success and failure of character actions.
Right. And all use the same base formula. They are ability checks. Your character attempts an action like holding their breath while underwater or forcing open a door that relies on like physical and mental abilities rather than training necessarily. Things like your strength, your wisdom, your charisma, your intelligence, etc.
And then you get a skill check, which is your character attempting to, say like sneak past a guard, jump over a pit, remember the meaning of arcane symbols. Something they use both their ability for, but also their training. You can get better at a thing.
Then you have saving throws. So your character attempts to shrug off a charm spell or resist a snake's venom. Saving throws are for avoiding or resisting harm, generally.
And finally, your attack roll is like your character swinging his sword, punching, hurling a magical bolt of fire. They're attempting to hit a thing.
Almost all D&D actions fall into one of these 4 categories and therefore use one of these 4 rolls.
And so, how does this work? Well, at its basics, you roll a d20, you add a bonus or 2. No more charts and tables, slimmed down and sped up for mass market play.
Physical and mental ability is reflected by adding a character's ability score modifier. If you have a high strength, add your strength bonus to dice rolls involving physical power.
And skill and training are reflected by what's called a proficiency bonus. So if you spend time, say, studying history, you get to add your proficiency bonus to all rolls involving history. But it really is roll, ability, proficiency for everything.
Yeah. Your character, now ability scores, your character's natural, physical, and mental attributes are their ability scores. D&D has 6 primary ability scores. They are the foundation of most D&D systems and are referenced by almost every single dice roll.
And this is because a character should be good at a lot of stuff. After all, they're the heroes of the story, but also they shouldn't be good at everything. That's a little bit boring unless you're making a skill monkey. And by having numbers associated with the scores, we can quantify a character's natural ability and use that to adjust what happens in the game.
So this means that if you envision your character being dexterous, you need to assign them a high dexterity score. Right?
And in first edition, ability score tables looked something like this. There were ability scores for characters that range from 3 to 18 with individual tables for each score, and each one had different bonuses. Your strength had radically different bonuses than your dexterity, even at the exact same number.
Right. In 5e, ability scores range from 3 to 20, with a unified single table showing ability score modifiers. For example, a 12 strength gives a +1 bonus on strength rolls.
So, okay, roll number 1, ability checks. This is your character attempting an action that requires pure natural ability, untrained. So you roll a d20, roll your ability score modifier.
So this is like forcing open a door, roll a d20 and add your strength modifier, or holding a breath while underwater, roll a d20 and add your constitution modifier, right?
And they're all noted on your character sheet, so they're the big numbers in those boxes right there.
So proficiency reflects a character's practice and training. Proficiencies have been around in different forms since first edition, but have been streamlined for modern 5e play.
And with our bonuses only philosophy, being proficient just adds a bonus to your rolls. And again, not being proficient doesn't keep you from performing an action, it just means you don't get a bonus. And you can be proficient with everything from weapons to armor, tools, even saving throws now. They just unified the system.
Right. Proficiency bonus starts at +2. If you are proficient, add +2 to the dice roll. Proficiency bonus increases as your character levels up. So why is that?
Well, kind of like ability scores, knowing what your character is good at is necessary for the mechanics of the game, as well as quantifying what does good at mean. And so this quantifies what your practice and training brings to a situation.
Skills are a common type of proficiency. There are 19 skills in the D&D 5e system. Most characters are proficient in 4 to 6 of them unless you make a skill monkey like you were talking about.
And each skill is associated with one ability score. Stealth, for example, is dexterity, or history is an intelligence skill.
And roll number 2, skill checks. So for skill checks, you roll a d20 and you add the appropriate ability score modifier. If you're proficient with the relevant skill, add your proficiency bonus as well.
And again, you can roll for anything, you don't have to be proficient for it. Proficient just means you're better.
Right.
And so for example, this might be, I'm on the right side. Sneaking past a guard, roll a d20, add your dex and your stealth skill, haggling with a merchant, charisma, and your persuasion skill.
Right. Each skill's total bonus is listed on your character sheet. Making a skill check, roll a d20 and add this number.
Roll number 3 are saving throws, or saves, which is attempts to resist things, spells, traps, poisons, and other threats. The interesting thing is saves are never initiated by a player. They're always a response that's something that's happening to them.
Right. Older editions used per class saving throw tables, where 5e has replaced all of these with a single system. Saving throws are now mechanically identical to skill checks, down to having different characters proficient at different types of saving throws.
And examples of saves again, resisting a charm or shrugging off poison. And a successful save means that you avoid or mitigate the effect.
A failed save means that you don't.
I love that graphic.
Pretty straightforward. And probably get burned to ash by a ball of fire, or whatever it was they were trying to resist. Your bonus saves are noted on your character sheet. Roll a d20 and add this number. And roll number 4. Attack rolls are attempts to hit a target. Swinging a sword, shooting a bow, throwing a rock, or even hurling a magical bolt of fire are all attacks.
And attack rolls have really changed over the editions, going from tabled and mathematical formulas like THACO to now it's just a single formula, very much like the others. Ability check, skill check, saving throw. The only addition is you might have a magic weapon, which adds something to the end.
So where attack rolls branch out is deciding which of the 6 ability scores to use. Weapons, with very few exceptions, are used, you use either your strength or your dexterity to hit. And Dampiers use Constitution.
Wait, hold on, really?
Yeah.
I made the slide, and I had to go make a new slide because they
do.
There's now one race that gets a Constitution
That's
attack.
right.
But anyway, okay, so Dampiers use Con. But based on your class, spellcasters then use Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma for spells. So for example, a sorcerer is a Charisma caster. She uses her Charisma when she casts a spell.
This makes hybrid caster classes like Rangers and Paladins need greater diversity in their ability scores. The Wizard's primary focus is their intelligence, where a Ranger might want dexterity for their bow attacks, but wisdom for their spells.
And returning to weapons, melee weapons like swords and thrown weapons, spears use strength, where ranged weapons like bows and crossbows use dexterity.
Right. There is also a class of melee weapons called finesse weapons, rapiers, scimitars, daggers, that let you use your dexterity instead of your strength.
And this is really a cute bit of design. By associating weapons with ability scores and spells with ability scores, we nudge players to kind of take thematically appropriate armaments and abilities. Dexterous characters like rogues use rapiers. Strong characters like fighters use swords and axes.
Right.
And again, you could use anything. This just is kind of designed helping reinforce theme to make it come out as people play the game.
So, examples of attack rolls. Swinging a long sword, hurling a bolt of fire if you're a wizard, and then bonuses to hit and damage are recorded on your character sheet.
And these 4 rolls mechanically cover pretty much all major actions taken in D&D, which is kind of cool that, it comes down to this compared to every chart and table that used to be in the previous editions, that the designers could figure out how to simplify it down, but still make it feel really, really good.
Yeah. Okay, so rule 4, success is binary. Dice rolls determine if you succeed or you fail. Succeeding by a lot or failing by just a little bit doesn't matter, right? Though many DMs do use degree of success or failure to describe the results of the action.
And then the question is, well, how do you know if you succeed? And there's two ways, target numbers and contested rolls. So a target number made against a fixed number, you basically have to equal or beat this number, and if so, you succeed, and otherwise you don't, you fail.
For some ability checks and skill rolls, you roll against an action's difficulty check, or DC. The difficulty check is a description of how hard the action is to accomplish.
And wait, difficulty check?
Isn't that what it's called?
DC?
DC, difficulty check. Okay, hold on. By show of hands, for those who are familiar with D&D, who calls DC difficulty check, and but just by show of hands, really quick, and who calls it difficulty class? Oh, okay. I think difficulty class wins.
There was a semantic argument over it. Well, the argument's too strong a word, but
it wasn't even an argument. It was me. Okay, this is how it went. He's like, difficulty class, blah blah blah, and I'm like, actually, it's called difficulty check, and And Jeff's like, I'm pretty sure in the Dungeon Master Guide it says difficulty class. And I'm like, that's nonsense. I looked it up. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm wrong. I don't know why. I've called it difficulty check all of my life, and I've never been corrected until now. So it's difficulty class.
Common vernacular. But it's really funny because little things like that just creep in, and it's just kind of how it goes. But for example, this, might be opening a jammed door. That's a, what slide am I on? Oh, well. Here, we're going to go back the slide to match. There we go. Opening a door might be an easy strength check, roll a 10. That means, a character with no strength bonus, a 10, would succeed 55% of the time. Where a barbarian with an 18 strength, a +4 bonus, would succeed 75% of the time.
Convincing a town guard that you weren't involved in the bar fight, despite the black eye and smell of ale on your breath, sounds difficult. So your target number that you have to roll is a 20. Our barbarian with a charisma of 10, no bonus, would succeed 5% of the time. Our charming bard with a +4 charisma bonus and a +3 deception skill would succeed 40% of the time. Still tough, but not nearly the same long odds that the barbarian would face, right?
So another type of roll is called a contested roll. And this is basically a contest between individuals. For example, sneaking past a guard would be a contested roll. Your strength versus their perception.
Right. Both participants roll and add their modifiers. The highest roll succeeds. In this case, a higher roll for Zoe means that she successfully sneaks past the guard. A lower roll means that she's noticed.
And other examples might include our carousing bard's deception versus the guard's insight. But contested rolls could also be an arm wrestling contest, an obscure trivia, which would be strength, obscure trivia, which would be history. But they kind of make it fun. It's the players or people heading off against each other versus kind of more static difficulty.
Right. So saving throws and attack rolls also roll against difficulty check to see if they difficulty class. Sorry, to see if they succeed or fail. Spells, traps, poisons, and the like all have a DC that indicates how potent they are.
And attack rolls have to equal or beat the target's armor class or AC, and we'll talk more about AC shortly.
So to recap, your character's D20 roll plus modifiers must equal or succeed the target number to succeed on an action.
And if all these systems seem really planned out, they are. They're part of a design philosophy in 5th edition that the designers name bounded accuracy. And it might be summed up something like this.
Should this guy be able to even have a hope of hitting that dragon?
Actually, hold on, wait, I mislabeled this. Let's try this again. Should this guy, the henchman, have any hope of hitting that big thing?
In earlier editions of D&D, leveling up added, among other things, bonuses to hit and plentiful magical gear, added further bonuses. To maintain the threat level, higher level monsters were made increasingly harder to hit. At a certain point, the math of these mechanics meant that lower leveled monsters, henchmen, and characters needed to roll natural 20s, which automatically hit, to do anything, right? The same was true for skills and some types of magic.
So basically, as you gained levels, you'd progress from killing lesser monsters to killing more powerful monsters, and the DM had to really carefully deploy the correct power level of foe, because if it was too low mathematically, there was literally no threat. And if it was too high, the party might just get one shot. And this had the unintended consequence of giving the impression that, like some video games, the world leveled up with you, kind of a treadmill effect, that you never really felt like you were getting more powerful because everything you bumped into was always had to be perfectly matched to you. And bounded accuracy kind of looked to change that.
So in 3rd and 4th editions, you might get 2 handfuls of modifiers to a single die roll. In 5e, the designers greatly consolidated what gives a bonus, restricting it down to what we just covered, mostly ability scores and proficiencies. The range of these numbers was also reduced. In 3rd edition, a 20th level fighter, which is like max level, right, would add a +20 class bonus to hit. In 5th edition, that same 20th level fighter would add a +6.
And magic items were actually removed from the balance equation. In earlier editions, they were plentiful and actually almost required. They were built into the math formula. The game was balanced assuming you had the appropriate level of them. In 5th edition, the game's actually balanced with the assumption that you don't have any magic items. So even having a +1 weapon is now a really big thing and actually puts you ahead of the mathematical curve of kind of your level versus fighting a monster.
Armor class was also greatly reworked. During development, the 5e designers worked out a rough maximum total bonus that characters could have and divided up how to get it, mostly through ability score and proficiency bonuses.
And this is all greatly simplified. I mean, we could spend an hour literally just talking about bounded accuracy and its effect on the games. But a net effect of all of this is that mathematically, lower level characters can now be useful in fights against higher leveled foes. And lower powered monsters in mass can still threaten higher level characters because the math is much more consolidated. And on the D20 die roll, you can actually get something. So in 5th edition, what that really comes down to is this henchman up there might actually contribute to the fight, where in earlier editions they'd be irrelevant.
Right.
And bounded accuracy's consolidation of bonuses meant that situational bonuses also needed to be removed.
Which brings us to one of our favorite 5e systems, advantage and disadvantage. With its background in wargaming, early editions of D&D had tables of modifiers for different situations, right? In combat, you might get a bonus to hit a flanked opponent or for being on higher ground. 5e replaces most of these with the advantage-disadvantage system.
And so basically, if you're in an advantageous situation, you're attacking a prone foe, you're getting assistance bashing down a door, a wingman to help you fast-talk an inquisitive innkeeper, you roll with advantage. And what advantage means is just you roll 2 20-sided dice instead of 1, and you take whichever of the 2 dice is higher.
Disadvantage is the evil twin. Disadvantageous situations might involve fighting on slick ice, trying to sneak in heavy armor, or our bard convincing the guard that, no, it wasn't me in the bar fight. Hint, yes, it was. The bard is always guilty. Always. Right?
True.
So you roll 2 d20s and you keep the lowest die roll. If you end up with both advantage and disadvantage, they cancel each other out and you roll normally.
And notice that we're not actually adding a bonus to hit. What we're doing is rolling an extra die. And that fits within the bounded accuracy philosophy because they didn't want to keep adding dice roll numbers to the roll. Instead, they're giving you an extra opportunity for it. And for me, advantage and disadvantage really capture the elegance philosophy system of 5e. And they also make for really faster play because you're not constantly looking up things in tables again. You're like, oh, cool, I roll with advantage. 2 dice, add the number on my character sheet, done, let's move forward, and keep having fun.
Advantage and disadvantage are also catalysts for player creativity. Many memorable moments of my 5e games have come from players trying to gain advantage in difficult situations, right?
Yeah, and this gets us to where we can actually talk about combat.
Wait, we need to introduce some more concepts here if we're going to talk about combat.
Let's see, hit points, AC, and okay.
So let's start with hit points. Hit points, or HP, represent a combination of physical and mental durability, the will to live, and luck. Since higher numbers are better, right, part of the philosophy, creatures with more hit points are more difficult to kill.
And weapons, spells, environmental hazards, things like that, they do hit points of damage. If you reach 0, you fall unconscious. We'll talk about that in a minute.
A character's class determines how many hit points they start with and how many they gain every time they level up. Every class has a hit die or hit dice. A D8 is standard at first level. You get maximum hit points. So if you're a standard class, you're going to start with 8 hit points.
And then you get to add your con bonus. So if you had a +2 bonus from a 14 con, you'd have 8 + 2 or 10 hit points. And some classes get larger and some classes get smaller hit dice to reflect kind of their role in the game. So a fighter gets a D10 instead of a D8, so they would start with 2 more hit points than a standard class.
Resting. As characters adventure, they get wounded and deplete their spells and abilities. To get these back, they must rest. At the end of a long rest, 8 hours, characters heal to max hit points and regain all of their spells and all of their abilities. During short rests, which are only about an hour long, characters can spend hit dice to heal. Think of hit dice as healing charges that come back when you take a long rest, right?
And actually, what's really interesting is these rest mechanics profoundly changed how D&D is played. In previous editions, non-magical healing happened over days or weeks of game time. And because of this, players would actually get mad at clerics often when they cast anything other than a cure spell. Because that was basically, I hear the laugh.
Speaking from experience.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember ones where it's like, cool, we cleared out 3 rooms in the dungeon. Let's go camp for a week to heal up while we do chain casts of heals.
Yeah.
And because characters now heal quickly between encounters, magical healing in combat has actually become an option to weigh against other spellcasting choices rather than a combat and a non-combat, or rather than a combat necessity. And this has really just opened up a whole bunch of avenues of play to expand certain classes from earlier editions.
Right. So as for ability use, there are 3 types of spells and abilities. There are things that you can do at will, things that you can do a number of times per short rest, and things that you can do a number of times per long rest.
And at will means that it's a thing like a cantrip or an ability can be used an unlimited number of times. And short rest spells and abilities have a limited number of times that once expended, you take a short rest. And then long rest abilities are the same but require a long rest.
Now, classes usually have either all short rest or all long rest abilities. The rogue is interesting in that the base class of the rogue has no class abilities that get expended. Every ability is at will. Assuming your rogue doesn't get hurt, they can keep adventuring indefinitely, and we're not talking about subclass here stuff, because I know there's some of you out there that are like, arcane tricksters, they have spells, blah, blah.
But,
talk about the rogue.
And the kind of cool thing about this is by limiting spells and abilities, you're forcing your players to make interesting choices on how to expend their resources. This is, again, a built-in part of the game, trying to make it more interesting. You know, do you blow all of your stuff on one fight, making the encounter easier, hoping you can rest right after? Do you have to save some of your things and pace it out, waiting for a more dire situation?
This also lets the DM set up different scenarios. A solo fight against just one big bad boss type monster, right, can be more dangerous, knowing that characters can use everything they've got. Whereas a dungeon crawl or of like encounter after encounter forces the party to conserve their resources. Before we get to armor and weapons, let's talk about armor class. Armor class, or AC, represents how well a character avoids being wounded in battle. Sticking with our high numbers are better philosophy, the higher your AC, the harder you are to hit.
And this is a departure from earlier editions where lower AC was better. A -10 in earlier editions was as good as you could get and involved, actually, for a lot of people, some very interesting mathematics to try and figure out how things worked. And your character's default AC is what armor they wear. If you're proficient, you can add a shield, you can add your dex, but again, a much lower number of things now influence your armor class in line with the bounded accuracy philosophy.
So armor is divided into 3 categories. There's light, medium, and heavy. And each armor grouping has an associated proficiency. Some classes can use all armor, where others might only know how to use or be proficient in light armor or sometimes no armor at all. The heavier the armor, the higher the armor class, which makes you harder to hit, which means that you take less damage. However, unlike earlier editions, there is no single best armor because of its interaction with dexterity. The heavier the armor, the less dexterity bonus you can use.
And that's a couple of interesting things going on here. And again, for 5th edition, in line with the bounded accuracy, this uses a couple of things to limit the top range of AC. By adding the armor dex interaction, reduce one common method of having a super high AC. And this is also, again, another case where mechanics help enforce theme, like weapons, where dexterous characters can make really good use of light armor, and stronger characters can actually bear the weight of heavier armor.
We also get the fun trade-off between better protection and being able to sneak around effectively. So there are meaningful choices in what to wear, and I think meaningful choices is what results in interesting and fun gameplay, right?
Yeah.
So as far as weapons go, there are 2 big proficiency grouping of weapons: simple weapons and martial weapons. Martial weapons are just better than simple weapons because they do more damage. Melee heavy classes like fighters, rangers, barbarians, paladins all have proficiency in martial weapons, where melee light classes like sorcerers and wizards don't.
And some classes, like rogues, have proficiency in simple weapons, but also have proficiency in a small range of martial weapons, in this case, like a short sword or a rapier. And in earlier editions, your characters actually have to pick individually what weapons they were proficient with. And I really, just personally, vastly prefer the 5th edition, where it's kind of big batches of them, because it leads to versatility both in armaments and treasure. You know, if your character can use a variety of weapons, the DM can hand out more things. In older edition, people only wanted magical longswords.
Right.
They were the best thing. And so all the DM, you'd hand out a magical, falcon, warhammer, and people would be like, oh, that's not a longsword, I don't know how to use it.
Yeah.
So the characters all looked identical.
Now, because of cantrips, certain classes don't really use weapons, and that's okay. Unlike their earlier edition counterparts, 5e wizards no longer lug around, generally speaking anyway, darts, light crossbows, etc., because now they can sling bolts of fire or rays of frost at will, which feels a lot more wizardly.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about fighting.
Well, so at the beginning of combat, if you kind of remember from earlier, we said that players roll initiative. And initiative is used to determine turn order. And initiative is actually an ability check. So initiative falls into one of our 4 big rolls. It's a d20 plus your dex. And combatants are then arranged in initiative order from highest to lowest, since high numbers are better than low numbers.
Starting with the highest initiative, each combatant gets a turn. Put together, this is a round of combat lasting roughly 6 seconds of game time. Once everyone's had a turn, a new round begins using the same initiative order.
And for balance reasons, your character has a limit to the amount of things they can do on their turn.
This breaks down into something called the action economy, which is probably its own entire talk.
Yes. But unless stated otherwise, characters get 1 attack a turn, using the formula we talked about before. A roll of 1 is always a miss, a roll of 20, a natural 20 is always a hit, and a critical hit, which we'll talk about in a second.
So hitting means that you inflict hit points of damage on your target.
And damage rolls are one of the few rolls that aren't d20s. Each weapon has an associated die between a d4 and a d12. And as a rule of thumb, simple weapons do a d6, martial weapons do a d8, and two-handed martial weapons do a d10 or a d12. And magical spells then list their damage in the spell's description.
Magical weapons add their bonus to hits and damage rolls as well. So like a +1 magical longsword wielded by a 16 strength fighter would do a d8 plus 4 of damage. A bolt of fire cantrip from a wizard, on the other hand, would do a d10 of damage.
And as usual, weapons and spells are recorded on your character sheet. And we get to rule number 4, 5?
5.
That damage doesn't matter until your character actually reaches 0 hit points.
This isn't entirely true. Of course, damage matters. It does get you closer and closer to 0 hit points, right? After which, you are unconscious. But rules-wise, being wounded doesn't impair your character in any way. The same is true of monsters. Spreading damage around between lots of different opponents is generally not as impactful as knocking one unconscious so that they can't do anything, right?
And this is another kind of the keep the game moving, no penalties, only bonuses situation. And that wounded states, while they might be interesting, you then have to track them, check what effects they are, how they slow down characters, and that's for a questionable gain in fun. And this is better seen in computer games and other things that auto-track bonuses and penalties for you. And finally, rolls of a natural 20 are a critical hit. And on a crit, you get to damage all your damage dice. So if you're attacking with a longsword that does a d8, you'd instead roll 2d8. That wizard's bolt of fire would do 2d10 instead of 1d10.
Right, so doubling your dice is awesome, although bonuses like your strength modifiers, for example, are not doubled with a critical hit, only the dice. All damage dice really means all damage dice. So sneak attack, fury of the small, your paladin's divine smite, etc., etc. If you're rolling dice to do damage, you get to double all of them if you got a natural 20 when you hit, right?
Speaking of natural 20s, we're going to wrap up here with dying.
It's kind of morbid. So characters reduced to 0 hit points or below are knocked unconscious and are in the process of dying. Dying characters get to play the Death Saves minigame, everybody's favorite minigame, which is actually the 5th, I guess, of our 4 D20 rolls of D&D.
And death saves are what are in game design called a race condition minigame, which is you're racing to see which of things happen first, whichever crosses the finish line. And in this case, at the beginning of the turn, an unconscious character rolls a d20. On a 10 plus, it's a success. On a 9 below, a failure. So 55% chance of success. And next turn, you get to roll again. And the 3 cumulative successes stabilize your character. They're not going to die. 3 cumulative failures, and your character's dead. They succumb to their wounds and die.
If you roll a natural 20, you wake up with 1 hit point. That's like your critical success on a death save, right? And since you do that at the beginning of your turn, you still get to take all of your actions and do everything that you could have done on your turn were you not in the process of dying. So it's awesome. Friends can stabilize unconscious characters with magical healing or with a medicine skill check. Remember, too, that you can make a medicine skill check even if you're not proficient. You just don't get to add your proficiency bonus.
And the Death Save minigames is actually pretty great for a variety of reasons. First, from a design perspective, it gives unconscious characters a bit of control over their fate by letting them roll the die. And it also ensures that the player gets one dice roll every turn, even if they're unconscious, which is just good gameplay.
Yeah. Second is the built-in drama. Death saves are high-stakes rolls, right? Third, dying takes a variable amount of time, between 3 to 5 rounds. So uncertainty also adds to the drama. And then fourth, oh, sorry, that's you.
Yeah. Well, fourth, party members, you have to weigh your options. That you do a lot of, players get to do a lot of actions during their fight. And the question is, do I give up my action to go stabilize my friend? Or can they wait that one more turn where, whatever knocked them unconscious is dealt with? And again, this is just good drama. It adds to the stakes. It's fun.
Finally, natural 20s are amazing. There are a few things as satisfying as a natural 20 in this situation. Your character recovering consciousness and staggering up to rejoin the fight. Some of you, we're almost out of time, but we're also almost done, so I'll tell this really quick. Some of you may have seen, I did a collaboration one-shot video with the Dungeon Dudes and Treant Monk's Temple a couple of months ago, and I forgot this rule, that if you roll a natural 20 on a death saving throw, you wake up with 1 hit point. And I rolled a natural 20 on my death save, and I was like, what a waste of a natural 20. and everybody laughed at me. They're like, that's the best time you can possibly do that, because then and not only that, but I did bounce up and then dealt the killing blow to the storm giant that we were fighting, and it was amazing, and it was so much fun. So anyway.
And again, that's just, that's where the designer's building drama into the game based on the rules that helps us, all have a good time as we're playing, and a really kind of interesting thought about how people put this together to make a system that reinforces certain kinds of behaviors. And again, that's just kind of the mark of good design. But hey, thanks for showing up. I hope you guys all get a chance to maybe go down and play some D&D. One final time, I'm Jeffrey Zatkin.
Colby Polson. Thanks for listening, everybody. Hope you guys have a great PAX, and stick around afterwards if you'd like to ask some questions. We're probably just about out of time. We'll just be out in the hall. How about by the windows?
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
That's my man throwing down.
All right, everybody, and our last couple people trickling in. Welcome to round 2 of the Omegathon. Thank you for joining us. Yesterday, we had some pretty exciting games of Fling to the finish. We culled half of the Omeganauts. We're down today to cut another half out of the path on the way to the final round. We're playing today just some regular human basketball. It's not a big deal. It's just hoops. So just some quick hoops. We're going to play best 3 out of 5 games at 3 minutes long with our fingers crossed that they're not equally matched, good or bad, and having to go to all 5 games for all the rounds. But to get us started, just in case that's the case, let's bring up our first team. We need team Meet Your Doom, Gargoyle Stone, and Helen Norma. You guys can take the green side. They are facing off against By the Dang Slice. Come on up, By the Dang Slice, Light Tank, and Wagon Crawl. Out of the way.
Yay.
Either side there will work for you guys. We should be saying you should be able to hit start match.
Okay, we're the red team, right?
Okay. You are red team. Let's see, we'll get our bits up here.
Oh, wait, where? Green. Huh? Where am I? Not here.
I've been yelling this whole time that loud? Wow, look at me.
Yeah, we're green. All right. Why are we fighting?
Pink team? Yeah. Red team, pink team, green team. We can jump over here to where it says ready. Don't exit.
Leave it.
Don't quit the game yet.
I choose
Who's player 4? Someone hit A.
We'll press A.
I'm pressing X.
That's the level.
Press B. Yeah, you're down there. Here we go. Let's bring a ball in.
All right. Red team, let's go.
The ball's the other way, you guys.
It's fun.
All right. Okay, I got the.
Gotta go up.
Yep.
Oh man, already on the run. Magnet with the ball.
Yep.
Up
Oh, shit.
with a steal.
All right.
Oh, shit. I got it. Nope.
The shooters.
Oh! You're about to turtle shell him. Just knock him all the way over.
We gotta get the rockets.
It's telling you where to go to score. Head on over. Oh, other way, other way. Shoot. Other way. Meet your doom.
Oh,
You're on the other side.
Where am I?
Okay, magnet on. Okay.
Having trouble finding themselves. There we go.
Sorry. No, we want to go that way.
Everybody's running toward the hoop.
Yeah.
By the Dang Slice, just trying to get some defense in. Oh, with a dunk. Meet your doom, 1 point. Here comes the action replay. Just get out of here. I'm gonna trample you, and then I'm gonna come back the other way.
Great. So much easier to control.
That was my bad. I should have moved that the other way.
Okay.
Team Meet Your Doom, 1 point.
Remember the direction. That was my bad.
Yeah, we can do this. What's got an arrow?
God, that's true.
Okay.
I got this. And I'm gonna turn this off when it's ready.
By the dang slice, always quick to go early. Get that ball out the way.
Oh, it's going, it's going, it's going. Yes, yes, yes. Okay.
Oh, boosters activated. Going for that high jump.
Swift and powerful like the mighty
Can you click that?
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, click that. Do that.
Slow and steady. Wait,
This is it. By the dang slice, gonna ride it all the way to the hoop.
Oh yeah. Okay, okay. Turn it the other way. Yes, perfect.
Oh no! Oh no! Is a oh, recovered.
Everything's fine.
Okay, what do we want to do here?
It's
Nope,
fine.
Slow and steady wins the race, everyone.
Everyone is fine.
Okay.
We're just gonna hover in the air.
By the dang slice with the longest jump ever.
Maybe if we get on the floor.
Here it comes. Boop. Ball. 1-1.
Difficult going the other way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No worries. Alright, so I think we need to like pick a direction for the thrusters that we want to go and just leave them. And I think we want to keep the magnet on. But we'll scratch. Yeah, we'll just kind of in position.
This game.
This is tight.
Cool. Alright.
Oh no, was it set to 1 point? Did we miss that? We'll call it a tie, but hold out. We'll back out. Hit B.
What are we doing?
Exit. Well, no, now we're starting. Oh no. Okay, exit.
Bye.
Squonk.
Goodbye, cool girl.
Squonk.
Okay, wait. Oh, you want to control it?
Options. One of you.
Is it in there?
I don't think it's in there.
Oh, you have to leave the match. There we go. Options. Time. It's the 3 minutes.
It's goals.
No, we don't want goals. Because we want time 3 minutes. But why did that?
That's what it was.
I know. It was time?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. It all worked. I got so excited I didn't pay attention to the time. Go back. It's perfect. No, 3 minutes. Time 3 minutes.
Okay.
It's just stop. Press it.
It's fine.
Start match. That's fine.
Great.
It's cool. It's just a tie. No one scored any points that round. You have to score faster.
I'm having fun.
Get ready.
What a great day for
All right. Meet your doom. Still green. By the dang slice. Red.
Okay.
By the dang slice. On to the move.
Yeah. Hold on, we'll get it ready.
Oh.
It's fine.
Yep.
Magnet on the backside.
Yes. Okay, fly us out of
Oh
here.
my lord.
All right.
Oh god.
Bye. You gotta go right.
Oh my god.
What's up?
All right.
Alright.
Fly us out of here, Captain.
3 out of 5. That tie doesn't count. No, not at all.
I thought we were doing.
No, that was Ben's really bad idea to give you points for a tie.
Get in there.
Turn on the magnet and spin it.
Hold on, it's fine, it's fine. Yep.
If Metro City has any
Going forward again.
winning this game, it will be
By the dang slice has a signature move. Pick up the ball, climb on your head, shoot.
Yeah.
I think we're done.
Oh, are we done?
Meet your doom. You got to get to that ball fast.
and expose how to work the magnet. This is the kind of play you end up with.
This is called basketball with jetpacks.
It's a mad scramble for the ball.
Magnet on, magnet on.
Yep. Okay, I'm going right.
Bye. Too bad we're above
If I could be any animal, I'd rather be the animal. Those days really pack.
We got this.
Bye.
Damn it.
He's taking it to the
Alright.
ring.
But done.
Oh boy, at the time I was thinking where is he going with this? But look how he brings it together.
We won 3.
Off to a good start.
Oh, no, I think it's like overall match, though, until the time.
It is overall. So this will just get you one of your 3 needed wins.
The ball scooped up by Metro City.
Okay. Do you mind if we just jump over you guys again?
Nope.
Yeah, go up. Keep them from going above you. There it is.
Yay!
I was actually hit by a car on the way.
Ah, defense!
Do you believe
The
that?
defense!
It's fine. We just stay.
Yeah, they're spinning.
We're just gonna dance in the air.
We just chill a bit. We play defense.
Can you spin the thrusters?
You.
We could just play defense for 40 seconds, right?
Okay, spin, get us over.
Oh no!
Oh my
Alright,
God.
where am I? Meet your doom, met its doom.
Okay, you know, we can just fly over
Yeah,
like this.
we'll just be a potato flying. It's fine.
A limbless potato.
I'll get you.
No, it works.
It works.
Competitors take notes.
It's a good thing it's a 13+ panel.
Yeah.
You're always in for a treat when Metro City plays City Town, but this game was special, Alan.
I don't think we did it.
All right, 1 win for Team by the Dang Slice.
I'll do it again. I like this.
We've got a treat for you tonight. A grudge match between the City Town Shooters and the Metro City Ballers.
I think it's fun though.
Okay. I'm gonna keep that up. Just kind of.
Oh.
Nope, keep it up. Will you pop something? Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Shining examples of humanity.
Meet your doom with the steel. Now they're gonna fly.
Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!
Great. All right.
Well,
I'll just get us out of here. It's
Is
fine.
that magnet on your right angle?
Metro City Fighters.
Nice
Turn
pass.
the magnet on.
shit, I turned it off accidentally.
Now go towards your hoop the other way. Yes.
Here we go.
Turn off the thruster. Turn off the thruster.
Stop turning that.
Yeah, if you can make us go up.
No, the other way.
Yes, do it. Shoot. Stop it.
I'm trying.
Right now. Shoot.
All right, by the Dang Slice getting back under control.
What do you stop, please?
I'll just keep the magnet up and you.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
It's not gonna
I'm
work.
gonna turn off the thruster. Oh shit.
Oh,
Sorry.
I think that's a foul.
What have I done?
They're
Oh
still
no.
on. Shoot. Oh no.
We've got the ball. We've got the power.
Okay, let's get us up.
Oh wait, we gotta score before the time limits happen.
Right.
Flipping around like a
I'm not
maniac.
paying attention to where the rockets are.
Okay,
I don't
you're
know
good.
what's going on.
I don't either.
And
Oh no, by the Dang Slice at it again.
Alright.
No.
I love flying. It's the
Oh,
best.
they don't need the
honestly.
ground though.
Oh.
I do.
He's been shooting
Come back.
unconscious lately, converting a statistically high proportion
I just wanted to
of
make sure.
attempts. Magnet control
We have a meta.
is exquisite.
That was fun.
I think we developed the meta
Or
here.
I think we lost, but
Was that our free?
No,
Oh, okay.
what
there's still
happened?
time in this.
All right.
You've got about a minute left.
Okay.
I keep thinking it's.
Oh,
Like it's a robot.
All right.
So it's
In
fine.
the words of Bop It, we'll
Where
do
you
it
going?
again, but better.
I like that the ball keeps your little splatter on it too.
Let me in, let me in, let me.
Yeah, I'm letting you in.
Oh, stolen again.
Okay, I got
I've
our
seen
legs
this
up.
moon actually glide quick
Okay, I'll
small
keep the ball
children.
up.
All right, meet your doom with a block.
Keep it up.
Yep, let's
Can
keep it up.
they get the steal though?
No, they won't.
Not in the direction their magnet is traveling.
I'll keep the ball away.
Give us a minute.
Stop tilting us.
Oh, turn off
Please.
This is like peaks and bras all over the
Oh
place.
no! Oh, there we go.
Okay, as long as
You
we
just keep
stay...
here's like
Oh!
oh,
I know, I fucked up, everyone.
Don't worry, we can get back.
Pushing into the deep.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Jump! Jump!
Yes, look at that! You've got in and commandeered their ship.
That's 2 wins.
2 wins by the Dank Slice. 1 more win and you move on.
That works. That was really fun. Okay.
Wait,
Which time we got?
We have 5 rounds, I think.
Get ready for some high
Green, you should run into the ball.
story game.
Okay.
I think it would be pretty funny.
I got it.
We don't want those.
No.
Not yet. Oh, of course. Yeah, okay. Sure.
Fine. Turn it on. Nice.
Jumping from half court.
Yeah, it
Look
works.
out for a monster dive.
So it works sometimes, okay? That's not the right way.
Alright, I'll just keep the ball away.
Rotate the magnet.
Yes. Tilt.
Great defense.
Mitra Doom was climbing on top and then slipped underneath.
No.
Oh no! How is that even happening?
Damn.
I don't really know.
You guys are good at defense.
Wait, other way.
We're doing something.
Great fundamentals.
I realize
Rotate the magnet.
it's fun. Extend out legs.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get taller.
Got him.
There we go. Back to normal. Uh-oh.
Magnet.
Oh, with the face plant?
It's fun.
I don't believe what I just saw.
Oh, what are we up
I don't
to?
think.
We're
3 point. From deep.
Okay.
Well, I did it. I shot.
I know.
That was a half one.
Because evil
I know, it's your first
Alan.
shot.
I know.
This is they're very good.
You're a good
I
rocket
think
man.
I'm discovering here.
I can't.
That's ridiculous. I love
With
this.
their eyes
Such a
closed.
dodge. Oh my god.
Blue tuxedo is
Okay, we can
complete.
do this.
Alright, alright.
I believe in us.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright.
Oh, you get in?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Mitra Doom off to the early run.
Magnet.
The followers.
Get out of
There
here.
it goes.
Oh.
Bye.
Oh, let me turn our legs up.
Oh boy.
Just charging right through them.
Well, they are. It's working.
What are we doing?
Fantastic.
Oh, there you go.
Oh shoot, we went this way.
Oh shit.
Okay, run.
Alright.
Yeah, look
Sorry,
at
I'm a
that.
fool.
It's in your direction.
Oh my. I'm on top.
Team Mitra Doom, pick that ball up. It's going toward their loop again.
I'm going right.
Where's our magnet?
Textbook basketball.
Oh
It won't
god.
let me go up. Oh, because I'm already up.
Alright.
Stop the magnet.
Oh, we still got a
Oh my
chance.
god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Head down, head that way.
Alright. Show me the hoop. Show me the hoop.
It's fine. It's still time.
30 seconds. 30 seconds to score.
I bet we could.
Winner gets a point.
That was.
As the match reaches
Oh.
its spectacular conclusion.
Oh, because it's the draw.
I wonder what the
That's what
final
happened
score
last time.
is.
Yeah.
Will we all like this
That's
correctly,
okay.
or will we
I believe
send it to higher
in one more
grade?
game.
All in ghosts and maybe Jesus. Only
Actually,
time
are we
will
at
tell.
5?
That's what he said.
That was 4.
Okay.
I'm going to.
Wait, hold on. So game 5. That's okay. We'll let this one play out.
The Metro City Ballers face off
Yeah, maybe we
against the
win
City
Metro. I believe in
Tumblers.
us.
Remember, stay towards the top.
Because it's draw, win, win. And
Yeah.
whatever happens this time.
Nope, wrong way.
Okay.
Yep.
There we go.
The legs. The
And by
legs.
whatever happens this time, we mean by the Dank Slice is going to jump and then dunk.
Yep. That's pretty much how we roll.
Oh god. The thrusters are doing things.
I like flying. Okay.
Boost,
Oh
boost.
god.
I'm gonna wait a little bit.
Damn it. I don't know if we ever
I
make shit go down, we can outspeed them.
Big shot. Yeah, now your points don't count if they're not a dunk.
This is where the seas
We were practicing.
We were practicing dunking.
Long.
Yeah, but it would be cool.
Think of the replay. Just think of the replay.
Let's get it for the
Okay, about it.
replay.
Let's see. We'll see.
Walking really slow.
Okay, I got the spinning. Okay, you're just going.
Yeah, well, I'm right there.
That's true.
These humans are not messing around.
I'm gonna go back around. No. I'll get it.
Turn off the thrusters?
Oh, sorry.
Oh no. Maybe we need the thrusters.
Oh, Mitra Doom in charge.
On rockets, okay?
Yeah.
Because we're gonna get it if you just.
Like a delicate game of chess.
Yes.
Oh, bite the dang slice with the ball.
Perfect.
Okay.
You are upside
This
down.
is a
What
risky
is happening?
approach.
Where are we?
You're floating upside down, that's all.
It's pretty impressive, not gonna lie. Uh-oh.
All good.
I'm here
We're
for the
almost over.
style points.
Yeah, but I'm not up at the
How do we
rocket.
fix
Yes.
this?
Just get up on the rockets. Yep. Good.
Okay.
Okay, good.
We're just gonna
I'm
outspeed
captivated by
them.
the
We
Yes,
dunk
that's-
this. We dunk it. We have
We're gonna
to.
dunk it?
We have to.
Alright, well, let's just get over it.
We got it. It's our last
Okay,
chance.
hold on.
This is it. Last
I don't know
chance.
if we're just spinning.
We're just
Right?
cartwheeling out of the fade. Mitra Doom.
Human seat. Here I thought he was going to eat at
And the
home
dunk
like
for the
crazy.
action replay.
Shows what I know how.
We just flailed.
Yeah, there
And
we
then
go.
just cartwheeling to the side.
Look at those rotations.
That was pretty cool.
A long time for revenge. but
All
they
right.
got the game.
That is 3 wins for By the Dang Slice. Team Mitra Doom met their doom. Give them a big round of applause. All right, next up, we need team Up, Smack Down with Tiny the Brontosaurus and Krev. And then over here, team Batman Forever, Matt PSG and Jelly Belly. No, you guys are here. Now that we figured out how draws at game 4 work, we won't play a game 5. It took us a game 5 to sort it.
Emily, we're green.
There we go. But don't run through the green paint. All right, ready up?
Yes,
Bump.
the ref signaling. Looks like he'll be underway shortly.
It's the ballers versus the shooters. Up, smack down.
Oh, shit.
Off to quick speed. Getting the ball.
City
I'm gonna go up.
Now we'll see if they learned anything.
Let's do rocket.
Kill the rockets. Make it go up.
Rockets.
Looks like the win.
Oh!
Got it?
It's called an offensive charge.
Nope, no. Oh, God, we're gonna lose it. Turning off, turning off.
Tipping over.
Another
Losing the
costly
ball.
turnover for City Town.
Alright.
Oh, Batman Forever taking the ball.
A battle for the ages.
I'm doing nothing.
All right, good. Turn around.
The dynamic duo in control now.
Oh, that was going on.
They were in our thing, yeah.
Yep.
Metro City drops the ball.
I'm trying.
Oh, we see that in the air. Oh, there's gonna be. Oh, they got the ball out of the way.
Favorites.
With the dunk.
Nah.
Batman Forever 1 point.
It was for you, I thought they lost it.
With some post-up moves.
Play the system startup sound.
Up SmackDown with the early start.
Don't press the down button.
The ballers gain
Ooh, but
possession.
sneaking right under.
Go
Nope.
jump on the rockets.
Yep.
Up SmackDown with the ball.
Got it.
Perfect. Rotate to the right a bit.
Move your magnet.
I'm going in.
We're good.
I got it.
Turn the rockets
These
out.
humans are fighting dirty now.
No!
They got me out.
Turn the rockets out.
Oh,
No,
the other direction.
Got it. Go left.
Yes.
All right, that's our draw.
Here comes as sweaty as I watch this
Might be a
back.
tie. Might be a tie.
Tight game.
Nice tie. Nice comeback.
Oh, no.
No!
You can't join their team. That's not how this works at all. Ready up. Get that started.
Today the Ballers are facing off against the Sydney Town Sooners in what's bound to be a spectacular game.
Got it.
The Sooners just need to find the net.
Turn the right off.
I'm trying.
No.
Team Batman Forever just
you know.
mowing over up SmackDown.
We need to turn on the rocket.
Oh, ball fight.
Going up.
Terrible.
Can we turn ourselves over?
Oh,
We turn everything off and we stand up again.
Alright.
There we go.
Does he really want to be rotating that way
up.
at a time like this?
Yep.
Balls up.
Now look at his footwork here. Such confident moves.
Ball launch sequence.
we still got time. Batman Forever ahead.
I got the magnet.
Staying with the low approach.
What do you need me to
Do a
do?
quick
We're
snatch.
gonna need a rocket soon.
Okay.
Up SmackDown with the ball. Trying to get those rockets engaged.
Nice. Good job.
Turn the rocket around. Make the rockets go right. Yes.
Upside down almost. Just shoot it before we get to the 1 minute mark. Boom, blop. Okay.
Tense.
That means we still have 1 minute to play.
Probably gonna be a tie.
Okay, we're still in it though.
Yeah. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I really want to try and go under them.
The humans are staring each other down.
I got the magnet.
Yep.
Sydney Town
Rocket?
has possession.
Batman Forever looking to get that ball into defensive position.
No.
Ooh. Swept the legs.
Oh shit.
Funk.
We need to turn everything off to stand up.
Yep. Okay.
Somebody work that booster.
You got it.
Forever trying to get over top of up
I'm
SmackDown.
gonna try to push us, maybe? There we go.
Actually, we
Got
should
the
try to,
rockets rotating.
So we can tie. We're not looking good right now. See if we can sabotage them.
I'm going in.
Ball on their court,
got it.
ejected. Oh no! Oh, 2 draws.
Close one.
Okay, draw's not a loop.
Oh, yeah. I'll take that. Good sabotage in there.
It's sure to be an epic match tonight. Let us hope for minimal fatalities.
I got the magnet.
Yep.
Can we rocket?
Yes.
Team up, SmackDown, trying to stay on top.
Going for here.
Other way, like rotation, yeah.
He's going all in on his line.
Team Batman Forever hoping for a top little
I'm
steal.
going to sabotage.
Who's gonna come out with the ball? Up, SmackDown.
Nice job.
For the bucket.
Now we just gotta start.
What's he doing in there?
Good job sabotaging.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Smooth dribbling between your legs.
Balls
Like a
up.
well-honed ball handler.
Yep.
Rocket?
Yeah. Rotate
This
it.
guy often messes
Which one,
up
left
with
or
the
right?
Oh, yeah,
magnet.
the left side.
Oh, shit.
I can rock off if we want to go down.
What will the next
Turn the
human
magnet
move
over.
be?
No. Oh,
No.
I'm gonna sabotage. I got it.
While Team Batman Forever just sits on their head.
These guys again.
There you go.
This guy has
Up,
to
SmackDown with the
flip
ball,
like
but
crazy
going
in
toward the
that
wrong
system.
hoop.
Go down, go down, go down.
I'm gonna drop one ball now.
I'm turning the magnet the other way.
These
I'm gonna
humans are
go
really
up,
putting
go
on a
up.
show for us tonight.
Watch the jump, watch the jump.
The shot was almost lined up.
We're okay,
Instead,
we're okay.
flipped
Still.
upside
Oh, no.
down.
I'm gonna sabotage. We're gonna jump in. I got it.
He's doing just
Oh, they can't get to the shot. Oh!
Go right. It's gonna roll.
We're drawing the legs to help catch the human right side.
Oh, the ball's way over there.
Okay, just kind of.
Yep.
Up, SmackDown, planning on just holding Team Batman into the wall for 26 seconds.
It's a tactic.
Maybe if they can score a basket with Team Batman, they'll get points.
Oh, wow.
There it is. One.
I don't know what it's like.
Game 3, up, SmackDown, can't get out a win.
We are.
Up, SmackDown, if you can win this next game, you move on.
No pressure.
Batman
No pressure
Forever,
whatsoever.
You've got to win this game.
City Ballers take on their rivals,
They can tie it.
City Tongue
Tying is
Sooners.
fine.
I'm Alan Bunt, and
I
I'm
got the magnet.
joined by Jimmy Buckets to Rain.
I'll be up on the rockets.
You have to bring the ball with you towards your hoop.
Oh man.
There you go.
Ball's
Rocketing?
tough by
Yes.
City.
And over top.
Turn the rocket off. I don't know why we're not moving forward.
Just gonna slowly
I'm gonna
crawl
stop.
toward the hoop. Shoot it! Oh! Oh! With the rebound,
Offensive the rebounding stats.
Act like this, you can really see them just mapping it all out step by step. Truly, these are master strategists.
It really is.
It begins.
I got magnet.
The ballers secure the ball.
Just trying to block them right now.
Aggressive play.
Just sit on them.
This is that defense we saw last game. You can't go anywhere.
Go right, go right, go right.
I like when they flip on their
As long as we can
sides.
block them, it should be fine.
It's a long time.
Oh, no. I'm gonna sabotage. Get into sabotage
Batman
again.
Forever rolling around, lining up the shot.
He is on fire. Help me, Alan.
With the stay low technique.
Okay.
Minute and a half left.
All right, I got magnet again and rockets. Stay low.
Got it?
Yep.
The ballers are off to a hot start.
I'm gonna sabotage. I got it.
It's a brute force push battle.
Like this teammates go for it.
I'm gonna rocket. Oh shit! Get up! No, I'm not gonna rocket.
Up, SmackDown should come away with the ball right here. But not if they drag their magnet around that way.
I'm gonna.
Spin.
The Sooners are giving it up for Metro City.
Oh my gosh!
Going the other way. Turn off rockets.
No!
Oh
Going
my
right.
God, he is going old school.
Drag their magnet around.
Bring it around.
Got it.
14
Go left.
seconds. 10.
I'm gonna
Bring that
rocket
ball
over
around.
them.
Shoot it from deep. Shoot it from deep. It's not gonna go there at all. That's another draw.
All right. If we draw, we win. If we win, we win.
All right, hold on before we. Never mind.
If they win,
Just gonna
Just
consult.
joining us. The game's about to get underway.
Okay. I think a draw, we win, and a win, we win.
I got magnet. Got it.
Yep.
Go down.
The Sooners secure the ball.
Gonna rocket.
Yep.
I'm gonna
The
sabotage.
Sooners just can't seem to hold onto the ball. Playing some great inside defense.
I like the attacks that Up
This
SmackDown
is like
has.
watching an optimally configured Michael Jordan.
Go right.
Alright, we have it. Look where else.
Rotation is key.
Okay, can you turn that one
I'm gonna sabotage.
Metro City. Some cheeky play here, trying to
Gonna
put
sabotage
them
again. Get the
off.
rocket.
I can do the rocket.
Good play.
I'm gonna
Are
turn
they
it off.
just going to let this happen?
Go rocket up.
Just zip right past.
All right. Turn off the other one. We need to go up and then over.
They're getting their rockets sorted.
Yeah, we gotta jump.
Team
Go
Up,
up.
SmackDown.
Extend up.
Stand up.
Getting a lift. Getting tripped. Tripped by the hill.
Drops the ball.
Oh, turn the rocket off. I got it.
Up, SmackDown going the wrong direction.
Slow and steady.
Somehow stand
Just
up.
crawling.
Shoot it.
Oh! From Dini.
Great job.
Look at this. What the hell is he doing here? I really can't believe that.
That was
worked.
hard, yeah. That was a really good shot.
Metro City Battle.
All right. That means with that shot, Team Up SmackDown continues on.
Yes.
Team Batman Forever, thank you for joining us in the Omegathon. All right, up next for the green team, we need team No Regrets, No Refunds. Doc Hooligan and Kilted Chrono facing our 2020 runner-ups, the Gentleman Thieves, Inspired Green and Debonair. We want that, Mike. We want to hear all the strategy talk. Make sure that you're... Yes. Wait. Are you both red?
Yeah.
Good. You're both green. Good. Let's get this started.
Let's hope we see a nice clean game tonight, Jim.
Whoa. No refunds, no regrets. Just going straight over there. And then just taking the ball on his own.
The ball is a driver, scoring speed.
Oh no, the Gentleman Thieves on their back. Kicking them out though. No refunds, no regrets.
And shoot.
That's gonna hit a rim. No refunds, no regrets. 1 point.
This really was a perfect play, Jim. Sport will now take place.
Oh, both teams are gonna play dirty now.
After this game, I am going to eat an entire raw salmon just from the sheer excitement.
Oh, no refunds, no regrets with the ball. Just making the ground hop. Oh no. The Gentleman Thieves on their back again. Oh, but coming over the top. Not to be outdone.
Uh-oh. Nope. It's going bad. It's going bad.
It's all right. You got this.
It's around. Try to take the ball. No refunds, no regrets. Just gonna hang in midair for a minute 22, maybe.
No. Shit.
Squish me.
Squish you.
Squish me.
Squish you.
Squish me.
There's a call to squish me over here from the No Refunds, No Regrets team.
See where it put me? I'm okay.
Oh, God! You get it? All right,
Yes?
We got...
The Gentleman Thieves with the ball, 47 seconds left.
He's going for the Peruvian hand.
Oh, some subterfuge from...
It's coming around again.
The interbody battle.
There's happy
Hey, we're good. We're back. We're good.
I can't tell which one I am. He's in it.
He's taking the other team.
I got this one.
The Nothing play here.
No refunds, no regrets. Takes game number 1.
I must say, both the shooters and the Metro City Ballers are looking in fine form tonight.
Ah, the Gentleman Thieves with a quick theft of the ball. Oh no, they might be too far from the magnet.
This looks promising, but can he follow through? He's playing right into the opposition's hands.
No,
you
get out. Turtles playing basketball right now on their backs.
The secret to clearing out those free radicals is filling your human body with antioxidants.
No refunds, no regrets with the ball. The Gentleman Thief's just gonna hang out on the hoop. You can't score if we're in the way. Rip the ball out. Maybe ready to make a fast break. Oh!
I'll get up. I got us up.
Magnets are racing around. Oh! No refunds, no regrets. Just have to get the ball out from underneath the hoop. That doesn't count.
Metro City have it.
All right, Gentlemen Thieves have the ball. Oh, don't lose it on the ground. Okay, they've got it off the ground. They're in the air. Oh, they lost it on the hoop! Oh, no!
Excellent footer.
This is how basketball is played.
Some dirty play going on here.
Got you. Oh, come on, get out. Can you get us out of here? I don't can't get out. I'm gonna scooch my way in.
I believe the Gentlemen Thieves have the ball, but I don't know that they can go anywhere. I think
They're going to have to say he's someone to play.
no refunds, no regrets. Freeing it up, bringing the ball around.
Trying to get to the
Coming in for a shot. Oh, nicely done. Rejected.
Alright, we gotta get out of here.
Oh, the Gentlemen Thieves. Can they get there? Can they get away? No! No!
As we see today.
What? Take it.
This looks like game 2 is going to end in a draw.
You're stalling out tonight. Huh? You're stalling out. My crew.
Thanks,
guys.
Both teams straight to the robots this time.
Just do what we regularly do.
I'm doing
that. Yep.
City comes exit.
He's got to eat some broccoli or something. Get those free radicals out of his system.
Again plays the shooters. That Yuli doesn't seem to be himself. Get that guy out of
Ball
here.
up in the Gentlemen Thieves' control.
Got
Now they just have to outmaneuver that other magnet.
There's some psychological play going on here.
No.
He's left himself wide open for attack from within.
Oh no. No refunds, no regrets with a straight line to the hoop. Oh, just kidding. We didn't want to shoot that yet. That's the wrong direction. With the bank shot. No refunds, no regrets, 1 point.
The sword was in the shot. I'm pretty sure I got a glimpse of it. Sort of red and flappy. Human soul shaped.
Nice self-bounce pass.
It's a solid post move. Just one big bounce, turn. Sporting units activated.
Magnet.
We saw this. This is by the dang slices move. We know how this goes. But the gentleman thief said no. Took them right out of the air.
That's all you.
Classic bait and switch there.
One of the gentleman thieves stuck on the ground.
Right in the fleshy turns.
But it is all right with the breakaway. Oh no! Oh no! Overshot the hoop!
Some dirty play going on here.
Oh!
That's not right.
Oh, trying to make the breakaway layup in the last 20 seconds.
Holy Jesus.
Get it around toward the hoop.
You got it.
Closing in on the buzzer.
Excellent logic control there. Hey, Jimmy.
Oh, God, they had to leave that shot in the replay just to rub it in.
What the glowing matchups we have seen tonight.
All right, that's 2 wins, no refunds, no regrets. But the gentleman thieves have been here before. They know how this goes.
Alan here, of course.
They're not worried about the stress of having to continue on in the Omegathon. Keep putting up with all these nonsense games that I make you play.
Sorry, did you say something playing basketball?
All right, there it is, gentlemen thieves in the air, doing the by the dang slice.
Nothing sort of breathtaking.
Bringing the ball around.
Nasty shot.
Yep.
The gentlemen thieves on the board.
Oh yeah, look at this. The textbook execution of the Canadian clothes horse brings me back to Will
If it's not the stress, why would you be in the Omegathon?
The shooters gain possession.
No refunds, no regrets. Taking the low route.
Some cheeky play here, trying to put him off.
Oh, the gentlemen thieves. Don't lose it on the hoop. Don't lose it on the hoop. Oh, no.
I'm showing off.
I am becoming excited due to the skillful ball move.
Uh-oh.
Seems to be having an identity crisis. Aggressive play.
I'm over there, too. Just chasing them.
Got some uninvited guests here.
Yeah, we're fine.
He's left himself wide open for attack from within.
See you. Where am I? Oh God, I'm on the ground. You know what?
Oh no, the ball went the other way.
If he pulls this off, it'll be a human miracle.
Turn off. I got it. Turn off. Yeah. Good enough.
The tenacity of this move is above average.
Running the ball. Oh, there you go.
Alright, I'll be responding. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, there we go. The Gentleman Thieves
We're both
on their way.
Shit.
This is it. Buckets. 2 points, Gentleman Thieves.
Let's march again.
Sporting. Yeah.
All right, Gentleman Thieves 1 win. We're going into Game 5. We could take this series to a Game 6.
Jimmy Buckets Touring joins me in the box.
No refunds, no regrets.
Smash.
Needs 1 win.
I tell
Gentleman
you,
Thieves need
it's
2.
gonna be an interesting one.
Oh no!
This is like when Jordan took the shot and switched hands with his tongue out.
Is there a steal coming? There's some psychological going on here.
Perfecting the by the dang slice. Gentleman Thieves on a breakaway. Shot from deep. Also a draw. No refunds, no regrets. A draw can get you a win as well.
Wait, sorry, what?
If they get a draw in this game, then it's 2 wins to 1 win, so they make it. So you guys have to win.
Oh no!
Oh
no! Wait, that's fine. That's fine. Go.
The Gentleman Thieves scooching the ball over. With a quick grab. Oh, straight to the air.
Giant burger on legs.
This is... Oh, did you get over the top? You made it over the top.
It's up.
Boom. 2-0 Gentleman Thieves. They found their groove.
It's all right.
Ball up. City Tones exit.
Oh man, no refunds, no regrets, trying to plow right through. Oh.
It's as if he's being controlled from within by the other team.
The Gentleman Thieves just trying to hang out in the air right in the way. Oh no, the tip is coming.
How these humans look a lot like big old burgers.
Get that guy out of there. Play distraction of his tonight's score.
Oh, is this the moment? Can they? Oh, the Gentleman Thieves with it. I know. We're gonna go long.
He's on the inside. Are they just going to let this happen? Taking an inside line.
Keep it unlocked. All right.
A decisive win by the ball.
This is what I was afraid of happening. We actually have to go into Game 6. 2 wins, no refunds, no regrets. 2 wins, the Gentleman Thieves. Oh wait, hold on, back up, back out. We can't do this to time, we gotta do this to points. So exit out, because we gotta make this one game. Oh wait, I can drive this. I can take over.
Do it, get in before he does.
Leave match. Options. Goals. First to score. We still have one more match after this. All right.
The ballers and the shooters, two titans clashed here today. I mean that figuratively. These are your standard regular-sized basketballers.
I didn't know. Oh, no refunds, no regrets in the air. Oh. Gentleman Thief still in control of the ball. Trying to climb. Oh, nicely shot.
Done. All right.
We just need one
Go
bucket.
the other way, you fools.
Playing some great inside defense. Penetrates the defense.
Sports ball, sports ball. Here's the ball back to the middle of the playing field. Swinging around, no refunds, no regrets. Scooping up the ball.
The shooters just
looking for the hops.
You have rotation. I got this. I got
Oh, the Gentleman Thief's not letting him have it. Not giving up easy. Coming in. Oh.
I got that. Careful, he's coming in.
Full body blocking.
You took it to an archive school. This reminds me, got a nasty parasite from that airport sushi.
Slowly moving. Which one of you is that down on the ground? Now there's one of each down on the ground. Oh, starting to pivot. No refunds, no regrets. Trying to line up a shot, perhaps? They're too far out, though, and that pipe's in the way. Oh, could they get the rotation? Oh!
Yeah.
Let's reset back to the grounds.
Stand up.
You've got to watch out for hop-ons.
Swinging the magnet, picking up the ball. No refunds, no regrets with the ball. The Gentleman Thief's inside, trying to make it. Yep, that's what we thought would happen. Sitting it the other direction. Slowly trying to crawl their way back toward their hoop.
Underhanded tactics.
Ducking underneath. Oh, the ball's the other way. The ball's the other direction now. Yeah, the pipes will scoop up the ball and sit at the other side. The Gentleman Thief's going the wrong direction. Oh. Okay. Throwing the ball over. You've got to chase it quick before it comes back down. Oh, the Gentleman Thief's on a fast break.
Shifty tactic.
Or not. Just hanging out in midair. Yes. Breakaway to the hoop. No refunds, no regrets. Trying to get inside.
You're good?
Trying to make it happen. Oh, the legs.
Stuffed it.
Oh! Force the ball to the other side.
Oh, shit.
That's okay, their magnet was wrong. The Gentleman Thieves are still here. This is going to be a magnet fight.
Really, really, really working that magnet.
No refunds, no regrets with the ball on the breakaway. The Gentleman Thief's stuck like a turtle, trying to get out of them. I know, I'm sorry, I still have one more game for time. I'm going to be the worst person.
Do they need to extend the legs here?
The Sims, do they do it? No refunds, no regrets. Moves on the Gentleman Thieves. Thank you for coming back and putting up with my shenanigans.
It's plus 49.
And we still have to get the Wrecking Crew and hack the planet up here, because we still have one more game. So, the Wrecking Crew, quickly get to these seats. Hack the Planet, quickly get to these seats. Okay. Wrecking Crew, Hack the Planet. I warned you this would happen. We're playing best of 3, first to score a point.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes, start this up.
Hit the wrong button, sorry. It's okay.
Dragonfly Enforcers, I apologize.
The ballers who play off against the shooters for basketball.
Oh my god, it's so...
You're the other one. You're the other one.
Wrecking Crew in, get the ball.
They enjoy grinding upon each other.
Leaving it underneath though, low, ready to get grabbed.
This one?
Another costly turnover for City Town.
I'm doing magnet stuff. Here. All good?
Ooh, Hack the Planet with the ball. Just time to jump. Yep, rockets, we know how this works.
Sorry guys, I got one Rick in the studio here. Can you open the window? Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh, Hack the Planet, you're going nowhere.
It's not working when I hit it.
Ready? Get this up, get this up, get this up.
Okay.
We got this, we got this, we got
Is
this.
he attempting to relieve
Hack the Planet feeling okay? Hack the Planet won! Okay.
I was like clicking the button and it
Wrecking Crew.
Yeah, it was lighting up like it was like...
Sideways shot. All right, Hack the Planet, you win this game, you move forward. Wrecking Crew, you win this game, you make them have to play another one.
Welcome to tonight's matchup between the Metro City Ballers and the City Town Shooters.
Face to face. Hack the Planet with the ball. Trying to dunk. Can they get it in quick with the shot? Wrecking Crew.
I got so lucky. I don't know what happened.
All right, tomorrow we'll be in here at 1:30 to play Fire Tower with our 4 remaining teams. Please do our Dragonfly Theater Enforcers a big solid by getting out of here in the quick, fast, orderly fashion because we went long like we always do.
Yo. We should definitely make this roll, but it is a roll.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Improvisation in Role-Playing panel, whether you are here in the Dragonfly Theater at PAX or watching it online while it is being streamed. For those of you in the room, give yourselves a round of applause.
Yay!
You got to the part of PAX where you get to sit for an hour, and that is great. Yes, indeed, it is the best. So well, I'm going to ask you for just a couple of more rounds of applause, just so I can get the water level in the room here. Round of applause if you've been to the Improvisation in Role-Playing panel before. Wow. And clap if it's your first time at the Improvisation in Role-Playing panel. Fantastic. Welcome. You are part of a wondrous tradition of talking about improvisation in role-playing, which is why you're here. So what we're going to do over the course of the next probably 58 minutes or so is we're going to introduce ourselves, and then we're going to have a general discussion about what is improvisation, I mean, you probably already know what role-playing is, but what is improvisation, what is role-playing, how do the two interact, what are techniques that you can draw from the concept of improvisation, the artistic art form of improvisation, to make your games better, more fun, easier to run, less stressful when your players want to not do the thing you want them to do. So that's why we're here. That's why we're here to talk about this for about an hour. Probably around 20 minutes left, depending on how our conversation is going. We're going to have a Q&A as well. I think there is a microphone right there. And so we'll be answering your questions at the end. I will remind you all of this before the Q&A, but the only thing I ask at the Q&A is what you say must end in a question mark. And we will then do our best to answer it. So I think that's everything that we need to worry about. So let's get started here. Yeah. So let's talk about our panelists. Who are they? I will start with myself because I am currently talking. My name is John Serpico. I'm the moderator. I do improv. I produce it and perform it and direct it at Improv Boston. And I'm also a professional game master through Tour Guide Games. And I am the GM of the Live Play Blittle League. So that's what I do, and it is very fun. Let's start this way and go down this way.
Hi, everybody. My name is Austin Habershaw. I am a science fiction and fantasy author who has published 4 novels, about 25 short stories in various places. My novel series is called The Oldest Trick. It's out through Harper Voyager. I have been playing role-playing games for about 30 years or so. I've run and played in almost every game you can imagine. I am also a college English professor, and I also am a former improviser. So, yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Samantha Levangie. I am also an improviser who performs with Improv Boston and Magic the Gathering, the show. I also have been in Knights of Prospect, run by our lovely GM Serpico here. And I also, myself, have GM'd a number of different games, leaning heavily onto fully improvised one-shots and two-shots when I can get willing participants.
Hi, I'm Bobby Smithney, performer and director with Improv Boston. Also, many years of serious nerd cred. I have beat Battletoads, so I'll just put that one out there. Not to brag, but I have beaten that.
I didn't even ask for applause, and they gave you applause. That's great.
It's best when they don't beg for it.
Hey, nothing better than an earned pop. All right. I'm John Parrish. I'm a novelist writing under the pseudonym Jack Mahoney, the Adrian Cervantes thriller series. I've also contributed pop culture writing to McSweeney's, Overthinking It, Decider. Have also been rolling dice in some form or another for a little over 30 years. Have also done improv at Improv Boston, where I know these folks from, or at the college level. And I'm excited to be here.
Awesome. So those are your panelists, everybody. Fantastic. So, yeah, the goal here is to really just give everyone a nice broad sampling of the concept of improvisation and then how we can use it. So let's start there. Question number 1 for everybody. Let's advance the graphic to general discussion. We are there. Is what is improvisation?
I'd like to start with what it isn't.
Ooh, please do.
It is not acting, you know? So if you're here to like, how do I do a better voice when I game? Like, that's not what we're talking about. Improvisation is a way of kind of communicating with your friends and a way of communicating, especially while you're gaming, that is just about a community, doing it together. And so if you're here for like, hey, how can I do a sillier voice for my, Hobbit character, you're in the wrong spot. This is about how we GM and how you can kind of help the GM if you're not the game master themselves.
And I want to tag in on that real quick because we've been doing this panel for how many years?
I think this is 5 years now.
I feel like it's more than 5.
Let's call it 20.
20 years. We've been doing this panel since before you were born.
20 years. Since before PAX.
Yeah. And in that time, like the idea of improv and role playing has I think gone from just like an interesting idea that people were aware of to now with shows like Matt Mercer, like Will Wheaton, like the various online Twitch and live stream. People are more aware of it, and it's important to draw the distinction Bobby drew. It's like people think improv are like, oh, do I have to like be a professional actor all of a sudden? Do I have to put on this like really complex and really well-performed character? And the answer is no, you don't need to go that far.
It's also not about being funny, to add on to another layer of what it is not, but to then move on to what it is. Improvisation for me, personally, is a set of parameters that help you just build on top of the ideas that get put onto the table. Even if you feel as a GM like that idea runs contrary to maybe what you've planned, it's a way of kind of collaborating and building on a story with the other people in the room with you.
I think I really like to use the word collaboration because I really think that's the central crux of this, is that in the quote-unquote traditional role-playing game structure, there is a sort of defined role for each of the people at the table, and it tends or can be adversarial very easily, in which the game master sits at the head of the table and controls your fate, and you fight against the game master to overcome these obstacles. And what we're suggesting is not necessarily that you don't have obstacles to overcome, but the goal of an improv-inspired role-playing experience is not to like win or overcome, but to collaboratively work together, GM and player, to create the most fun you can possibly have at the table. And the concept, the very concrete concept, because we've been talking in very vague terms, I want to add a concrete concept to this that I think will be very useful, particularly for those who don't have experience with improv, which is the idea of an offer. And what an offer is on the improv stage is when you're standing on stage, you don't have any concrete plan. Somebody gets on stage and says, "Oh my God, your hair's on fire." That's an offer. What that means is they are indicating something about the scene that you now can build off of. And your goal is always to build off of it, not to knock it down and say like, well, now it's not. Because then where do you go from there, right? It doesn't help. That becomes adversarial in the same sense that when you are GMing a campaign and a character or a player comes to you and says, "Hey, can I be the long-lost prince of this country?" That's an offer. And you as the GM have an option there. You can say, "No," and then nothing interesting happens. Or you can say, "Oh, yes." And then you get to build off of it. And that flow should continue, right? Because when the GM says to the player, says to the players something along the lines of, I don't know, the writing on the side of this building is in a language you've never seen before. And you go, is it possible it could be in that library we were in like last session? That's the player picking up on an offer the GM is making, right? And even if the GM didn't specifically have plans about how they would translate this, the idea is the two of you or the two groups, the players and the GMs and the players among themselves, receive, accept, and heighten those offers in such a way so that the story, first of all, seems more organic. Everyone seems as though they have a stake in what's going on. And often the story goes very interesting ways, and the play becomes very, very engaging.
I'll add on a little bit to that because everything that everybody said is 100% accurate and 100% cool, and also probably very scary. Because for those of you that have been GMing for a while, and you may be used to GMing out of a big thing of notes, and you have prepped so that you are not caught off guard, we are essentially asking you to perpetually be ready to be off guard, which is a very scary thing. And so I think about it this way, and this is like hearing it from all of these other panelists really reinforces why this can be super, super fun, is let's say your goal was, your characters are walking through some ruined city and there's writing on a building, it's in a language they don't know. You have a plan for how your players are gonna figure out that language. But you know they're going to figure it out eventually. But your plan is maybe they got to go to this other place and defeat some ancient thing and answer a riddle. But if they say, hey, is it in that library that's slowly filling with water that we went to last week? You can say yes and send them back there because they found it interesting. And at the end of the day, they're still going to translate what's on the wall. They're still going to do the thing that you want them to do. They're just going to do it in a different way.
We've all been in games where it doesn't go well. And you go, oh, why was that session with all the same people not as much fun? And it's because, the person running it probably said no to you a lot. No, I don't want that idea, I don't want that. I have this stack of papers that I'm going through. And then, you don't understand it. Why is everybody on their cell phones? Why do people have their cell phone out when it's not their turn? Oh, that's weird. Why do I have to remind everybody everything? Because you're not doing it together. right? And it can start really small. As a specific example, my favorite things as a GM, like just when they run into like a person that you weren't anticipating, it's not a major character, have them name it. You meet the bartender. What's her name? What's her name? Eloise. She's Eloise. Yeah, and she's got a pet that's, oh God, she's got like a weird animal pet. Falcon, a big old falcon. It's an abnormally large falcon. And a what? Named Herbert. It's a falcon named Herbert.
Yeah, you get the idea. Yeah. I want to just throw in real quick. Also, the players can say no a lot, and that also screws things up. Because I don't want to make this sound like it's all on the GM, because it definitely is not. Players say no when they think if they say yes, they are going to fail or be embarrassed or otherwise lose. It is the GM's job to make sure that the players are aware that there is no such thing as this being not fun. So like when I ask a player, the player's like, hey, can I do this thing? Like, so it's a space game. I remember one instance this happened. It's like, well, the only way you can get out in space is if you get into one of the escape pods. Because of the way the ship's been damaged, that escape pod is not going to have a whole lot of life support. And the player recoiled because they were like, oh, that might mean I die. And I said to them, no, it might mean this is really exciting. It doesn't mean you die. It means this is going to be fun.
Yeah. These characters aren't you. Make some weird decisions. Because your decisions in real life have consequences, and they don't in the role-playing universe.
Well, they do, but just fun ones.
But the fun ones. Well, let's go down that hole a little bit, because one thing in theatrical improv, if you actually clap if you've ever seen like live improv on stage.
Oh, yay!
Nice. So, you know, on stage, again, you'll get that example that kind of Austin gave is, you know, maybe two people are on stage and one says, oh my goodness, your hair's on fire. And the hope is that the other person says, oh my goodness, it is, but you gotta help me put it out. Or, oh yes, do you like it? I just had it styled this way. Or whatever it is. But there is a level of trust that exists on that stage. The only reason those two people are okay performing together is because they both know that if one of them makes the offer, the other person's not going to take that offer and stomp it into the stage and say, no, your hair's not on fire, and also I don't know you, and also we are in the inky blackness of space. Like, they're not going to do that. They're going to build, and there's a level of trust. One thing that I see, and I think we've all seen, is that sometimes there is that conflict, or the players fear that the GM will kill them for some reason. And if that exists, it's really hard to do any of this fun improv stuff. So let's go down that hole, which is what can GMs and players do to create a trusting, emotionally safe space where the players are willing to risk their characters' lives for excitement?
One thing that, oh, sorry, Sam.
How you go?
Okay.
I'll go next.
One thing that helps with that, and I think this is a theme we'll also come back to a lot on the panel, is that for all that we're talking about improvisation, there is a lot of groundwork that can and should be laid in order to make improv easier. One of the things that's become much more popular in recent years is a session zero before a campaign starts to set up the expectations of a game. This is for folks not familiar, it's a session where no actual play happens, but it can be like where everyone creates characters, and also where you talk about like the setting of the game and also the tone. So things like, all right, this is going to be a game of, scoundrels in space going on heists and doing jobs, but like it's a lighthearted game of scoundrels in space going on heists, or it's a grim, gritty game of scoundrels in space going on heists. And just setting those expectations so people know what they're in for and people can make more comfortable offers, to come back to that term, can forestall a lot of problems later on. Because if people come in with vastly different expectations, even like, one of the more, popular and standard games, people can have vastly different expectations of what a given D&D game is going to be like. So sitting down and saying like, all right, this is a game where we're really focusing on exploring and discovering this wondrous new world, or this is a game that's very much focused on like building power and taking on bigger and bigger challenges. Just very different expectations that it hurts you nothing to communicate those early and build those collaboratively.
absolutely +1 to a session 0. They are some of my favorite things. Whether it happens as a group or even one-on-one, especially for new players, a session 0 can be a great time to set expectations with your GM or ask all those questions that you have about how you should set up a character. Another thing I want to mention is we've talked a lot about saying no being bad, and kind of I think the implication there is saying yes being good, and saying so that's what I'm the idea of improv does not mean that as a GM or a player you have to say yes to everything that is going to happen. You have to say yes to the fact that the people in the room with you care about it. Like, they care about their characters, care about the stakes, care about the things that they want to happen. And even you as a GM, you care about the story that's being told, you care about, so I think for me, establishing mutual trust between a GM and their players and among players is about acknowledging that even if the thing you propose, even if you said, I'm sorry, you can't be the prince of this small country right off the bat, like, a way to honor that, even if they're gonna fail at the end, like, or even if they try, like, they can try and they can fail, and that's not saying no. Your job is to make the journey there, regardless of the outcome, a journey that people care about and honors the things that people care about.
We've all been in those campaigns where somebody's acting like a jerk, and I think a lot of the times it's because they think they can't possibly impact the story any. You know, that's where that adversarial relationship gets. Like, no matter what I do, I'm going to be saving this town, so I'm lighting fires, and I'm punching my fellow characters, and I'm stealing their stuff. Because nuts to you, GM, because nothing I do gets me off of your pre-planned story, right? It creates this adversarial relationship where if you have a person like that in your campaign, you can talk to them and say, hey, look, what I want to do is, like, I want to tell this story. Are you okay with it? Like, talk to them. All right, and you can choose, you can make it better.
I think even as players start to make their characters is where you can figure out how to get buy-in. Because what we're kind of talking about at this point is getting the players to buy in to whatever it is you as a GM are trying to make into a game. And the way you get players to buy in is by, as the GM, buying in on their character concept. And looking at what their character is and say, like, okay, this character is cool, this is what this person wants to do. And there's a lot of ways in a lot of different games, especially now, like even in D&D, the personality traits, the flaws, the bonds, the ideals. First of all, never roll for those on tables. That's just my personal opinion, but it's a very strong opinion. You should make them up yourself, because those are messages to the GM about what you want your character to experience and do, right? So your bond, your flaw, that's the way you want your character to get in trouble. And folks, if there's one thing I want you to take away from this conversation is that role-playing games are at their most fun when shit goes sideways. And the only way an adventure goes sideways is when both the players and the GM agree that it going sideways will be awesome. Because the players can always say, no, I'm not going in that room with the evil idol. Clearly that's dangerous. And the GM can say, there's absolutely no way you can scale the wall of the unholy temple. The answers being yes create nonsense that you couldn't possibly have planned and ends up being the most exciting, dangerous, and ridiculous stuff. Those are the stories, and you know what I'm talking about. Those are the stories you end up talking about for years later. The ones where every adventure goes smoothly by the numbers and they stay on the road and they carefully wedge the doors as they enter each room in the dungeon and search methodically for secret doors. All that stuff, and like, I don't want to take away from other people's kinds of fun. If you really like an elaborate research management exercise, that's a kind of fun. It is a kind of fun. And we're chuckling.
It's a lot
about
of video games for that these days.
But it's true, it's a kind of fun. This is a different kind of fun. This is where, like, hey, there's a temple in there and you think there's someone in danger. That means we're going in guns blazing because my flaw does not think things through. Right? And then suddenly everything gets exciting. And that's kind of where improv shines the most, is when everybody's like collectively agrees, this is going to screw stuff up real good, but it's going to be great. Let's do it.
Session 0 is when your characters are telling you what they want to do and how they want to be challenged and how they want to fail. In a live play that I GM called Blittle League, blittleleague.com, if you want to check that out, it's delightful. The whole idea is that it's essentially a group of Little League baseball players in a world of horror, and for some odd reason, they're the ones responsible for saving the world over and over again. And so it's an incredibly dangerous world, but the reason why we're able to live in that world is because, one, there's trust between the players and me, the GM, because I have told them repeatedly, the only way your character dies in this thing is if you choose to die. So like that creates a baseline level of you're just not, the dice aren't going to do you in. You're going to do your character in some big epic display.
And the number of people who will be like, that's not okay. Like, because people in real life, people die. You're playing an elf. Come on.
Yeah. But the reason why I bring that up is I think Little League's a really good example of trust building between players and GMs. But the other reason why is all the players in that game have created characters that have made it very easy for them to get in trouble. And they're willing to do that because they know I'm not going to kill them. What I will do instead is dramatically reshape the world every time they fail and layer all kinds of consequences in which, Newton, Massachusetts is destroyed or something like that. But what happens is they're now in a space.
Newton okay? What happened?
No, Newton's fine. Newton's totally fine. Newton's great.
There was such a gasp from the room. It was like, did something happen in Newton?
I was going to go to the mall later. But so because there's that level of trust, every time I say, all right, there is now like a spinning vortex full of screams, one of the characters will say, oh, I'm going to jump in there. Oh, do you want to roll it? No, I'm jumping in. What a gift that is. And that's what happens when you do not punish good ideas. So that's one of the end results of a trust building. So what else do we want to say about kind of building that trust?
Can I tell a quick story
related
to this? So I'm running a campaign right now, which is a game called Only War, which is set in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. It's extremely crunchy. It's extremely dice-driven. It's a combat-oriented game, and it's extremely deadly. And I've formed all the player characters, all the players. I will kill your character at any time for any reason. However, everybody gets 3 characters, and they play a whole platoon. And they've lost a bunch of them at this point. But one of the players with one of his characters is using a psychic, and he, during this huge battle, starts using his psychic powers really irresponsibly. And in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, this is very, 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 very bad. And he's destroying the enemy, but he ends up rolling, he just happens to roll like a demonic incursion.
And even those that don't know 40K are like, oh, that sounds bad.
It's bad.
Uh-oh.
It's bad. It's very bad.
We're picking it up
And
through
so
context.
at that
It was
moment-
a pleasant demonic incursion.
At that moment, that breaks the game, right? Because the game had originally been a campaign against the orcs on this deserted planet, and there's all this stuff that I had set up that I thought I was going to do. But then we got this demonic incursion coming in, and I have a choice. I can either say like, well, it's just like one demon, whatever. Or I can go all in and fundamentally change how the game works, and it goes from being mill sci-fi to survival horror. And I'm like, we're going survival horror, guys. And all the players at the table went, cool. And I'm like, yeah, all right, so now it's getting really weird. And like those kind of moments, which seem really scary, as a GM, if something happens you're not prepared for, and this is literally what I did, it's like, okay, guys, I think this game is going to fundamentally change. How about we call the session early, and then I'll see you guys next week, and I will have planned shit. So I have some idea of what's going to happen.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Because that's allowed.
Yeah, that is totally allowed. Like, you're not the be-all, end-all for all answers. You'd be like, oh, I don't know what happens next. Like, what does the table think? Like, you can ask people, and you can stop the session and be like, hey, we're done for today, because I don't know where this is going next, and I need to plan. And that's okay. Or like, have a 5-minute bathroom break while I think something through. So many times the GM is on the spot, like, oh, I need to do this right now. You don't. Take a minute. Take a breath. You have that time.
You're still the GM if you say, give me 5 minutes. No one's going to take away the GM-ness from you. So give yourself that time to respond to these amazing offers that your players are making. So we've been talking a lot about kind of trust and building that world, but once that's built, the question for everybody is, what do you do with it? What are the improv techniques that you try to use in your games? What are the fun tips and tricks, either really big or really small, that you use to kind of infuse this kind of creativity into your stuff?
I have a very mechanical example, which is like I mentioned I run fully improvised like 1 and 2 session games, and I have players who just aren't comfortable with improv or being put on the spot and having to make a decision. We create at the start of our sessions a giant bowl of adjectives or nouns that they can just pick one out, and it'll inspire their next step or the next thing that we encounter. And sometimes just something like that, it's still improv, it's still you're following your foot, and it's something fun that someone created at the start of a session. But like, if you're worried about going into a session and not having inspiration for like making a cool choice, give yourself a little bowl of inspiration at the start and pull from it as you need, as a very mechanical suggestion for something you can use.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Also, you got like 5 other people at that table, right? You don't have an idea, ask them. Say, even if you're the GM, right? Like, oh shoot, like something awful is supposed to happen right now. All right, everybody, give me your best ideas of like what crazy nonsense could happen. And then, you get 3 or 4 of them, you put them on a D4 table and you roll. And then that's what happens.
You can even do this without asking them explicitly. As a GM, this is one of my favorite tricks, especially for like long-term mystery or conspiracy investigations, is like the players or the PCs uncover something weird. They start speculating about who's behind it. It's like, oh, maybe it's that cult leader that we ran into last session. Like, no, it's the evil sorcerer king who's like pulling the strings in the empire. It's like, no, it's those hobgoblins we ran into before. As the GM, I have no idea. I'm picking.
Go on though, please.
I'm picking whichever of those sounds coolest, and I'm waiting a session until you forget about this, and then I'm revealing it.
And then your players think you're a genius.
Not only that, that's not the important thing, though. It's not that they think I'm a genius, it's that they think they're geniuses because they figured it out themselves.
That's true.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think one note about just how to set up notes for a game that's this loose is try not to think in terms of like a linear plot. Think as like you're building a sandbox game. Right, like you've got a setting where they are, set up a bunch of major power players, a bunch of factions, a bunch of places you can go, rough relationships and things. But it's not your job necessarily as the GM to move that all in a particular direction. You're going to throw the players in the middle of it, give them somewhere to start, and then they're going to push it in a certain direction, and then you just react. And you've already got sort of the world drawn out, so you're like, oh, they're going in the direction of like those cannibalistic dwarves. I guess we're going to do that. Yeah. So and you kind of roll with it.
That inflexibility can be such a problem, especially for the GM. Like I remember years ago, I had this whole thing set up in a town. There were zombies in the town. The party's going to go to the town, and they were like, "We don't want to go to the town. We want to go to the lake." And I was like, "Go to the town!" Like. Screw me, why can't there be zombies at the lake? Like, just move the zombies to the lake, whatever, right? You've got to remain flexible with that kind of stuff. Don't push your characters in the direction they don't want to go, because it creates that adversarial relationship.
Even if you want to do a really linear story, there are ways to infuse that sandboxiness and that flexibility. The term I use is gates. So I think of it like, a sandbox with a gate, and then on the other side of the gate's another sandbox, and then a gate, and then a sandbox. So let's say it's a session in 3 steps, or an adventure in 3 steps. Step 1, find out where the kidnapped person is. Step 2, get the kidnapped person. let's say you're gonna, so the story's gonna move on the second they find out where the kidnapped person is located. Now, I, as a GM, if I want to plan the heck out of it, they're gonna go to a bar, and the bartender's gonna know, but they're gonna have to beat the bartender in a drinking contest, and so it's gonna be a bunch of constitution rolls, and when one of them's gonna get it. Or you could just say, okay, all they have to do is find the location of the person. So, all right, you go into a bar. Hey, everyone at the table, give me one sentence about this bar. Well, the bar's abandoned. Oh, well, there's no bartender then. Well, that doesn't matter. Because all we know is that they're just going to get through that gate the second they find the thing, find the location. All right, tell me what else about it. Well, there's a giant spider in it. Cool, but the spider's friendly. Oh, good, all right. So, now great. We have a giant abandoned bar with a big friendly spider in it. Then you have to say, all right, players, all you know is that somewhere in this bar is the location of this kidnapped person. So, players, what do you want to do?
Let's talk to the spider.
Yeah, we're going to talk to the spider. The first answer your players give you is the thing they want to do the most.
I feel like this ends with us being in a drinking contest with the spider.
It absolutely ends in that way.
Right?
But that's what happens is, if you say, oh no, you get bartender and this and here are all the characters. No. All you have to worry about is, when are they going to check the box if they found the location? Let them do it however they want. And so you can string together 5 or 6 of those, and to you as a GM, it'll still feel like a nice, fun, linear arc, but you're letting them play in every sandbox along the way. So that's my own tactical example. What else we got?
I can still talk if you want.
Yeah. I mean, I got more too. So this is an exercise that I find helps build trust for players who've come from more adversarial games, where you'll get players who start making a plan for something and then either second guess themselves or get second guessed by someone else at the table. Like, oh, okay, I can sneak in while this guard is walking the perimeter and loop the keys off their belt, and then, let us in the gate that way. And someone else at the table will shoot down like, no, that's a dumb idea. The guard's going to notice when I get back to the top of the gate. And the phrase I come back to in this instance is the dice will tell us if it's a good idea. Like, your character has 1 million levels of stealth. Yeah. The people at this table don't. Like, you don't need to be a super skilled commando ninja. You rolled up a character that's a super skilled commando ninja. If you're telling me you think you're good enough to sneak in and lift the keys off the guard's belt without them noticing, and you've got, I don't know, depending on the system, like enough levels of stealth to pull it off, then yeah, who are we to second guess that? So, getting over that notion of like the players having to have the smartest possible idea for each other and letting them follow what they're interested in, to come back to Austin's point about like the sort of flags on the sheet that tell you what they want to do. And what the system allows you to do builds trust and builds energy.
I do think I agree, but I do want to add another layer to that, which is that there is also an extent to which saying yes can make things too simple. And therefore, like the phrase in improv is yes and sometimes in a like game setting, I like to use yes but, which is to say, yes, you can do that. However, I am going to add this complication. And that complication is intended to open up the opportunities for things to get what I think of as interesting, which is like the most interesting things happen when your characters encounter obstacles that they don't anticipate. And if we go a little too far down the everybody has good ideas road without adding complications, sometimes the game can come right around again and be a little too streamlined. Like it's like, oh, well, we need to break into the vault. And then someone's like, well, I have this idea. And they roll the die once and then we're in the vault. And you're like, well, that's fine, but like this was supposed to be a bank heist, and so we want to add something to make this a little more chunky of an aspect of the campaign. Because I think one thing that sometimes can get swept under the rug as we talk about improv is the extent to which the GM is also supposed to have fun, and that the GM is also playing the game and is an equal member of that experience. And when players do stuff that is creative and interesting, but also like means your adventure's like right away over, the GM is entitled and in fact encouraged to add complications to continue to make it interesting.
There is a concept in improv also about sharing the stage. And I think that's also important for the table. The only time I wouldn't tell a person who's like, oh, I'm secretly the prince of this long lost country. It's like, well, you're also, the wizard and this, and like, we want to share the stage as well. Give other people a chance to participate. I remember in a game, actually I'm in Austin's Only War campaign. It is a lot of fun. And we took a silly tangent that kind of became the main story. And I was like, hey, can we retcon and just loop this other character back in so that one person isn't sitting here silent for 2 hours? And Austin was like, oh, yeah, let's go back.
He was laid up because he had a broken hip and third-degree burns over the lower half of his body. But we're like, you know what? He should probably get better just so the player doesn't have to sit there.
Yeah.
You're welcome,
That's
Fish.
him, yeah. Yeah. We literally wheeled him down the hall. It was great.
So the interesting thing about all of this is, you've kind of got all of these tools, like all these tools you can use. And the one thing to keep in mind as you're listening to all of this is we're not saying that for you to have like an improv-inspired experience, you must do all of these things. The nice thing about improvisation and how you let it affect your game is that it really is pick and choose. If you want if you want to take a little something from this and use it, just have the players name the occasional character. It's like, oh, you're going to this place to meet, your handler for this heist. You've known them for a while. What's their name? Okay, cool. And just say one thing you really like about them, and then they'll tell you both. Great. They have improvised. You have improvised, and you could still keep this whole thing on rails just as you want. Or you can say, all right, well, you're walking into a city. What is the name of the city? Describe the city. Give me 5 characters from it. You can scale it up as much or as little as you want, and it still counts as doing improv, really.
Yeah, asking questions is a great way to just get people all on board to telling the same story. You do that all the time in the games that I've played with you, and it is so fun to sit there, and because you're sitting there, often like being a player feels like, I am receptive, I am waiting to be activated. I am waiting until I hear all of the things about this town, and then my character will activate and I will make a decision. And in reality, you can also be invested, just as invested in the town you're going in the room you're exploring, in the flavor of oh, it looks like people scratched their initials with a little heart on the wall in this booth. I wonder who was sitting here the other day. Little environmental flavor, feel free to add that, and you should ask your players to add that, because that is what makes the world interesting and gets people invested.
And it's such a sweet relief for the GM to not have to do all the work.
Yeah.
It really is. You're sharing the load. And there's this expectation, I think, sometimes on GMs, oh, they got to create it all. It's all on that stack of papers, or it doesn't exist. No, you're making it up anyway. Have some help. Take a second to think.
And if players get hung up on stuff like names, because I know that's one area where I blank constantly, it's an easy way to ask that is just little game details that are spelled out in other mechanics but not spelled out in the fiction. So using D&D as an example, all right, my paladin activates smite for this hit. Cool. What does it look or feel like when your paladin is smiting? What's the signifier there? And they might never have thought about, oh, it's there's this angelic choir that sounds in the background. All right, awesome, good to know.
Now I just love that. Just as that angels all singing about it.
Yeah. Or what's the cleric spell that augury, the spell that gives you advice? All right, what does it feel like when your patron or your god gives you a yes on the augury spell? What's the sensation of that? And that gives you details you can play with later, because once you've established what a yes is, being able to say in a game I ran a while ago, this was a hearth cleric for whom the yes was the smell of freshly baked bread. So I'm okay, that's a good note. That's a fantastic setting detail. That also gives me interesting ideas for what happens next session when you get a no. It's just noting that down as something to play with.
Yeah, and it incentivizes the player to do that more. When, weeks from now they roll it again, and you as the GM say, yep, and there's that smell of fresh baked bread, they will get goosebumps. Oh my God! Yeah, they're right. Another thing that I like to do And it's a trust building thing. And also, if you're very used to, and your players are very used to, kind of that adversarial or untrusting relationship, obviously, we've talked a lot about how you can overcome that, but one fun tactical example that reminded me of is every so often, you're in a group or you're running a group where the players just do not trust the NPCs. They just assume that every NPC is like, oh, and this kindly NPC who gives
Kindly?
you...
Kill him. I killed him in
No, he's going to betray us. It's like, he gives you muffins and his social security number. No, he's a murderer, and we got to stop him. One of the best things to do is have your players describe the backstory with this character. Put it on them. Don't say, oh, yeah, no, this kindly person, he's helped you before. Say, okay, no, like, what relationship do you have with this person? Like, was this person a mentor? Was this person a ship captain of yours? What was it? Oh, yeah, well, he did this together. Oh, okay, he saved your life once. How'd that happen? Oh, he did this. You saved his life once. How'd that happen? And all the players kind of contribute to this stew, and then they're going to trust the stew. They're going to trust it any more than you can give them. So that's just another way to kind of bridge that divide in an improv way.
And there's a lot of games out there that structure this in the format of the game. Like Fate, for instance, is a pretty good example of what you just described. You have to do that with all the other characters just as you're making characters. I mean, I guess you don't have to because everything in these games is sort of malleable, but there are a lot of tools out there and a lot of games that lend itself to this kind of play, and some games that don't as much. And so there's going to be a variation to which you can use some of these rules and not all of them, depending on what you're doing. Some games are very, very structured in some ways that if you violate that, suddenly you're not really playing the game anymore. It doesn't really work the way it usually would. So I also encourage a lot of people who want to look into playing this way to also read a lot of games, don't just stay in D&D forever. There's a lot of other games out there that really, really open up the toolbox in a lot of very helpful and interesting ways. And you can mix and match stuff together. Like you can take aspects of other games and put it all in the same game and suddenly get not just improv in terms of like your player action, but also like improvising actually the structure and mechanics of the game in a way that's very interesting.
Indeed. So we have, let's see here. Oh, perfect. We've got about 16 minutes left. So let's do a little bit of Q&A. We'll probably have time for maybe 5 or 6 questions. So if you have one, the microphone is right over there. And as a reminder at the very beginning, anything you say must end in a question mark, because that makes it a question, and then we will do our best to answer it. So, yeah, you're up. Let's hear it.
Mic check. Okay, yeah. Hi. So, you guys were talking about the trust and using that trust. So, for context for my question, I was GMing this game. I had 2 players staying in a room together, and their backstories state that they have history with each other. Like each race was at war with each other, and they actually were, as by chance happens, they were at the same battle. Anyway, so one of the players was having a nightmare of said battle, and the other player kindly hit him on the head, but it was just like when the first player was in a fear-induced panic.
Sure.
And so I just rolled with it. I was like, all right, boys, here's combat. And so the rest of the party really loved it. The second player did not, and therefore I broke the trust. How would you say as far to regain the trust but also respect the trust in a role-playing manner, in a improv role-playing manner? Because it was just like you are in fear. You wake up, you see a giant. You were attacked by your enemy.
Yeah.
And
so let me jump in. I've got a super quick answer, and then if someone else wants to hop in as well. Generally, like the thing that was probably really tough there is that was character on character violence. Like when 2 characters roll dice against each other, I generally try to stop that from ever happening. However, sometimes, we've all probably been in a game where that has. Instead of saying, okay, we're going to roll dice and you're going to do damage to each other and all of this stuff, because that erodes trust rapidly.
Yep.
Whoever takes the first swing, I talk to the other person and say, okay, does that swing hit? No dice. Okay, this person, player A, you're having a night where player B is freaking out. Player B is taking a swing at you. Player A, describe the rest of this.
Yeah.
Let the person decide whether or not they're going to take the axe strike.
Unless both players are into it,
Yep.
which is totally a possible thing. Unless both players are like, yeah, let's scrap. You should just cut to the end of the combat and say, like, this is how it turns out. Because the actual going through the mechanics of combat, and given how long combat usually takes in most game systems, both of the players, one of the players is just going to progressively have a worse time, and the other player, hopefully, who is fighting with this person, will also start to have a bad time as they realize the other person's having a bad time, and then everybody's sad. So like, it's like this person's crazy, they're coming after you. You guys fight. How's it turn out? And just sort of leave it there and let them negotiate it, and then you can get past, and then probably, as long as the one person isn't like, I kill him, you say, okay, something less than that. Like, less than kill him, but more than nothing happens. Where do we land? And I think you can negotiate.
Instead, you shave his head while you sleep. You know? Oh.
Awesome, thank you. You're up.
How do you support and encourage improvisation while reconciling and balancing that against 5th edition combat? If wizards have things like fireballs and paladins have smite, how do you make improvisation feel viable without throwing off the balance of what 5th edition combat presents to us as like the structure of combat?
I love it.
Lot of different ways to cast a fireball, right? What's your fireball look like? You know, okay, it's a big ball of red flame. Okay, cool. You know, could it be that you have like a giant head over your shoulder that belches green flame? You know, like you can mess with that kind of stuff. Yeah. And, you know, you also can, any rule that you don't like, it's your game. You don't have to have that rule. The only thing the players want is for things to feel fair, even if they're not, right? If you're like, hey, before we sit down, I hate this rule, I hate rolling on this table, I hate this thing, so we're not gonna have that in these 5th edition rules. You're the boss. It's okay to say like, hey, we're not gonna use this rule, I don't like this table, or, you know, this combat's just gonna go this way. That's okay, because it's all in the name of streamlining it to something you wanna do.
The other way to add that in mechanically, if you wanna add it in on a mechanical combat level, is 5th edition does have, I think it's in the DMG, like some sections on like sort of improvising roles in the moment for things that fall outside the traditional like attack hit combat window. It's not very extensive, and the fact that I can't remember where it sits is indicative of how important they think it is. But it's there. And the one way to introduce that, and again, this requires trust in your players and a little bit of control, is to have enemies do it to them. Like instead of orcs just piling on someone and hitting, being like, okay, the orc who's up on the landing is gonna kick the brazier over and spray glowing coals all over you. Everybody make a dex save. And like that's not something that has a traditional like attack block format, but it gets the players saying like, oh yeah, you described like braziers of coals in here. We could use those as environmental things, or like big hanging curtains that we can swing off of, or stuff like that. Having the NPCs...
Oh, there's no curtains in here. There's no curtains, sorry. You can't swing, I'm sorry, there's no curtains.
If the player ever asks if there's a chandelier in the room, just go ahead and give them a yes.
There's a chandelier, yeah. This cave has a chandelier.
Because they're gonna do something awesome with it. They're not gonna I wanna light the 3 candles that are out, you know?
But yeah, having NPCs do it to them is one of the in D&D particularly, is one of the quickest ways to get PCs thinking of what they can do in response.
I would just add, one, it's okay for someone to shoot a fireball and like have that be the thing that happens and they deal their damage, and so that makes combat move faster, and sometimes combat takes forever.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, like also, if you're in a room and someone blasts a fireball, like you can add environmental consequences to things like that happening. Like the ground is probably really freaking hot. Like, I don't, like you can, or the air feels smoky, or, I mean, don't have to add like a million different mechanics that players have to roll against. But, you know, that thing doesn't happen and then nothing else is changed other than the one target that, you know, ended up getting impacted. So,
I like to sling, in D&D 5th edition anyway, I like to sling conditions around a lot. Exhaustion, for one thing. They're not perfect mechanics, but they're mechanics that exist. They're modular. They make combat more interesting very often. Usually makes it more difficult, but it creates complications that players have to overcome. And as long as you're fair enough, if you're going to start doing this, by the way, you got to start also giving people saving throws. So like, the fireball exploded. You passed your dex save, but some of you might be blinded by the smoke. Make a, wisdom save or constitution save or something. And then you can suddenly build, as we were talking about, build upon the environment in ways that the rules already have built in, just by handling it a little faster and looser.
Yeah, heck yeah. Awesome, great question. So for these next few, what we'll do is one of us will have kind of the only word on it, and we will do it.
Yeah, more questions.
You're up. Let's hear it.
I have a quick anecdote and then my actual question. My anecdote is I ran a one-shot campaign where I made all the NPCs and locations by asking AI Dungeon, and I had to roll with it. And it was some of the most fun campaign I've ever ran.
Nice.
My actual question is, someone said something earlier about something comes up as a result of improv, your players forget, and the GM goes, well, could use that later. I have sort of the opposite problem. The campaign's been going on for 5.5 years now, and I've wrote and planned a lot, but I also have improvised and said at various junctures. The problem is my players take really good notes. One of them has a 600-page Google Doc, and I've read it a couple times, and it's pretty extensive. How do you balance yes ands or yes buts with then later not having to say, well, it just doesn't work this time, or you made a call in the past that undermines and makes a later less fun or interesting?
Which brave panelist wants to speak on this?
I'm really very sorry.
Yeah. I did this to myself. So.
I think what's important is the relation. If you've been playing a game with people for 5.5 years and you're all still enjoying each other's company, I imagine you have a pretty good rapport at that table.
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty simple enough for you to say, look, guys, I totally forgot about this. And that clearly breaks what we're doing right here. So, maybe we could take a pass on that particular thing coming up. Or you can go the other direction, and then suddenly you start to create exceptions to the rules, and then things get really complicated. But you're in a 5.5-year-long campaign. That kind of stuff just comes with the territory. So, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, you're up. What's up?
So the question I wanted to ask is, you talk a lot about letting people come up with these creative decisions, and a lot of times that's always associated with a dice roll. How do you balance how do you allow characters to be okay to try stuff and not be afraid to fail? Because sometimes failing can be fun as well, but it can also be detrimental if a rogue just messes up picking a lock, for example.
So I'll take this one if you don't mind.
Sure.
There's an expression I really like, and that's that GMs get to cheat and players get to win, right? So GM it's okay to cheat a little bit and be like, hey, this is happening now instead. Or now, I've got to add, more challenge to here or subtract it there. Sam, I want to hear what you had to say.
I was just going to say, question what actually needs a dice roll. If you have a character that is probably going to be good at a thing, sometimes just let them do it.
And then have them describe it in an awesome, epic way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sometimes they're going to just defeat the next 20 goblins, so we don't have to spend the next hour to do it. Just have.
Awesome. All right, I think this will be our last question, but thank you all very much. Let's hear it.
Sure. So for newer players or players that are less experienced in improv, or players that are perhaps more expecting to be part of a story that's told to them or a part that they're interacting with, the idea of sometimes asking them what name a quality about this town or that sort of thing. How do you deal with those players who are unfamiliar or perhaps unwilling to do that and respond with, what are you talking about? Aren't you the DM? Isn't that your job?
I love that question.
If I would say, one, build that expectation at the start, and kind of what John said earlier, you can cherry pick what like what degree you're improvising parts of your campaign. Also, I have done in the past, I have had like one-off, like in between session, like collaboration, storytelling moments with like a player where you give them kind of separate space to say, hey, we're going to visit your hometown. Describe to me a little bit what that's like. And sometimes having the pressure of not being around a bunch of people having to make improvisational decisions gives them like creative input into the story, but doesn't have them like on the spot making a decision that they might feel pressured to make. So that's like one mechanical suggestion is like use that time in between sessions to collaborate with your players.
One-on-one improv.
Do I have time to jump in on this? Because it's relevant to.
I love it.
So yeah, if it's a new player who's scared of improvising, scared of making things up, scared of being creative, start with something on their character sheet that you know is important to them. And even in like, not even talking about like 5th edition D&D with inspiration and such and bonds and flaws, although that helps. Like if someone builds a rogue, they want to do sneak attacks. Like that's inherent to the character concept. If someone builds a wizard, they want to do fireballs. That you know they care about that because that's what they did. So start with like some minor mechanical detail there, like, oh, sneak attack, with a dagger. Like, how exactly are you sneaking up behind them? Like, are you getting them in the ribs? Are you getting them across the throat? Like, what's going on? Just that little bit, and you know they care about it because that's the character they built. That should be that can be your entree into like opening them out of their shell and getting a little more.
I love it. So awesome, great question.
Thank you very
much. So thank you to all of you who asked questions. Those were all great questions. For those of you that haven't, I would recommend, here's a shameless plug, Blittle League is a great live, but here's why I bring it up, is because attached to Blittle League is a Discord that's full of lovely fan art, but also we talk about this stuff all the time there. So if you want to kind of continue the conversation, the Blittle League Discord's the place to do it. Okay, so with that, we've got about a minute left, and that is just enough time for all of us to have one more salient piece of advice for everybody. So if there's one thing you want these folks to remember, now's the time. Also, feel free to take a picture of that. This is a collection of some of our favorite advice for doing this panel for years and years and years. So with that said, let's start from this way this time. So John, what's something you want to leave them with?
I'm gonna stick with the thing I said before. The dice will tell us if it's a good idea. Like encouraging people to play to the skills or traits of the character that they built, rather than deciding that they, as the humans sitting at the table, have to come up with the same idea that their fictional avatar would. Like trusting the character that they built is a way to encourage them to create more ideas.
Awesome. Bobby?
Sure. My favorite definition of stupidity is trying the same thing twice and expecting different results. If you like what you're doing, keep doing what you're doing. And if you don't like it, don't do it. If you're like, oh, I hate rolling on this table, stop. Stop.
Love it. Sam?
Yeah, just like improv, the stuff that happens, the scenes that play out at a tabletop gaming session, it's only fun if you care about what's happening, both as a player, that you care about what happens to your character, that you care about the GM's story, and as the GM, that you care about your players and what your players want to do. If any of those pieces is absent, you don't have as much fun, and you're gonna have more combat, but not the fun kind.
Awesome.
I'll be really quick. Trust each other and get in trouble.
Yeah.
Love it. Everybody, thank you all so much for coming to the Improv and Role-Playing panel. We love doing it. We love hearing these questions. We love talking about it with all of you. Have a great rest of PAX, everybody.
That's my man throwing down.
Live.
Yes.
Yes, we are. Welcome.
Hello, welcome to the Film
Welcome.
Joy panel.
Hello, and welcome to the Film Joy panel. I'm ad-libbing everything. In case you couldn't tell, I'm just standing here. I don't know why I'm standing. It would be weird.
We thought it would be awkward if you
Yeah,
sat
it would be
over
weird,
there.
so I'm standing, okay? I have standing energy. Over here, we have Elisa Melendez.
You're lovely.
We have Mikey Newman.
Hello.
And I am Sam Winkler.
Damn.
Thank you, that one guy.
Sam fans in the room today.
Woo.
Team Sam.
But anyway, despite appearances, Mikey is leading this panel, so I'll just be here.
We are Film Joy, us three plus your better half.
Yes,
Much better
yes.
half.
Zoe Wells is the missing deep dive
Zoe,
cast member. Hello,
everyone.
Zoe. Yes,
Zoe, everyone.
she is back home with our newborn daughter. So.
Yeah, right. So.
Thank you. Yes, babies.
I hate the next sentence out of my mouth, but 8 years ago, I started a YouTube show called Movies of Mikey that evolved from just talking about 90s movies and maybe some stuff people didn't notice about them. And it evolved into a show about celebrating art and being goofy and just having fun and trying to give people like a safe place to hang out and just discover things. Because I think movies are more interesting than people give them credit for, and they're a lot more work than people really understand. So it's just kind of the anti-YouTube, which is, by the way, not how to do YouTube. It does not work. The algorithm is a hate machine, and like, so every once in a while I'll do a Star Wars episode, and then everyone gets really mad at me. But we make more money, so I don't know what lesson I'm supposed to learn there.
You should do something uncontroversial, like a Marvel movie or something like that.
Oh yeah, maybe I should make fun of Infinity War.
That's a
I'll
great
live that
idea.
down
That's a
ever.
really great idea.
Oh, there's people leaving bad comments right now. Like,
Yeah.
today we're gonna show you the world premiere of the new Movies of Mikey. I did an episode on Die Hard because I thought there weren't enough opinions on the internet. No, actually, I think Die Hard is one of the most misunderstood movies ever.
It's actually an Easter movie.
Yes.
Everyone, yeah.
He has risen. But first, so dating back a long ways, me and Sam and one of my other friends named Chris Stroud, we would always do quizzes.
Oh,
and we like having audience participation. So we thought it'd be funny if I didn't give the quiz this time, and I'll be on Elise's team. Sam wrote a horrible quiz for horrible people, and we need 2 volunteers to be the other team. Tara, can you grab the volunteers from the audience, please? Okay, we're on stage live on the internet.
Let's go.
You cannot approximate a choice.
Scorching ray in a 45-degree angle.
You have to point. Thank you.
Just somewhere over
Just
here.
in that general vicinity.
Yes. It's
you.
All right, do we have two people to come sit on stage and compete in? Sam, could you reveal the name of the quiz, please?
Well, hold on. Let's get them situated.
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
I want to be comfortable.
We have a lovely ramp.
Dun, dun,
Not a ramp, it's stairs. It's the other one.
Yeah, trust me, I noticed it wasn't a ramp.
It was not a ramp. Hello, new cast members. Feel free to sit down. It's not a standing.
Welcome to Film Joy.
Welcome to Film Joy.
Don't expect money.
Yeah, you have to stand. What are your names?
Nitin.
All right.
Sean.
Please welcome.
More importantly, what is your team name?
What is your team name?
Y'all need a team name, because we know ours.
Oh, God. Already, we're putting us on the spot. We're not going to win.
Yep.
Okay, team on the spot.
Yes. We are Team Sparkle Ponies.
Team Sparkle Pony. Okay. So, speaking of other sentences that start with 8 years ago, yes. So, I am currently at PAX under the guise of a game developer, but 8 years ago, I was an enforcer working at PAX, working for PAX. Yes, give it up for the enforcers.
Yes.
Please do.
I was a big fan of a podcast called Chainsaw Suit. And
Smattering.
yes, and I submitted a quiz.
You did, yeah.
Not knowing Mikey, or I knew Mikey yet, but we did not have a friendly relationship. I submitted this. I don't think
we
they
weren't
did
kissing
it.
yet.
No.
Yeah.
Happy to say that has.
We were exploring. Anyway.
And they were roommates.
So this is one of the first bits of my work that Mikey ever saw, and I don't think he remembers a single bit of it.
No, I definitely do not.
So
we did hundreds of quizzes since
yes.
this, so.
So Team Sparkle Pony, team on the spot. Are you ready to play? Is it a fishing lure or a nuclear test?
Hell yes, we are.
So the thing with quizzes is we always wanted simple questions that are generally one of two answers. And then we want, when you hear it, to your brain to melt, because it seems easy.
Oh, it's working right now.
Yeah, no, I peaked with this one. So, is it something you affix to a line to catch a fish, or is it the military code name for a nuclear test?
This is diabolical.
We're gonna start easy.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm sure.
Sure.
Teapot zucchini.
What? It's like
Who answers first?
It's like this is like fishing lure, nuclear test, or jam band.
Yes,
Like,
yes. There is no option C.
Dave Matthews Band's original title, Teapot Zucchini. of course.
I'm going to give the guests a little bit of leverage and say that they can answer second. So,
Okay.
I think nuclear test. That's too dumb to be a fishing lure. Only the government could make something that dumb.
I can't picture something in that general shape that would be attractive to a fish, so I might be leaning in your direction. I mean, I don't know. I
Fish
don't know what
lures
fish
are
like
kind
zucchini.
of zucchini.
Team
shaped,
Sparkle
though.
Pony, do you have an answer?
Go nuclear test.
Nuclear test is our final answer, Samuel.
Team on the spot?
Yeah, you say it's too dumb to be a fishing lure. I think it's too smart. So we agree. It's a fishing lure.
It's a fishing lure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just too strange a name for a nuclear thing.
Can't wait for this reveal.
Nuclear test!
1 point.
All right, like I said, that was an easy one. Berkeley Power Worm.
They got to answer first this time.
Okay, we're trading off. By the way, this is all, I just get to shout these words. That's all I'm here for.
It is kind of word salad.
Yeah, I'm playing a
bit.
different game.
That's the fun of being the queen.
Team on the spot.
I think fishing lure again.
Think of fishing lure again? We will go with the fishing lure.
Fishing lure.
We also say fishing lure.
Okay. It's a fishing lure! All right. It's not an appetizer at a Hawaiian restaurant. Hula popper!
No.
Hula popper.
Yeah, but that's a depressing.
My search history is messed up. There are SEO issues.
Okay, any relation to John Popper? Okay.
Yes, the son of John Popper, Hula Popper. Team Sparkle Pony.
I feel like the Hawaiian connection says nuclear test to me.
Okay.
For similar reasons, we're going with nuclear test.
Yeah.
The answer is, as soon as I unlock my phone, fishing lure.
A popper? Like you just grab it and eat
Yes.
it?
Yes, the idea would be that the fish tries to eat it, yes.
Is that a Bennigan's appetizer?
It sounds like somebody
My
dropped
understanding of poppers way different.
Now that everyone has the flavor of this test,
Oh
this
God,
quiz.
does it get worse?
Yeah. I mean, metagaming is a big part of any quiz that
Yeah,
Mikey
for
is
sure.
involved in, and I have gone Dante levels of deep on this. So, all right.
9th level.
Yep. Buster Jangle.
That's them first.
Oh no.
Buster Jangle.
It's egregious enough to be a nuclear test.
Okay.
I think that is a TGI Fridays appetizer.
Not an option.
I think it's an unknown burgeoning musical genre. I'm in a Buster Jangle.
I'm feeling. Oh God, I was gonna say
It's
fishing lure.
The hyphen is messing me up.
Isn't it though?
That says government to me. They love unneeded punctuation
All right,
on
let's
things.
go with that.
Nuclear test.
It is a nuclear test.
Buster Jangle. I'm gonna be thinking about that hyphen.
Tumbler Snapper. There's an E.
I cannot believe you didn't make these up.
Never mind.
That's us.
Tumbler Snapper.
I got that at Red Lobster once. What the?
Yes. Goes well with a nice Cajun seasoning.
A lobsterita.
A lobster.
Little cheddar bay
I
biscuit.
feel like a snapping kind of motion might be a good fishing lure kind of thing. Just
Ooh, love that. So fishing. We're gonna go say fishing lure.
Okay, team on the spot.
We are also a fishing lure.
All right, nuclear test. Plum Bob Priscilla.
Are there just no rules for how to name the most dangerous weapon ever created?
Yeah, it's kind of wild, huh? It's kind of wild how you'd think that you would standardize the potential end of mankind.
I'm waiting for Project Manhattan, and I'll be like,
Yeah. That you'd love that, wouldn't you? Plum Bob Priscilla.
I want to say fishing lure.
Yeah.
We're gonna say fishing lure.
Fishing lure.
Hey, that's a SpongeBob ripoff, isn't it?
Or is SpongeBob a ripoff?
Nuclear test.
A plum bob.
Who knows?
Yeah, you never know. I would say no. What do you think?
I still think nuclear test.
Choose wisely.
I think it's a lure.
Okay.
Lives hang in the balance. Okay, Rochambeau. Power. Okay, all right. This is actually there's tension. Okay.
It's a lure.
It's a nuclear test.
Never count on
The
me for anything.
social commentary aspect of the United States government. What are you doing?
Yeah. No.
So
There is absolutely no cultural bias to this whatsoever. Swedish pimple.
wait, were we gonna nuke Sweden? For what? Long John Silver.
They know what they did.
Is it us or them first?
Them.
Okay. Perfect.
We're with fishing lure.
Okay.
It's like a thing. It's a mushroom.
when I'm like, that can't possibly be a nuclear test, it always
then it
is.
has to be. So yeah, let's go with
We're
that.
gonna say the Swedish pimple nuclear test in North Carolina.
Okay, oddly called shot on that one. Unfortunately, it is a fishing lure. I'm not keeping score. I hope someone is at home.
They're up by 1, I think.
Okay, excellent.
That's kind of your job, Quizmaster.
No, I read words that I wrote 8 years ago. That's my job. Red Wing Flathead.
What is with the pimple stuff? Red Wing, that's a hockey player. I am so.
Red Wing.
I would say.
They call me Red Wing Flathead.
Okay. I'm retired, but I'm coming in
Is
for
I
one last
quit an
job.
option?
Like
Yes.
I'm thinking fishing, like I'm leaning fishing.
A lot of wings and fishing.
Although I think it's your. Do you go first?
I don't know anymore.
I can hardly contain myself. You decide first.
We'll go first.
Okay.
You go ahead.
Nuclear.
Okay.
Fishing lure.
Nuclear test. Zara Spook. Zara Spook.
Like the clothing store?
Yes. Yes. Like if a clothing store was haunted.
Oh, it's for CIA agents.
Yes.
It's the, yeah, okay.
I love her on TikTok. Sarah Spook. I follow her on TikTok.
That does sound like a TikToker. Love her dances.
I'm waiting for
Oh.
That feels like a nuclear test.
Sure does, doesn't it?
Damn it, Sarah.
Yeah, let's go.
We're going to say
Like-
nuclear test and be wrong for the 4th time in a row.
Okay. Zara Spooktra.
Just
All right.
What is a fishing lure?
It's a fishing lure. All right, we're coming up on the final 4 here.
Oh.
Are these impossible?
No, they're just my favorite to say.
Oatmeal cream.
Upshot knot hole.
Hey.
Do not allow this on your Google search.
I'm going to say a dumb thing. Oh, no, wait, they're going first on this
Yes,
one.
they have
No,
to say
no.
a dumb thing and then you say a dumb
Yeah,
thing.
okay.
Yes. Make it the dumbest.
We're with nuclear.
Okay.
I think knothole was like the crater that a nuclear. We're also going to say nuclear.
That's a shame. But it is a nuclear test!
Yes.
Bowline noggin!
That sounds like an Eddie Murphy movie.
Yeah.
He plays 9 characters.
Yes, absolutely.
One of them is a fruit. Just like a banana. Just,
Banana.
I don't know where that joke was.
I don't know where that was going. Yeah.
Do we go first?
Here you go, Vincent. Yeah.
I mean, bowline, fishing on a line.
Yeah, and like causing
yeah, you'd think
the
that, wouldn't you?
line to bow with the weight of the awesome fish you're catching. I don't know. Let's go fishing lure.
Let's go fishing lure.
All right.
We are also thinking fishing lure.
Nuclear test!
This is
Because, of course, it
wild.
makes sense.
Yep.
How do we still have a
Hot
government?
shot.
That is a Charlie Sheen movie.
Okay. Come on.
That's hot shots.
Purdue.
Pardon?
No, the
Hot shot.
Nerf gun.
I would roll the dice on the lure. What about you?
I'll go with it. We're going to say fishing lure.
All right, fishing lure. Fishing lure.
I feel like that's like not cool or opaque enough almost to be a nuclear test. You know what I mean?
I feel like they're dumb names. This one's so simple that maybe they got it right once. Check out our hot shot. That's a thermonuclear device. You cannot call it a hot shot. It's not a fun game. Maybe it is.
What do you think?
My brain has leaked out of my ear at this point.
All right, hold on a second. Heads or tails?
Oh, we're flipping. We got a quarter. No, we don't have a quarter. We have a digital
Are you
quarter.
gonna use a quarter app?
Flip a coin.
No. Flip your phone. Flip. You've got a case
Flip
on
your
it. Flip
phone.
your
Flip a
phone.
coin.
Flip your phone.
It said heads.
What is that? That is not an answer. That is not an option.
Actually, the phone landed tails.
Okay. So what does that correspond to?
You're the one that wanted to flip a coin.
Nuclear test.
All right, we are gonna go with that horrible shame.
All right. Remind me of yours. Remind your answer.
We said fishing lure.
Fishing lure, nuclear test. It is
one of those two.
It is. Yeah, we've narrowed it down. It is a fishing lure. All right. Has anyone actually been counting who's winning? They are winning.
They're winning by at least 4. So
Okay.
We don't need a count.
Oh. All right. We are at our last entry.
Oh God.
It could be anyone's game except for yours.
So not anyone's game.
Nougat eel.
That is literally not a good name for anything. Show me literally any object in the world, and I'll be like, not a nougat eel.
Imagine if you would.
That sounds like the worst sushi. It's Snickers sushi.
Yeah. So you're a fish, right? You're a salmon.
Yeah.
You're doing this thing or whatever, and you see a delicious Three Musketeers.
Are we first or second?
I don't believe you're first.
I think it's the trick.
That means second.
Oh, thank you.
A lot's riding on this.
Only our dignity.
No one has dignity up here. We established that.
I'm siding with you on this one, yeah.
We're thinking it's too obvious to be a fishing lure, so nuclear test.
We are also going to go nuclear test, and then the government is canceled.
Yes, yes. Well, I am pleased to announce that we are ending with both of them right. It is a nuclear test. Thank you for playing Fishing Lure or Nuclear Test, a quiz by me. There's no prize.
That's okay. The prize is playing the game.
Team on the spot, give yourself a round of applause.
Wait. Did we just give them 4 exposure? Like,
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, expect that Twitter account to retweet us. You are relieved of your duties. Thank you so much. Thank you. Give it a round of applause. Team on the spot.
We hadn't done one of those in 5 years. Now we'll talk about Film Joy, probably the reason you're here. At least 3 of you. God, yeah, I started Movies of Mikey 8 years ago, and we started Deep Dive 5 years ago?
Yeah.
I believe the first deep dive. Oh wait,
Jupiter Ascending.
Jupiter Ascending. Yes.
Just to give you the rundown, Movies of Mikey is my video essay show where I try to talk about the positive aspects of art and movies, sometimes video games, sometimes Stranger Things. That was weird. It should have been 1 season, I'm sorry. Sorry to call them out like that. The fact they got a 3rd one, no one else on Netflix has done that. So on some hand, I'm
They're up to 4 now.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Movies of Mikey started because I found the internet to be a very negative place. I'm sure you have all experienced this at some point.
Finally, someone's saying it.
Yeah.
YouTube, be better. No, I wanted to do video essays, like not about why all movies are bad all the time, but to talk about where they come from, what they meant to the people making them. Because even though it's a business, it is still art, and generally good art comes from somewhere. And then we started Deep Dive, which is a show where our fans send us Blu-rays of the worst movies they could think of. And no matter what, we have to watch them and find things to enjoy about them.
Yep.
Which with Wild Wild West, oddly, was the hardest one.
Yeah, that was the one that I had like.
Batman v Superman by a factor of 5 better than Wild Wild West.
Of all of them, the ones that I had like the most residual positive memories for was Wild Wild West. Specifically on TNT at like 9 p.m.
Wild Wild West is the only movie where an actor says the line, "It was just a titty whack." Like he just walks up to a person he doesn't know and plays her like a bongo.
Did you not see
that's
Lincoln?
A movie. What?
Did you not see Lincoln? There's a pivotal scene.
Daniel Day-Lewis?
Yes. Slapping him. Sorry.
Oh, boy.
I basically, like, in order of operations, do you guys want to watch the movies of Mikey about Die Hard first, or do you want to kind of jump into questions and find stuff first? Which is more comfortable for y'all? I have COVID brain, so we're all broken now, so we're cool. We're cool.
I think Tara says start the video.
Okay.
We do what Tara says, and this helps.
Well, okay, I'll set this up a little bit then. Yeah, I somehow never made a moves with Mikey about Die Hard, a movie that has been dissected in 1,000 ways, and I never wanted to touch it until I had things to say that other people haven't really said. Because, like, Die Hard there's a lot of opinions. So the video really starts with me being like, it's a Christmas movie, let's not even talk about it. But I wanted to talk about like where it came from, the book it came from, how they adapted it into this other thing. So without further ado, I guess we'll watch an episode of Movies of Mikey.
Hey, sorry, I have to do this.
Do it.
World premiere.
Okay, yes.
Wait, whoa. Huh? If you're gonna do Keely, I gotta do Keely. Okay. Exclusive!
It's like he's here with us.
Die Hard, the action genre rattling 1988 film, has become a lightning rod for clickbait. So many, including myself, have attempted to answer the age-old question of whether Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Surprise curveball. Shane Black was literally in McTiernan's previous movie, Predator: Christmas Illuminati confirmed. And that's not even where our little Christmas tale begins. Come back with me to the 1960s to meet Detective Joe Leland. Echoing voices implying a passage of time.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
No, you're not. I'm gonna tense your muscles and get out the notebook.
The names were different, but in a very literal way, the first actor to play John McClane was, wait for it, old Blue Eyes himself, Frank Sinatra. The Detective was a 1966 Roderick Thorpe novel that ends with the wrongful execution of an innocent man. Did I write? That's Die Hard? It's a book about rooting out police corruption and chasing the sins of your past. In 1968, The Detective is adapted and released in theaters starring Frank. This book gets a sequel a decade later, Nothing Lasts Forever. This book is a breath of stank 1979 air. Complete with retired and cranky cop Joe Leland attending a Christmas party at his daughter's work that is inevitably taken over by German terrorists led by, and I didn't make a word of this up, Anton Little Tony the Red Gruber. Anyway, why licensing the book to be a film could use with a few name changes. Christmas curveball number 2. John McTiernan, the dude that directed Predator and Die Hard back-to-back, bravo, wasn't so sure at first he wanted to make Nothing Lasts Forever into a film. It was already moving into the latter half of the very changed by Beverly Hills Cop 1980s. The book was grim, to put it mildly. He didn't really want to make Dirty Harry for the 400th time. He lobbies the studio to allow him to make that grim, dark book lighter in tone. He didn't want a retired, cranky cop, which John McClane would obviously ultimately become, but this intro is already too long, so just hold on to that for a second. On top of that, everyone thought McTiernan was nuts for going to bat for this goofball from moonlighting.
Hello.
My goodness, Mr. Pesto, we're looking a little pale today, aren't we?
An even lesser-known stage actor goofball, Alan Rickman, delivers the performance of a lifetime in his film debut. Every villain performance in every film until the end of time will be measured up against this one. The OG, the man himself, Alan motherfucking Rickman. The Christmas setting was the thing from the book that McTiernan wanted to hang on to the most because it would help him make sight gags and keep the tone lighter in a movie kind of about shooting people in the face.
You got any Christmas music? This is Christmas music.
It is built into the plot of the movie. It's also about stealing presents and being a real Grinch.
After all your posturing, all your little speeches, you're nothing but a common thief.
I am an exceptional thief, Mrs. McLean.
It was Christmas by necessity. None of this ever should have happened, so I guess what I'm saying is outside of how hard this movie was to make, Die Hard is a Christmas miracle. Anyway, I did a bunch of extremely useless math and weird thought experiments to try and frame Die Hard as the masterpiece of action cinema that it truly is.
Yeah. But all things being equal, I'd rather be in Philadelphia.
Die Hard was a 1988 action film directed by John McTiernan, shot by Jan de Bont, produced by Lawrence Gordon and Joel Silver, and written by Jeb Stewart and Stephen S. D'Souza. I've been thinking about this movie since I was 8 years old. We had a copy taped off of television, so this movie was censored for the first 10 years of my life.
Another orphan of a bankrupt culture who thinks he's John Wayne. Rambo.
I was always kind of partial to Roy Rogers, actually. I really like those sequin shirts.
Do you really think you have a chance against us, Mr. Cowboy? Cowboy?
Psst, that's the part we're supposed to say.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
It's an odd realization upon turning 40 that Jake Peralta actually don't have shit on me when it comes to loving this movie because it's a part of my very being.
Or that's a horror realization about the futility of time.
John McClane is a stubborn sack of rocks who hides behind his much more successful wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, and he knows it. Her company and success can afford to fly his children's absentee father out to LA to mope around and take absolutely zero responsibility for his previous actions. Luckily for John, it's Christmas and his kids would love to see him.
I mean, it's not huge or anything, but kids would love to have you at the house.
Well, what a surprisingly easy setup. You just prove you're a good dude that people can believe in, and then it's Christmas, baby. Of all nights in John's entire life, he's got to nail this one. Got this, John? You let the cocaine guy off the hook.
Miss something.
Totally chill. Let me just freshen up. Beans. There's a terrorist situation developing in the lobby. The scale of this movie is tiny. And it's also a Christmas movie about the protagonist measuring up against people's expectations of him, overcoming John's biggest hurdle to ultimately become a better person but also save the day. Oh, that's right, that's literally all Christmas movies. Nobody really had confidence here. They took a book that wasn't exactly flying off the shelves in the mid-1980s and made it something truly one of a kind. Die Hard is a surprisingly simple movie. Father fixes family issues by doing the impossible.
Come out to the coast. We'll get together, have a few laughs.
And in Nothing Lasts Forever, the book, Leland's daughter is addicted to drugs, and both her and Anton Little Tony the Red Gruber fall to their deaths together from the building at the end of the story. It's a real bummer. Jeb Stewart is really the one doing the work of adapting this book into a film. He's the first writer on this project. The world needs to be filled out more because the book really only exists from Leland's perspective. The additions here are really what makes Die Hard, so to speak. It's about more than the situation. It's this wonderfully designed film where all these different people do heroic work.
Nice suit. John Phillips, London.
Allow me a moment to explain. Point 1. In Die Hard, all police are terrible at their job and have no idea what's going on at really any time. And before you say, "Tut tut, what about Sergeant Powell?" Gentle reminder he was sitting behind a desk because he shot an adolescent holding a plastic toy gun. This entire film culminates in him finding the strength to fire his gun again. It's
cringe. There's no other word for it. This makes me cringe. It's embarrassing.
In Die Hard, all the FBI are terrible at their job, and all of the cops in the movie make fun of them for it.
The circuits that cannot be cut are cut automatically in response to a terrorist incident. You asked for miracles, Stephen. I'll give you the FBI.
It's the mere existence of the FBI that allows the ludicrous plan to work. Point 3. Die Hard is a Western. This was the pivot to lighten the tone in the script stage. No one can fix the situation but John McClane. Roy Rogers, his dang self, which is like Galaxy Brain movie making, a Western set in Los Angeles. The cowboy just rolls into town and everyone around them is incapable. Point 4. Bruce Willis is a gifted, wonderful actor. I'm gonna lightly sear John McClane as a character over the course of this piece, but I want to be abundantly clear. Bruce Willis carries this entire franchise on his shoulders and always has. Through some subterfuge of their own, McTiernan had CinemaScore test Bruce Willis's screen score on the DL to try and create data to convince the studio to go with Willis. This definitely wasn't always a done deal. Arnold Schwarzenegger turned the part of McClane down, which is why any of this was possible. Joel Silver is the reason you have Alan Rickman in this film. Silver saw Rickman in a stage play over in England, and simultaneously to this, Stephen D'Souza is now doing a rewrite on Jeb Stewart's script, which was mostly about lightening the tone and fleshing out the world around the protagonist. Hey, come here for a second. I just want to keep this on the DL because on paper, Hans Gruber is the protagonist of this. May be cool. If Hans didn't show up, then Holly and John McClane wouldn't get back together, however temporarily it was. Hey, you guys, be real here, because it's so sad that John McClane can never overcome himself, despite his ability to overcome overwhelming odds all the time. He can't do it, He just can't. They built this entire movie on essentially the chemistry between Bruce Willis and Alan Rickman, which brings us back to D'Souza doing rewrites on set and trying to figure out a way to get these two characters in the same room before the end. And funnily enough, D'Souza overheard Alan Rickman trying out his American accent on set and went, "Bing!"
Please, God, no, you're one of them, aren't you? You're one of them.
That's why this scene exists. McTiernan, a real hard-ass to put it mildly, dropped Alan Rickman too early on purpose for the final shot of the movie. It took hours to convince Rickman to do this drop onto a bag because he was so deathly afraid of heights.
Again, with the benefit of hindsight, I looked at the faces of some slightly incredulous producers when I said that I would do it myself. And it was being dropped from about 40 feet, as I recall, because this was in the days of, there wasn't any CGI. So it was, let's drop the actor. They were very careful to make it my very last shot on the film.
That look of terror on his face that slowly morphs into the purest hatred of 1,000 suns is authentic.
It's like if John McClane slept with Hans Gruber, or even worse, Jeremy Irons from the third one.
I think Die Hard 1 is a collection of happy accidents and really clever problem solving. It's the other ones that I think we... Let me get my list. What of the hero who never learns? The core trait of John McClane as a character today is that of a cautionary tale, illustrating that empty heroics of diminishing returns not only ruin your life, but they take away your ability to grow and learn. The audience needs McClane to be exhausted and upset all the time. It's the only place he shines.
Do you think I understand a word you're saying? I don't know what we're yelling about!
I want to make a specific case for the perfect storm of untested talent that Die Hard truly was. It is a Hail Mary in a snowstorm, in ways that are not echoed in the diminishing reflections of John McClane, a dude that saw himself as Roy Rogers once upon a time.
Hey, that's Roy Rogers and Trigger!
What happens when a character grows beyond the things they were influenced by? The dude who freaking It's a Wonderful Life's himself when confronted by his own mortality and the numerous regrets he has in his own life.
God, that man looks really pissed. He's still alive. What? Only John can drive somebody that crazy.
John's stubbornness is his strength that drives him beyond the limits of a sensible person to earn the opportunity to become an actual father and partner to his wife. With numerous Just Die Hard Him Again sequels, the character grows into a husk of themselves. People throw the word canon around, but McClane is canonically a dude suitable for a whopping single situation and effortlessly becomes a psychotic denier of jurisdictional process. Rest of the time, he's just like, international law, huh? Okay, really messed up metaphor time. Imagine, if you will, that It's a Wonderful Life had 4 sequels where George Bailey just slowly pushes away everyone who loves him.
Brushes, combs.
The audience is the god of fate for poor John McClane. That's us. This character must appease our desire to see him turn into an alcoholic husk of a toxic human being who fight real good.
His own wife wants nothing to do with him, and he's about 2 steps shy of becoming a full-blown alcoholic. One step.
Human growth stagnates a franchise. Batman has to punch people in the face as a result of unresolved trauma forever. Okay, I'm gonna say the realest thing here. Our collective arrested development ensures that our favorite characters will never grow up and never fix it. You know what? Let's just go for it. I'm gonna turn the whole Die Hard argument on its head. Die Hard 2 is not a Christmas movie. Kaboom. And I think further, its mere existence cheapens the effect of the first ones being a Christmas movie. Kaboom, boom, 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 boom. John just kind of starts breaking laws at the airport and ordering everyone around.
What is it?
You got a key for this door?
Yeah, why?
Because I want you to open it up. That's why.
I mean, I know we're dummies up here, McLean, so give us a little taste of your brilliant genius.
Who are you?
I'm Marvin. I'm Marvin.
It takes place at Christmas, but really John just oversteps his bounds and acts like a real jackass for the entire runtime and then blows up a plane. And then the other planes can I mean, Die Hard 2 is after all a movie about, right-wing terrorism? Oh, no. Did anybody see if I just got demonetized? You want the hardest truth. The effect of entertainment companies gobbling each other up like popcorn to see who can be the king of IP Mountain was a one-way street. I'm about to say a hell sentence, so buckle your shit up. Die Hard, the brand of car battery, not the movie, a business that was sold twice in its lifetime, licensing the Die Hard film brand from Jesus Christ to make a Super Bowl car battery commercial for Advanced Auto Parts that features character reprisals from Die Hard 1's Theo and Argyle, but is also a Super Bowl ad for a car battery. Bonus fact, this 3-minute commercial is a better Die Hard 5 than Die Hard 5. Yes, I'm still on this!
I'm not done talking to you.
Here's the thing I'm pretty sure will eventually be brought through the hell dimension to our current corporealish reality. Lucy McLean, Season 1, coming this fall to Hulu. The longer you think about it, right? Die Hard 1 opened to wide release in America behind both Who Framed Roger Rabbit and Coming to America. It was an unknown quantity. No one knew how America would react to that particular brand of cranky. Here's a passive-aggressive statement yet entirely illustrative, but did you know? Die Hard made less money in 1988 than Crocodile Dundee 2. Sequels are a hell of a drug. It was the little engine that could, never quite replicating the lightning salad in the bottle the same way with each successive sequel. Here's the real shit. John McClane's descent into psychopathy is kind of like Scrooge or the Grinch or Rudolph or Elf or George Bailey just said screw it after their huge emotional breakthroughs and just were like, nah, actually, I'm just gonna not do the emotional labor thing and just go back to being a real piece of shit. So, I really just wanted to make an episode that celebrates the fact that Bruce Willis played his character so against type that became his type. Let's end it with one more, but did you know that I think will be quite illustrative of how all of this happened. But did you know? Frank Sinatra turned down the role, by the way, as Detective Joe Wet Blanket Womp Womp Noise Leland.
Nestor, you're a miserable son of a bitch.
Roderick Thorpe's #1 bestseller.
Sometimes it's the decisions you don't make that make all the difference. I like that.
Thank you. I'm going to take my mask off for 1 second to do this because it's the most important lesson I ever learned as a voice actor. You ready? This is the Alan Rickman paradox. Does anyone remember Dave Coulier on Full House and America's Funniest People when he did the jackalope? Fast as fast can be, you'll never catch me. So if you're doing this voice and you start to pitch it down, Filthy Hobbits is the one who takes it. And if you keep going and you pitch it all the way down, Mr. Potter, please. What was it you said to me earlier? Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. No, so that, just so you know how to do it good, Alan Rickman, you just pitch it down.
We've all grown.
We all grew as people today. I love that.
This panel is educational, y'all.
Yes, first and foremost. That's the whole panel that we thought of.
Yeah, I mean, we should do questions and stuff, because I'm sure there's a few, I hope.
Do we have a microphone? We do have a microphone.
We're getting a microphone. Who has questions? Cool. We always leave time at the end for questions. Sam, ask me a question.
Oh, God. Mikey.
Yeah, that's me.
What's your process, man?
Got it. I write a bunch of notes about a movie, and then I throw all those away, and then I write new notes about what I actually want to talk about. I want to say something new, because I feel like with Die Hard specifically, there's all these debates about whether or not it's a Christmas movie, and like undeniably it is. Its entire existence is to be a Christmas movie. But John McClane sucks so bad after that it un-Christmas movies the first one a little bit. And that's weird, and I'm like, nobody ever talks about this. Die Hard 2, not a Christmas movie. It takes place at Christmas, not a Christmas movie. He doesn't learn anything. He just blows up half the airport.
We can all aspire to it. I think we have a first question here.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Maddox. Whenever you guys upload a video, I watch the movie first and then kind of do the review with you and see if we match or disagree. So I just rewatched Battleship.
Oh.
That was a great one.
Tasty movie, right?
And I'm wondering what each of you guys would pitch if you had to pitch a studio on a video game movie remake.
Video game movie. If I could attack any movie, I swear to God, it's Double Dragon. I want to make Scott Wolf should not be Double Dragon. Everybody's like, who is Scott Wolf?
Can I?
Like Mortal Kombat already exists, so like I'm good. But
What if we released an Elden Ring movie and we go to the theater, we just slap you in the face as hard as we can? And then we just go, figure it out!
It's that get good. It's that
Get good, homie.
It's that 4D experience. It's really immersive. Just because I worship at the altar of Ellen McLean and would just love to see her for another 2.5 hours, give me that good Portal.
Oh, yeah.
And really dig deep.
Now, is Ellen McLean canonically John McClane's
Yes,
sister?
actually, it's a weird family history.
Wow, my brain just combined Portal and Die Hard, and I died.
So Chell is actually Lucy McLean's great-great-granddaughter. No, I don't know.
Dan is not real. Next question.
It's not real.
Well, I would personally say, I would take Clue as it is, and then completely re-render it in CGI, and now it's Luigi's Mansion.
Very good.
Strong answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello. So you mentioned how you want to try and say something new, which I think is really interesting. How often do you have a piece of media that you want to talk about or you feel is interesting, but like how often do you get stumped by that? Like you feel like you don't have something. And then what are some of the ways you sort of like push yourself to think of new things to say?
Yeah, YouTube is kind of a double-edged sword. People will, like this, for example, just go in like an hour when that goes live on YouTube and just read the hate comments. Because they will be there. Because I've taken any side on the Die Hard thing, but like, there's this expectation that you will like reinforce whatever internal beliefs people have, and they decide what their entertainment is based on like finding echo chambers. Because we have limitless echo chambers. And to me, it was like once we stopped trying to get, like trying to beat the algorithm, because the algorithm does not like us. We're nice to people and want you to be better people. That does not get clicks. Like, and that's we just divorced ourselves from caring, though not all the way to the point where I'm ready to do one of my favorite movies, Whale Rider, because it'll get 100 views and I'll be sad for a while. But maybe somebody else should watch Whale Rider, and maybe that would do it. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Elisa?
Oh gosh, it's difficult because as a content creator in the year of Megan Thee Stallion 2022, it is
sauce.
It's hard to, because as you have often so many times said, art is a business. And it is so hard to balance like chasing that and trying to reach an audience, but without like diluting your own opinion so much that you no longer have one.
Yeah, well, it's like sort of true in the meta as well, because like I try to make my video essays a little slightly more esoteric and like dig holes. So you're like, oh, I'm gonna think about this, and like I try to leave things unresolved so you actually have to think about stuff, as opposed to just, here is literal reality.
Yeah.
All Star Wars women are bad. I can't do it. I can't. You don't know how a lightsaber works. And that is the internet. I'm glad I could teach you all about it.
Cool, thanks. And
It's bad.
I'll watch anything you make, so you got me.
Hi, my name's Harrison. I had a question about one of the points you brought up. Why is Jingle All the Way so insane?
What do you say?
Why is Jingle All the Way so insane?
Ooh.
Okay, Jingle All the Way is a movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger punches a reindeer in the face. and he commits so many crimes to get an action figure, which he does not accomplish. So Jingle All the Way is also a movie where he does a ton of crimes for no reason.
Are you trying not to sell me on this movie? Like,
oh crap, yeah.
yeah, uh-oh. You just wrote the back of the box.
I mean, I still watch it when I feel sad, and it makes me feel happy because I'm like, I will never make that movie. And that is amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good day.
Good question.
Hi.
Hello.
This is probably an easy fan service question, but 8 years movies with Mikey, 5 years deep dive. What do you want to say? Maybe I was wrong.
Maybe I was wrong?
Yeah. Or try again.
I was too mean to Infinity War. But like the internet was way meaner to me, so whatever. I saw my friends, like people I cared about deeply, who lived through abusive situations in their own life, reacting really badly to the idea that love exists when you murder your own daughter. And that just made me really angry. But like I was wrong in not giving that more of a because I like it. Infinity War, it's fine. I'm just saying, like, people, like, if you're a child that is living through an abusive situation and your parent who's abusive to you takes you to that movie, and then that movie says abuse is love, actually, that sucks. Disney, that sucks. But yeah, it's all opinion. It's just how I see movies. So like when people tell me I'm wrong, I'm like, about my own feelings. But yeah, I would do the Infinity War episode differently. Do you have an example in your head where you think I was wrong?
Absolutely not.
What?
No.
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 Oh, okay. Well, okay. Actually, let's take this slightly seriously. My biggest regret with Film Joy is backing J.K. Rowling. But her situation is that story exists because the disease I have, MS, is what took her mother away from her. And Harry Potter is an expression of losing your parents. And I think that book series and film series meant something to people that it really sucks that turf-ass beehole has to like ruin it. And I'm like, dude, you're already a billionaire. Just like, shut up forever.
That's what
So,
the B
like,
stands for.
Yeah, the beehole. Sorry, I'm wrong for talking about it because now these videos exist where I'm like, these are really cool films and they came about in really interesting ways. But then she's like, here's a list of people that aren't people. And I hate that. I hate that. JK, if you're watching this, Joanne, friggin' give it a rest, dog.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi. So one of my favorite things about the Film Joys is the look more behind the camera and seeing the names to the parts of movie making that I never really think about, like the cinematographers and directors and writers and things. So I was wondering if you were executive producer with an infinite budget, who would like your dream, like, director, cinematographer, writer, crew be?
Oh, okay. God, my brain is COVID brain. What? Oh, Edgar Wright and Roger Deakins. Thank you, Sam. Good save. I forgot Roger Deakins' name. My brain was just like, it was in another state for a second there. It was Oklahoma. It was not cool.
Thank you.
Well, this is the last question because we are out of. Oh no, wait, we have.
Okay, we can do. Just go quick.
Yep, 2 more questions.
Okay, do them quick.
So if I could ask really quick then, you talked about with John McClane, like how the character just was forced to become this thing. But then I also think about how you talked about in the same video, Batman, who is not allowed to change at all. In your eyes, what sort of is that line before, and it's so weird, but like the line before something becomes impossible to change and how do you reach it, and can it come back over, and can you expound upon?
Wow, that made me think about Lost for a second for some reason. I was like, Jack Shepard doesn't learn shit. Spoiler, I guess. It'll make you really mad at the end if I've seen anything. To me, like the John McClane thing is like that movie. Like it was just one movie to me, and he does like get it for a second, and then he just becomes this like horrible dude. And it's like the canon of a character doesn't matter, but it kind of does because it means less. I think Rey Skywalker is a great example of someone who didn't learn the lesson she was supposed to in that movie. Sorry to throw a Star Wars opinion out there. Like what drives me crazy about like her character is this woman who was sold for drinking money, like becomes this amazing thing, and then it's everyone else's choices on what she does and like which lightsaber she gets, and it's weird because the end of the whole Skywalker saga really focuses on Leia and Han and Luke more than her, and it's her movie trilogy. I'm sorry I made you cry.
Single little tears.
We are at time. I see there's one more question, but we do encourage everyone to come down to the FilmJoy booth in Bandland in the lobby right by the escalator.
Support local artists.
Yes. Thank you everyone for coming out. We're going there right now.
Right down there.
We'll be there. Thank you everyone for coming out here to this physical place. We're here at PAX. Woo! Thank you to everyone at home. I've been Sam Winkler.
I've been Elisa Melendez.
And I've been Sam Winkler.
And this has been FilmJoy.
That's my man throwing down.
Yo, what's up? Welcome to Rating Your Anime Wives and Husbands Live. I am Sungwon Cho. Anyone here know who I am? Okay. Okay, cool. So yeah, basically how we're gonna do it, let's throw up Google on the screen here. Here we go. I believe there's a microphone over there, correct? Is that the microphone we're using? Cool. If you would like to submit an anime wife or husband, please line up at that mic. Oh shit, okay.
Holy moly. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, that went really smoothly. Great.
It's a mad rush, holy moly. All right, I'm gonna go with Revi from Black Lagoon. She is definite wife material. I know, everyone's just talking about it.
Nobody can hear you.
I know.
Yeah.
So, but look at the line, we gotta get going.
I think the mic's a little muted, so we have
It's gonna like,
You mean
it's
our
gonna
mics?
loop all the way around.
their mic.
Oh, okay.
If you want, like, be like, hey, quiet down.
Okay, everybody shut up. Shh. Shh. Okay, are we good on the line? People can still see? That line is ridiculous. I did not expect this many filthy weebs here, but that's fine. As long as we're good, let's just start rolling. What's up?
What's going on?
I'm gonna just move the microphone so they can see that.
All good? Sweet. All right.
We're gonna go with Revy from Black Lagoon.
Revy from Black Lagoon, okay.
Oh, Revy with a V.
Oh, with a V.
It'll come.
Remy from Ratatouille.
Yeah, that one.
All right, just checking. Safe search is on, correct? Okay, great.
God, I hope so.
You know what? Excellent taste. 5 out of 5. Revy is great. Absolutely wanted to kick my ass. What's up?
All right, I got Pyra from Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Pyra from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Is that the red one or the blue one?
The red one. There is no blue one.
I don't know the blue one. They're the other one, the blonde one. Explain.
Do I need to?
What?
Do I really need to explain? Like,
I mean, yeah. I think I've said this before. I haven't played the game, but Xenoblade Chronicles characters look like fake anime characters in an anime. Like the characters in anime watch what this looks like. But with that, not bad. 4.2. 4.2 out of 5. Yeah.
What's up? Fat Gum from My Hero Academia. Both forms.
So, go do this one. So, this one here, that's like 4.3, but this one, that's a 5 out of 5. That's a 5 out of 5.
Hello. I'd like to offer up Herlock Sholmes from Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Herlock Sholmes. Now, I have not finished this game, only a couple cases in. So you like your himbos, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like my himbos hot and hot. So let's, I'll go with 4.1. 4.1 out of 5, yeah.
Hello. I'm gonna go with Daphne LaRose from Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon?
I don't know. Why are you asking me?
I don't know either. They haven't answered the question.
So, what's the character's name?
Daphne.
Daffy? Duck?
D-A-P-H-N-E.
What is it? D-A.
P-H-N-E. N as in Nancy.
Daphne.
Daphne.
Like Scooby-Doo Daphne.
No.
Okay.
But maybe. Try it.
This character?
Yes.
Explain.
She's like a subtle character. She's probably available, maybe. She's not the one that the protagonist is going after.
Might be available, maybe.
And she's cute.
What's their personality like?
They were a commander, and they were kind of not the rule stickler, but they were like, let's just stay on track.
Okay, so they're like no nonsense. Yeah, I could get behind it. I'll say 4. 4 out of 5. Yeah. What do you got?
I would like to say Miss Kawakami from Persona 5.
Oh. So, here's the thing. Like, it's a little weird, high school teacher, with the student, that's not great. But I'm an adult man, so 5 out of 5!
Thank you. Sorry, short people problems. I'm gonna say Jin from Samurai Champloo.
Ooh, okay. All right. I mean, ooh. Like, I like him half opened. Ooh, like a Snickers bar.
Very
I'm gonna
fine.
say 4.8 out of 5. 4.8 out of 5, yeah.
I'm gonna have to say Estinian from Final Fantasy 14.
Say that again?
Estinian from Final Fantasy 14.
I didn't hear it at all. What was it? Final Fantasy 14, you said?
Yeah, EST.
How do you spell it?
It's EST.
EST.
Yeah.
Maybe not fan art. Okay. This?
Yes.
I'm gonna be real with you. I haven't played Final Fantasy 14. All the characters to me look like Skyrim mod characters. This one is no exception. Let's go with, I kind of like the hair. 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. Yeah. First blood. All right.
What?
All right, I'm gonna go with Zagreus from Hades.
Yeah, Zagreus can get it. So I played the shit out of this. I 100%ed it. I got everything, and I'm gonna go with, he's a little soft. He's kind of a, I don't mind a bottom, but he's still pretty hot. I'm gonna say 4.4. 4.4 out of 5. Yeah.
Hi, King DDD from Kirby right back at you. I know what I like.
I like that you specified specifically right back at you, DDD. I mean,
Specifically the English dub.
Yes, I was.
The English dub.
Oh yeah, especially the English dub. His voice is so sultry, so sexy. That's gonna be a 20 out of 5. 20
Thank
out of 5.
Hey there. I'm going to say Aiko from Ya Boy Kong Ming.
Who from Kong Ming? Kong Ming? Which character?
Which character?
Aiko, E-I-K-O.
E-I-K-O.
Okay. So Jay was telling me about this. This is like, is this the main girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So what I've been told is this is Kong Ming from the back from history comes to our reality and teaches her how to dance. Is that correct? How to sing. How to sing. She's cute. I'll say, I haven't seen this, but I'll say 4.3 out of 5. 4.3 out of 5. Yeah.
Shout outs to Hotel Bibles, but also let me solo her from Elden Ring.
Who from Elden Ring?
Let me solo her.
Oh. I mean, I would like to solo that ass. 500 out of 5. 500 out of 5.
Oh, got Father Mosgus from Berserk.
Who from Berserk?
Father Mosgus.
Oh.
Z-G-U-S, I think? Oh, Berserk.
Yeah.
This guy?
Still.
Like a lot of Berserk characters, negative 10 out of 5.
Yeah!
Negative 10.
Okay, Yuko from Triple X Holic.
What's the character's name?
Yuko?
Yuko. Ah, okay.
Big, tall lady.
So I haven't seen this. Can you, what's the personality?
Drunk, tall lady knows magic.
Do you say drunk?
Very
drunk, tall lady knows magic?
Very drunk, tall lady knows magic.
None of those are personality traits.
I don't know what to tell you. That's her personality.
Drunk, tall lady who knows magic? I'll say 3.8. 3.8 out of 5. Yeah.
How's it going? From Fairy Tale, Mary Jane Strauss in both standard and Satan's Soul variants.
What?
So Mira Jane, M-I-R-A-J-A-N-E.
Yeah.
Both Satan's Soul as well as the regular one.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay, so it's like I can be your angel or devil, like that kind of thing. Oh. Okay. So it's from Fairy Tale, huh?
Yeah.
You ever see any other anime? I'll go to the good one. Okay, so it's like someone traced a One Piece character on a middle school notebook. I'll say 3.4, and what's the devil one? That's the devil one? That's like 3.5. So we'll go with 3.4250 there for that, yeah.
Hey, what's going on? I got my keychain and everything. I'd like Scotty from Arknights, please.
Scotty? Spell it.
S-K-A, hold on, let me think. D-I.
You don't even know?
I'm not good at spelling, please. Oh, there she is.
Oh, mama! So clearly, you're very passionate. Is it the fact that her thighs are very visible because of her clothes?
No, it's her personality and the thighs.
What's her personality?
What's up?
What's her personality?
All right, so she's very like brooding, kind of like standoffish, but it's only because, you know, she likes to stay away from people because of some past trauma stuff.
Yeah.
She also likes to drink. She fights sea monsters. She's really strong. He could probably bench press me with one finger.
That's not bad. Okay. You know, despite the terrible outfit with the thighs, I'm gonna go.
No, wait a minute. She's got another outfit.
What?
She's got another outfit.
What is it?
Search up Scotty the Corrupting Heart.
My God, you are dedicated. Okay, yeah.
All right, so this is her alternate version. She's like a sea monster in this. It's a really long story, so I'm not gonna...
She's a sea monster?
Yeah, and she also, you see that thing that's like a sea monster pet? She's got a pet.
5 out of 5, yeah. Thank you for your thesis statement. That was absolutely, the dedication was just incredible. All right, what's up?
Well, that's going to be fun to follow up.
Sorry?
I'd like you to rate Sakuya from Gakkou and Handsome.
I couldn't hear it.
Oh, sorry. Sakuya from Gakkou and Handsome.
Sakuya?
Yeah.
From something enhancer?
Gakkou and Handsome. G-A-K-U-E-N. Handsome.
Gakkou and...
Yeah.
Handsome?
Handsome. Yeah.
Oh, handsome. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, it's very hard to hear up here. Go to the bleeding one, click that. Click it, X. That was absolutely worth all the buildup. I don't know what this is, but it's like Maximilian Pegasus is a knife, so 5,000 out of 5. 5,000 out of 5.
Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingate's Helsing from Helsing Ultimate.
Okay. Integra from Helsing.
You don't have to write the whole name.
I assume you like your ass being kicked?
Very much so.
I also like my ass being kicked. I'm going to say 4.5 out of 5. Yeah.
Ryoko from Tenchi Muyo.
Ryoko?
Ryuko? Oh.
Ah, okay. So I actually missed out on Tenchi Muyo, but I feel like if I did watch Tenchi Muyo, this is absolutely the character that I would go for. So I'm gonna say 4.1 out of 5. 4.1, yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Alucard from Castlevania.
Alucard from Castlevania. Is this like from the show, from the game?
Yeah, from the Netflix series.
Ah. Is that him?
Yeah.
So I actually haven't seen this. Explain.
So it's a show that's based off the video game series, and it like centers around obviously Alucard, Belmont.
So I'm sorry, I don't need to know what Castlevania is.
Okay.
I need to know the personality of this character.
Yeah.
What was that?
He's
Lonely? That's.
he's not the lonely necessarily. I mean, he is, I guess, but he's I don't know.
You just like him because he's hot, right?
Yes.
I mean, Night Smash. 3.8 out of 5. We'll go 3.8.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
So, I thought really long and hard about this. I wanted to pick the best possible character. So, after hours of deliberation, I have landed on Cory from Cory in the House.
No out of 5. No. Yeah, man.
How do I follow that? I would like to nominate Kiss Shoto Aurora Orion Heart Under Buredo.
What?
Kiss Shot Acerola Orion Heart Under Blade.
This just sounds. I don't. Kiss shot. Kiss shot.
Kiss Shot
Yeah.
Acerola.
Acerola.
I mean, it's in the suggestion.
Let's go with that.
It's the Kizumonogatari.
Oh, from What is it? From
Kizumonogatari.
Kizumonogatari, whatever. Kizumonogatari. What
Yes.
the hell? Okay.
Kizu
got it.
Monogatari. Well, all of the Monogataris.
Okay. Explain.
Well, she comes in all ages and sizes. Whatever you prefer.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that reaction? That out of 5. That out of 5. Anime's a mistake. Hello.
Hello. Mine is Ayase from Chihayafuru.
Oh, like just the main.
Yeah, main girl.
Yeah.
That basic.
Anyone here watch Chihayafuru? 3 people. Yeah. For those of you that don't know, it's my favorite anime of all time. It's wonderful. If one of you at this panel watches it, I'll consider this panel a victory. Chihayafuru. Write it in your phone. One of you, who's writing in their phone right now? Yeah, go watch it. Chihaya is my precious daughter. 1 million out of 5. 1 million out of 5. Yeah.
Olivier Lenheim from the Trails series.
From what?
Legend of Heroes Trails series. Very wordy title.
Trails?
Yeah, like Trails in the Sky. He's in a ton of games, honestly. Olivier Lenheim.
Olivier Landheim?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah.
Try it.
Like Len, but it'll come up.
Oh, okay. Very, gonna get two different vibes here. Explain.
Well, you meet him in the white outfit initially. He's like a traveling musician, probably the most charming character in the party, honestly.
Okay.
A lot of like big buffoon energy, but definitely more going on into the surface.
He's a himbo with a gun.
Absolutely.
Does he always have this gun?
Unless you unequip it, yeah.
I kind of love this. Go back to the gun.
Very much like Guns N' Roses
Is that
vibe.
official art?
Yeah, that's
That
from
is
the
hilarious.
Cold
5
Steel
out of
games.
5. 5 out of 5. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I would like to submit for consideration Mordred Pendragon, Fate Apocrypha.
What? Oh, Fate Apocrypha?
Yes. I love a woman who can kick my ass.
Okay. I haven't seen this. Explain.
She is the tomboyish bastard son of King Arthur, which, as we all know in the Fate series, is a beautiful woman.
Okay.
She is spunky and won't go down without a fight. And flat as justice.
I like the vibe. I will say, does she have armor or something?
Yes, she has a full suit of armor and a battle dress and a swimsuit.
Oh, and a swimsuit. Okay. Just for research purposes, Google the swimsuit real quick. This character is an adult, right?
Yes. There it is. Yeah, that's.
You know, just for all the dedication and the outfits, and she's pretty hot, I'm going to say 4.7 out of 5. 4.7 out of 5, yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I gave you that Vasaraga picture, and while I would love to say him, let's go with Fiorito from Grand Blue Fantasy.
Who from Grand Blue Fantasy?
Fiorito, Fiorito.
I'm sorry, what?
T.O.
T.O.
from Grand Blue.
Grand Blue Fantasy.
Fiorito, okay.
Mhm.
And explain.
She is a punch girl. She wants to become the strongest that she can be.
Oh,
she
shit.
names her abs Rosa. She joins your crew, but also acts as a double agent for someone else.
Okay, so she's gonna kick my ass. That's all you needed to say, right?
Yes.
She's pretty good. Pull this one up. Yeah, I'm gonna say 4.7. 4.7 out of 5. Yeah.
Hey. Oh. Hey.
Hello.
Okay, so this might be an obscure pick, but Grace O'Malley from Fenna Pirate Princess?
Grace O'Malley. Oh, from Fenna. Okay. Grace O'Malley. Oh, okay. I have not seen this. I like it so far, but explain.
Yeah, so she's essentially a badass pirate queen who gets the job done no matter what and leads a pretty much all-female crew. So, pretty...
5 out of 5, yeah, that's great, yeah.
Kira Yoshikage from JoJo Part 4.
Okay. Okay. So, I have not seen past part 2. I hear a lot of shenanigans about this guy. Jay, and how would you describe this character in one word?
Hands.
Good with his hands?
Likes hands.
I don't know what that means. So, I'll say, just from his looks, he's pretty good, but I feel like something's off. I feel like something. Let me ask you, Jay, if I watch this, what? Would I think this character was hot? Would I like this character?
You would like the character, but you wouldn't think he's hot.
I mean, he is good with his hands. That's not bad. I'm gonna say I got weirdo vibes. I'm gonna say 3.2. 3.2 out.
Inferno Cop from Inferno Cop.
You know, I haven't even seen Inferno Cop, but I would absolutely smash Inferno Cop. He's just like hotter Ghost Rider. I'm gonna go with 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5, yeah.
Hello, my waifu is Springfield Chan from Girls Frontline.
Springfield Girls Frontline. Which one's Girls Frontline? They're
anthropomorphized guns, for sure.
They're guns?
Yeah. So
All
this
right,
one,
so
before you
explain.
judge, this one is a local girl to Springfield, Massachusetts, so just keep that in mind. She knows how to make coffee. And also, she wants to try so very hard for you, Commander. That's the personality.
The personality, she knows how to make coffee?
You play as her commander, and she just wants to make you like happy and do a great job. She just wants to be there to support you.
So this is what, like, George Washington Chan or something like that? Like, you know, I kind of dig it.
She's
I'll say 3.9. 3.9 out of 5.
Hello.
Hello.
I'd like to submit Shershay from Fire Emblem Awakening.
Oh. Yeah. You know, maybe the worst armor I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
Like, no one will ever shoot it at me from the back. But with that said, that's a pretty good 4.6 out of 5. Yeah. I'll allow it from Fire Emblem. Hello.
Your Honor, I'm a simple man with simple tastes. My waifu is Tsunade from Naruto.
You know, I respect your simple tastes, and out of the Naruto characters, this is a great choice. I'm gonna say 4.7 out of 5. 4.7, yeah.
As I am also a simple man with simple taste, I love my MILFs, so Kobayashi from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Kobayashi.
I mean, I'm trying to.
Miss Kobayashi?
Miss.
Yes.
It's not narrated.
I love that Google's like, don't you mean anybody else?
And everybody else is wrong. That's
I know,
why.
But no, listen, I totally respect like that. Kobayashi, I would absolutely marry Miss Kobayashi. I think that's a great choice. 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5.
Scaramouche from Genshin Impact.
What?
Scaramouche.
Who? Scaramouche from Genshin? How old is this character?
About 50?
What?
50.
15?
50. Maybe older.
50?
Yes.
This is some nonsense. Okay. I'm gonna be real. All the Genshin Impact characters to me look like little 5-year-old Barbie dolls. I don't know. They're like, 50. Negative 50 out of 5. Negative 50. 50 my ass.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm also doing Genshin Impact. Zhongli.
Oh, Zhongli, okay. So how old is this guy? 90? How old is he?
7,000.
I get it. Yeah, that's right. In Genshin Impact, every year is 20 years for them, right? Yeah, okay. With that said, he's pretty hot. I forgot that there's like one hot character, so I'm gonna say 4.5 out of 5. 4.5, yeah.
Rhea Scrimmery from High School DxD.
What's the name?
Rhea Scrimmery.
Rhea Scrimmery. Okay. So, I've never seen this, and I get asked this character all the time. This looks like a fake anime character to me. Explain.
Okay. I was hoping this would. Okay, so.
Boobs?
That.
Yeah.
And, she's pretty kind. She'll, like, be there for you and stuff.
She's kind and she'll be there for you, and she's got boobies.
Yes.
3.3 out of 5? I'm sorry.
We got any Gundam? We got Gundam fans here or no?
What?
How about the Sazabi?
Who?
The Sazabi from Gundam, huh? Just,
Gundam?
Yeah.
Spell the name?
S-A-Z-I-B-I. Sorry, A-B-I. Yep.
Sazabi? So, real talk here. On the scale of Gundam smashability, those are some thick thighs. Like, oh yeah. 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. Yeah, yeah.
Maki Harukawa from Danganronpa V3.
Ah. So, you are a person after my own heart. That's gonna be a 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. Yeah. She's the best.
I mean, it's quite obvious, just based off my appearance, you know. Of course, I'm going to say it. Kirby.
Ah. How dare you out of 5? How
I dare just fine, sir.
How dare you? Sit down out of 5.
Good. I'm gonna submit Hori from Hori Mia.
So I think I read this a long time ago, but I don't like the first volume. Jay, would I like this character?
Yeah.
I trust Jay's opinion. I remember she's like kind of, she's not sporty, right? Popular, kind of like friendly, all right? 4.7 out of 5. 4.7 out of 5, yeah.
So this is sort of a meme pick, but Sader, that's S-A-D-E-R from Fate.
Sader. Oh. The figure. So, from what I understand, it's like a figure that got messed up or something like that?
It's a figure that got messed up and became more popular than the original for it.
That's pretty great. I'm gonna say 50 out of 5. 50 out of 5, yeah.
Tengen Uzui from Demon Slayer.
So I actually have not seen Demon Slayer, but this is the guy. What? I'm an adult with a job. I'm busy. This is the one who has like 3 wives? Yes. I mean, I get it looking at him. Dang, are those big, like, Sonic rings around his biceps?
Yeah.
I can already tell, but I would like this guy, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Let's go with a 4.8 out of 5. 4.8, yeah.
We got Jacko from Guilty Gear XR.
Ah. So, what was that? It's funny, I'm more familiar with the pose. Look up the pose. Oh. How bold. Wow. You know, it just transcends, I just kind of have to respect at this point. Go back to the character, I guess. You know, I like the mask. The pose is hilarious. I'm going to say 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5, yeah.
So I want to say Bowser, but I'm going to go with Dunban from Xenoblade Chronicles.
From Xenoblade Chronicles who?
Dunban, D-U-N-B-A-N.
Dunban. Oh. Okay. I haven't played this, so explain.
So he was born in a world of strife, but against the odds, he chose to fight. He used the Monado before it was cool, and then he lost the use of his right arm because the Monado didn't like him.
What? Repeat it. Sorry, I didn't hear a single word you said.
He was born in a world of strife.
Okay.
But against the odds, he chose to fight.
And also, he's a hot daddy, huh? I'm gonna say 4.3. 4.3 out of 5. Yeah.
Kurumi from Data Live.
Kurumi?
Yeah, Data
from
Live.
Data Live?
Yeah.
Okay. Explain.
I don't think I can. It's not appropriate.
Total sadist. How old is this total sadist?
Legal. Legal.
Legal? In what state?
I don't know.
I recommend you should know. Out of 5. Out of 5.
Okay. Bobo from Bobo.
I mean, he's got the perfect hair, the perfect body, the perfect nose hair. How many bows are in that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of 5. 7 out of 5. Yeah.
So I was gonna say Yuri from Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Yuri from Fire Emblem Three Houses. Okay. So. Yuri, for me, because I've played Three Houses a lot. I played like 7 times through. I think Yuri is kind of like a diet Claude. That's my...
Claude was my first one, so yes.
So, I'll say... I like the character. Would I smash Yuri? I'll say 3.5. 3.5 out of 5, yeah.
Chiaki Nanami from Danganronpa 2.
I mean, she's pretty great. I'm gonna say, fuck it, 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5.
Olivier Mira Armstrong from Fullmetal Alchemist.
I mean, you already know the answer, but 5 million out of 5.
Yes!
5 million out of 5, yeah.
Zenkichi Hasegawa from Persona 5 Strikers.
Okay. Not the new guy? Okay. Kind of needs a haircut. But also kind of a hot dad, huh? Ooh, is that him in his Zorro outfit? Like, what's going on? Would I like this character? Would I think he was hot?
No.
No. I'll say 3.9. 3.9 out of 5, yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm gonna say Darkness from Konosuba.
Okay. This is the one who's, I haven't seen it, but she's what, masochist? Is that?
Yeah,
like
she's a
total
punching bag that blushes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say also 3.9. 3.9 out of 5, yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
I'm gonna say no.
Good.
I'm only joking. Ikumi Mito, specifically at manga end of Food Wars.
Who?
Ikumi Mito. But at the end when she's 26.
How old is she now?
I got you.
Yakumi?
No, I got you.
Megumi. Oh my God, 5,000 names. Okay. Ikumi Mito?
Just, what is this? 26 though in the end.
Okay.
Fiery.
But how old is she not at the end?
Well, we're not talking about the.
Well, if we're talking about her at the end, is this her here, the meat general?
Yep. Well, it's part of it.
I mean, that's pretty good. You better not be tricking me.
I swear on my life, I'm not tricking you.
4.6 out of 5 at the end or whatever.
All right. So on behalf of our Fire Emblem fans, I have to offer up one of our saints. So this man, he's well known for being in a 4-part map and also appreciating true beauty. I want to suggest Oliver from Path of Radiance.
Oh, okay. I mean, just for that battle damage sprite alone, that's gonna be 1,000 out of 5.
Let's go old school. Iria from Iria Zerum the Animation.
Iria from
E-I-R-I-A. I-R-I-A.
Oh, I?
How many vowels are in this name?
2. I-R-I-A. No I. E.
E-I-E-E-I-A-I. All right, one more time. Spell it.
I-R-I-A.
I-R-I-A.
Yes.
From?
Yeah.
That?
That, yes.
Okay.
I think I might have seen this.
Oh, okay. It was worth the vowels.
Yes.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm going to say 4.4. 4.4
Yes.
out of 5. Yeah.
I'd like to throw out Tatsu from Where the House Husband.
Is that the main guy? Is that the house husband himself?
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an easy 5 out of 5, yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm shocked no one said this yet because this is brand new. Twilight from Spy Family.
So I haven't seen the Twilight. Oh, is that the main guy?
Yeah.
He's pretty fine. I'll say 4.7. 4.7 out of 5, yeah.
Hello, I was just about to do Lloyd, but could we do Medusa from Hades?
Medusa from... You know, I love Medusa to death, but this is like asking me if I'd smash like a basketball, you know? Like, I'm sorry, Medusa. That's gonna be like a 2 out of 5. Yeah. Hello.
Hey, what's up? Anyways, for like, I don't know how long I was sitting back there. I was debating between like either a Breath of the Wild character or Cowboy Bebop character. So I'm just gonna go with Aku from Samurai Jack.
Oh, okay, yeah. Right in the middle, I see. Yeah. I mean, this one? Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
Keep scrolling down. You didn't see the extra thick image yet.
He's got so many forms, I mean, and his voice is so sexy, so.
Yeah, exactly. He could be anything you want, man. And when I say anything, actually, no.
I'm gonna give it a 5 out of 5. You know, yeah. Absolutely.
I'm here to represent the ally of justice, the great Saiyaman. He's so hot.
Specifically, the Great Saiyaman, whoever he is, we don't know who that is.
Don't tell anybody.
But whoever he might be, I will say that's gonna be a 5 out of 5. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
How you doing?
Doing good.
Like I had so many lined up, I can only choose one. So I'm gonna go with Leo Whitefang from Guilty Gear Strive.
Leo Whitefang. Okay. Oh. Yeah.
If the picture wants to load, that is. That'd be great.
I like it. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say 4.6. 4.6 out of 5.
All right, I'll take it. Thank you.
Hey, Queen.
Hello.
Balloony from Phineas and Ferb.
Who? Who from Phineas and Ferb?
Balloony?
Are you saying baloney?
Balloony.
Balloony?
Like a balloon.
What the hell is this? So you're asking me if I'd smash a Steve Buscemi balloon?
Yeah, yes, entirely.
Oh no. Is he about to smash the balloon? That's gonna be a no out of 5. No.
Hi, so you made a video ranking the 9 original Love Live girls, and you put Rin Hoshizora last, and I think that was very wrong. She's my waifu.
So Rin
Hoshizora from Love Live, and I think you should rethink.
Did I give I didn't give a rating though out of 5, did I?
No, so that's why I'm coming.
Okay, if I'm actually thinking about it, I'll say she's still the worst one. I'll say, after watching the anime, I'll say 3.77 out of 5. 3.77 out of 5, yeah.
Hello, I've been considering video game characters. Let's try Edith Up from Rayman Origins.
Raymond Origins?
Rayman.
Rayman?
Yeah, Edith Up.
I want to play Raymond Origins. And who's the character? What's the character's name?
Edith.
Edith?
Yeah.
Oh. Click that. You know, I guess on the Rayman character scale.
Yeah,
Wow, she's pretty thick, huh?
Yeah. She's, let's see. Well, she's
out of respect to you, 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5.
Satoru Gojo, JJK.
What is it? Oh. So, I actually haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen either. But the last time I saw this character, I realized this is just upside down Kakashi. So, for upside down Kakashi, yeah, I'll give upside down Kakashi a 4 out of 5. Yeah, sure.
Joey Wheeler from Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean, that chiseled chin, that hot voice. That's gonna be 500 out of 5. 505, yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to go with the absolute beautiful legend known as Buff Pringles Man.
Buff Pringles Man.
The one in the middle bottom. Yeah, right there. Yeah, it's that one.
I like how it didn't show up. Did you draw this? Like, you're like, come on, let's make Buff Pringles Man a thing. So he's like a muscular egg. I mean, with that bod, I'll say 3.5 out of 5 for the bod. Yeah.
Genshin Impact, Raiden Shogun.
Okay. Is this the one she pulls a sword out of her boobs?
Oh yeah.
And there's a real canon reason for that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, she is kind of hot, so I'll say 4.3 out of 5 begrudgingly.
Samurai Warriors 5, Nobunaga, mature form.
Oh, okay. Nobunaga, Samurai Warriors 5, mature form?
Yeah, he has an older form and a younger form.
Okay, let's see. Ooh. What's the difference between mature, what's immature form? Is there a difference? Like what?
He has an older form and a younger form, so he's...
All right, look up the regular one. I want to compare. Okay. Oh, okay. No, it's an absolute glow up. Go back. Yeah, click on that. Yeah, he can get it. I'm gonna say 4.7. 4.7 out of 5. Yeah. All right, we got like 5 minutes. Let's try to get through these as quickly as we can. What's up?
Okay, the medicine seller from Mononoke.
Medicine seller from what?
Mononoke.
Mononoke. Oh, is that the main character? So this is one I need to watch. It's kind of like, I don't know why I thought a Juggalo Link, but I'll say 3.4. 3.4 out of 5, yeah.
Spy Family, Your.
Is that the other character? Yeah, I'd let her stab me in the face. I'm gonna say 4.5. 4.5 out of 5, yeah.
Okay, so you're a man of culture, I'm a man of culture. Gotta choose someone good. The Otter from the Penguins of Madagascar TV show. I believe his
The
name is
otter?
Merlin.
The otter from
Penguins of Madagascar TV show.
TV show.
That's her.
You know, I respect the audacity. That's gonna be a negative 5,000 out of 5.
You lie. She's great.
Hello, Xavier from Xavier Renegade Angel.
Oh my.
Oh. Ah. Is that a beak for his nose? Beak out of 5. Beak out of 5, yeah.
Hi, longtime fan, first time weeb. Refrigerator Senpai.
I'm very curious what will show up. No, don't put Pro CD. Just see what Refrigerator Senpai pulls up. Wow, it still comes up. $5 million out of 5, yeah.
Hi, I wanted to ask what you thought of Pyramid Head from Silent Hill.
Wow.
If you're
You
looking
gotta
for
type, huh?
if you're looking for additional resources, you could also look at the Dead by Daylight butt enhancement that he had.
Butt enhancement?
You'll see. You'll see. So, yeah.
You know, absolute respect. 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. Yeah.
Kaguya Shinomiya?
Kaguya?
Yeah, Kaguya Shinomiya,
From
sorry.
Love is Love. Yeah. The main girl, right?
Yeah.
You know, I haven't seen this, but she seems cute. Give me a what do you like best about her?
Geez, let's see. Probably the meme, the Okawai Koto.
Okay. I'm gonna say 3.8 out of 5. 3.8 out of 5. Do we have any last ones? Okay. Thank you everybody for coming. Yeah, appreciate it.
Test, test, test. Can people hear me okay?
Hey!
All right.
We love PAX!
That's when the mic comes on.
Wow. Sweet. Wow. All right.
I'm gonna
This, so this is very, very cool because we haven't typically done this late, but actually it's really nice because since it's later and it's smaller, we actually have decided to have just kind of a few giveaways that we can throw. Because if they were in the back, I don't want to go to jail for knocking somebody out with a dice, right? I'd rather not. So this is really nice. So, so welcome. This is Geek Trivia. We've done this like six times in a row or something at this thing. Wow. And in 6 times that we've done this at PAX's, we've never been sued by Jeopardy. So just kind of knock on wood, but it's essentially the same. So this is what we call geek endangerment. Okay, so it's different, no copyrights. Okay, and the way it goes is we have a number of categories that we're gonna do, all geek and gaming related. Now I have esteemed panelists here that are gonna introduce themselves in a moment, but they're gonna play the game with us. And they will be competing, getting scores down on the bottom. Now, here is where it gets a little different. You guys actually can participate in this game. So at the top there is an invite to a Discord channel, okay? If you go to that, it's going to take you to the rules of this game. In this server, which is the Geeks Like Us server, and make sure it's case sensitive. In this server, there's going to be 3 teams right below the rules channel. You're going to have Team David, Team Tiggs, and Team Mason. Woo! And as that happens, when they get 3 seconds to be able to answer the question. If they don't, I will say go to your Discord. If they go to the Discord, you guys will have been feeding answers. They will look and they will find it, and if they decide that they trust whoever's in there, they will take a guess. And they will get half points if it's right, or they will lose half points if it's wrong. Now, towards the end, each of these team members will choose whoever was in their channel, who was most helpful, and that person is going to win a fancy schmancy spirit orb from Breath of the Wild. Woo! So that's kind of how we got it going on. So I'll be maybe talking a little bit details in a second, but without further ado, why don't we have introductions starting at the end here with Mason.
Hi everyone, my name is Mason. I am the regional manager of video game music. I am a composer for video games and anime franchises. I've worked on things like League of Legends, Super Smash Bros., Rising the Shield Hero, Ruby, Beyblade, and Pokemon, and quite a few other things that will thoroughly embarrass me when I completely don't recognize any of the Pokemon. So join my team, you get the idea. Hey!
That's you. Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Tiggs. I am a singer and audio engineer. I also work in the game industry. So, yeah, I'm not really good at introducing myself, but Team Tiggs is fun, so please join. Yay.
See? Big cheers, big energy. I'm David. I also am a composer and session musician for video games and anime. And unlike my unqualified counterpart at the very end, I will recognize all of the Pokemon, and I haven't worked on it.
Okay. So, to be clear on how these rules work, so you can buzz in, and each of you are going to choose your own buzz-in sounds in a moment. Okay, and the more ridiculous it is, the more likely I will call on you. And as that happens, when we have an item in the thing, again, you get about 3 seconds to answer. If you get it right, you get the points. If you don't, you lose the points. If no one gets it, we go to Discord. If they get it right, get half points. If they lose it, lose half points. And then at the very, very end, we've got it's terminal endangerment. So not Final Jeopardy. That's different, and I'm not trying to get sued. So terminal endangerment at the end. And the way that's going to work is all of our contestants are going to have garnered enough points. And then they will, for a final item, get to vote up to the amount that they have to take a risk on the final mystery question. Does that all make sense?
Well, absolutely. I feel like this would be like a good market for like a game that could be on television, Like it's
we tried to pitch it, and they said that has and never will work.
Damn.
I was like, oh well, say la vie.
What can you do?
I've got a literal Jeopardy contestant on my team right now, so if anyone else wants to join them, I think we've got this one.
I don't know what Jeopardy is. So anyway, stop making up words up here.
You keep saying these words. I don't think they mean what you think they mean.
right, that's right. All right, so what are the sounds you're going to make when you chime in? Well, starting this time with David.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus. Oh, Jesus, I like that. Okay. No, if you want to change it, you can change it.
I haven't thought that far ahead yet.
It's a very long answer.
3, 2, 1.
First thing that comes to mind.
Wow. I don't know.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, that was way too close to what I was going to do, but wah.
Oh, like Waluigi.
Waluigi.
And you're going to be Owen Wilson. Wow. Combine them. Just
a scream.
So just to be clear, wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Now, has everybody who's interested typed into this, get this link, and are we working? Okay. Great. So that's going away. All right. So without further ado, here are our categories. We have Name That Geek Meme. You will be given a geek meme, and you have to tell me the origin from where it derived. In a galaxy far, far away. This is anything Star Wars related. Video game music roulette. I will be playing typically a song, and then you have to identify it. Again, they are musicians in video games.
Which means it's going to be really bad.
really
if we can't get
sad.
any.
So if they get it wrong, you just gotta ridicule them. That game, which is you're gonna see a snippet of a picture from a game, and you have to say what game it is, or guess what game it is. Omae wa Mushindu, which is anything anime, manga, or Japanese role-playing game. And then it's Pikachu, fuck! Which is basically you're just gonna, the standard, who's that Pokemon? And they have to guess it. And ideally, increasingly difficult. All right, so that being said, why don't we start with Tiggs?
So
What category? You get to choose your category. Now, just to be clear, she's going to choose the category. Any of you can call in to answer.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to start with It's Pikachu. And do I pick a number?
Yes, you do.
For 500.
Jesus. Okay.
Whoa!
All right, man, I should have been beginning.
Oh, Lordy! Good Lord! This is I think the one that doesn't have a picture. Okay, right?
Interesting.
But this is a 500, so it gets harder.
I'm scared.
Okay.
Tiggs,
Yes.
are you okay? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. According to Ken Sugimori, the primary designer for the Pokemon games, this was the first Pokemon ever created.
Clefairy.
Not Clefairy.
Wow.
No, not Clefairy.
Wow.
Hang on. Okay. Did you go to Discord?
I was wowing this whole time.
He was first.
I've been wowing this whole time.
It's over. It's good. So you were both apparently in Discord.
Well,
so wait for me to say to go to Discord.
I've not looked at Discord.
Okay, so then you go first.
Yeah,
Do you want to take a guess?
Rhyhorn.
Is it Rhyhorn or? Okay, I don't think it is.
Right on.
Right on.
Is Rhydon?
It's right on. Yes, right on.
Interesting.
So
every panel needs a heal.
Oh,
I'm here to
thank you.
deliver.
Who said that? Throw a ball at that dude's face. Do you want a ball?
Wait, we have to answer in the form of questions?
By the way, awesome catch. But by the way, these are like plushy dice. So that's a D20. So he didn't throw a rock at the dude. Just to be clear, it's very harmless. It's not going to hurt anybody.
Just to be clear, in my childhood I did, but not tonight.
Right, that's right. So, let's see.
So we do have to answer in the form of questions.
You do, and so here's the thing.
Okay.
Since I kind of forgot to say that, but that was clear. But moving forward, you only get one reminder, and then after that, you won't get the point.
Okay.
So Mason gets to it. Now, Mason, do not go to Discord until I say it.
Got it.
All right.
Okay, so we turn our phones off? Or?
I'm keeping mine just out of sight.
Oh, okay.
I'll do that too.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
All right. So, Mason, since you got it, you choose the next category.
Let's go with Omae wa Moshinderu for 300.
Okay.
You know how hard it is for me not to say that like a show would say, like, Omae wa Moshinderu.
There we go.
Yeah, it's impossible. All right. This character wields a massive sword called the Dragon Slayer to strike down apostles. You may go to your Discords.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I thought it was this. It's Guts, Berserk, right?
That is correct. Yeah. Guts from Berserk.
I wasn't sure, but I thought
But you didn't say who is Guts from Berserk.
Oh, so that's your warning.
Who is Guts from Berserk?
So that's your warning. You get it. But if it happens again, you will lose points.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll get better.
Raise your hand, by the way, if you're a fan of Berserk. Oh, I love that. Keep your hands up if you're a fan of the 1997 more than the current one.
I feel like that should be everybody.
That's everyone's hands. That's good. Okay, that's good.
Everybody.
All right, that's good. That's good. Okay.
I thought it was Guts too. Damn it.
All right. So, David, you got the board.
Okay. Can we do? I'm really curious about this one. Can we do video game roulette for one?
For 100?
Yeah, I want to try that. Let's see what we got.
You're gonna do that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we, I guess I should have introduced myself. By the way, I've done over 100 panels of these things, and I have never not done one where my voice doesn't eventually go away, and I'm entirely scattered at the end of the day. And apparently that's the one
just so
you're
you know,
catching.
he just arrived today, so he doesn't even have yesterday either.
No. But, so my name is Dr. Brian Kelly. We have Geek Therapeutics table downstairs, a two table. And we have these little music boxes. And I'm going to play a music box here. And they're going to listen to it. And they're going to have to kind of guess what it is.
Wait,
so,
do we have to guess the song or the game it's from?
So, the name of the song.
Okay.
So, and it's not unfair, I promise.
Okay.
To say the name of the song. All right, are we ready? See if I can do this.
Wow. That's Zelda's Lullaby. Isn't
Wrong. That is incorrect. Hang on.
it? Yeah, I did the thing again where I didn't. No, I did say it in the form of a question.
Okay.
What is the Song of Storms?
That is correct.
Song of Storms, damn it.
That's for you.
I forgot to win.
Did we?
Yeah, we did like a 5/4 version of this. Like
we did too, didn't we? Oh, man.
Did most
got
people
thrown
get
by the
that
music
one?
box.
And
Yeah.
I should have went in. I got thrown.
God
Is this
damn.
work? Oh, man.
That's way better.
I don't know why my first instinct is just to become an evangelical priest. Like, with this in my hand. I want to get rid of this. Like, tell me who's feeling the Lord tonight. I see the power. I see the power. Okay, here we go. So who got that? Was that
Mason. That was Mason.
All right, or Mason, go ahead and choose the next category.
What is, let's go with, that game.
So just to be clear, Mason,
I'm so good at this, sorry.
This isn't communist. Like,
All
you
I'm
can
saying
say
is I'm the only
something.
person who's positive right now.
Okay.
Let's see, that game for 300.
That game for 300. Here we go.
Wow. What is Skyrim?
That is incorrect.
Damn it.
You also didn't beep.
I said wow.
Oh, okay.
What is Elden Ring?
That is correct.
It's Turtle Pope. That took me a moment.
Turtle Pope.
It's Turtle Pope. He's the best character.
I've literally, I got baited by not
You
playing
gotta
Elden
love
Ring.
Turtle Pope.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, raise your hand if you play Elden Ring. That is amazing. Is this your favorite Soulsborne game? Yeah. Oh, it's so amazing. It's like Dark Souls 3 was probably mine before this. And I know, but we probably got some Bloodborne fans would be my guess. Yeah, that's fair. God, it's so cool. Like, usually we have like a full audience. This is great. I'm just like, hey guys, how we doing? He was like taking a stop and being able to talk to you. This is amazing. Okay, but that is correct.
Damn it.
All right, Mason.
What is that game 400?
You don't have to say what is the game.
No, I just think it keeps forgetting in between each round.
I'll go with that game 400.
I think I traumatized you. I think I really traumatized you. Okay, what amount?
400 for that game.
400.
I think I know.
Go to your Discords.
Don't?
Go. You can go to your Discord.
Ninja Turtles. TMNT on NES.
Six.
What is TMNT?
Yes. That is correct. Yep. Does anybody know what's maybe noteworthy about this level?
It sucks.
Correct.
Good answer.
It's been consistently rated in the top 10 most difficult levels of any. Was that what you were going to say? What's that? That's correct.
That's so funny.
There is so in that game, at the final bit before you get to the ladder coming down, there is literally only 7 pixels on an 8-bit game to get through the seaweed. So you have to get it perfect. Yeah.
I bet speedrunners love that.
You got that with the Discord, Tigs?
Yes, I did with the Discord. Thank you, Discord team tags.
Don't worry, this is all part of the long con, guys, I promise. We're gonna make a comeback.
That is correct. Okay. Tiggs, you have the board.
I'm very curious what its Pikachu 100 is going to be. So that
Okay.
one.
Maybe it's just Pikachu.
I know. We'll see. I'm just curious.
Can I tell you, I looked for probably 7 minutes for a picture of Pikachu wearing a Clefairy outfit, just for that one thing to mess with everybody. But somehow it doesn't exist, and I don't know why. All right, here we go.
Wow.
I think,
That was a
he's
wow.
my judge.
That was a wow.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
That's Raichu, baby. What is Raichu, baby? Does it count if I catch myself mid-sentence?
If you catch yourself before he can do it,
Before I
counts.
get there.
Yeah.
That is correct. Here we go. Climbing your way back up, David.
Well, you know what? We're gonna dig ourselves out of the hole with some Pokemon questions.
We will.
Is
That's
what's
right.
gonna happen?
I just need to answer faster than you.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
You can't get past the galaxy brain here.
I'm not
That's
gonna
right.
get these.
All right, so right now we have a commanding lead from what is Mason, and followed in second place by Tiggs, and then David, who's just doing his best down there. He's doing so great. He's doing
This is
so
the long
great.
con. Haven't you heard of a redemption arc? This is my anime moment.
Yeah, that's fair.
I will take 200 for its Pikachu, please.
Okay, here we go.
Wow.
Tony,
That's
what do we
a
got?
wow. It's like he barely sees it. It's amazing.
Was it a
It's
wow?
in a wow
Okay,
again.
David.
Who is Lickitung?
That is correct. That is correct.
It's true, but I am like Quick Draw McGraw with Pokemon. Does anybody remember Quick Draw McGraw? That's a reference. Yeah.
All right. When you said that, I actually did get like push it to the limit. Like we like montage, climb your way back up. I mean, not gonna win, but it's gonna be good. No, I'm just
Yes, it's fine. No, we're going positive here. I'll take 400, please.
400 for
Yeah.
Pikachu.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Wow.
I can't. Who? Was it Tiggs?
Yeah, I'm
Tiggs,
gonna
what's up?
Who is Bronzor?
That is correct.
I didn't know what it was. I just wanted to feel included.
You just wanted to know.
And I figured y'all would beat me to the punch.
Okay. Tiggs, you have the board.
Pikachu for 300.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Here we go. I feel like I got to be ready to hear you. Okay. I'm just going to stare at you guys when I do this. And...
Wow.
I think it was...
It was him. Yeah.
Okay, David.
That is, who is Groddle?
Is it pronounced that way?
Groddle?
What? It is Groddle, right?
Yeah, it's Groddle.
Groddle?
I'm going to go to the judge.
I think we can accept
All
that.
right. I was kind of hoping you were going to be a jerk, but that's
When did they add all of these Pokemon?
That was Gen 4. That was a long time ago.
That's the middle evolution of Turtwig.
There are like 250
Exactly.
Pokemon. Where did they get the other ones?
There's 898.
Yeah.
Excuse me, what?
I just wrote a book on it, guys. There's 898.
Oh, yeah. For what it's worth, as a part of Geek Therapy, I'm doing the worst job promoting anything of ours.
We're just having fun.
We're just having fun. This is just like hanging out at this point. This is just
Yeah.
So for what it's worth, we also publish books on video games, like Psychology of Final Fantasy, Psychology of Zelda, and the one we're about to publish is Psychology of Pokemon. And so, So if you say
It's due out July. It was funded through Kickstarter, so yeah.
Good stuff. All right, that was David. That was you, right?
That was me.
What's your category, man?
Sorry, I was just sending an encouraging message to my Discord fans because you guys are the best. Let's go with, you know what, we haven't touched like the whole left side of the board. Can we do name that geek meme for 1?
For 100.
Please, yeah.
Name that geek meme. This common meme.
Wow.
Who said it?
I
think it
feel
was
like
Mason.
it's him because he just does it
All right,
faster.
Mason.
What is? It's over 9,000!
It's over 9,000. That is correct.
My dude!
All right.
What, 9,000?
Are there bonus points for like enthusiasm?
I mean, in my eyes, sure. Yeah.
Honestly, those are the only eyes I want to please.
Well, then you got over 9,000 points on that one. Good job.
Woo!
Okay. All right, Mason.
Let's get some more categories rolling. Can we try out In a Galaxy Far, Far Away for 300?
In a galaxy far, far away. Blue milk comes from this alien creature. No. Get off your phone, Stinky.
I'm not on it.
Okay. And now you can go to Discord. And the Discord people can.
We got the first.
Yeah.
What is a port?
That is incorrect.
What is a bantha?
That is correct.
It actually was a bantha? I didn't know that.
Here, Ryan. We'll let you do this one.
Hang on a sec, buddy.
Oh, wow, look at that. Your number got a little smaller than what it was a second ago.
Remind me,
Wow.
which is greater, 600 or 0?
Okay.
Listen, we're on our way back up.
Yeah.
Do you want a hotel room tonight, sir?
Oh my God.
Lose your way.
Oh my God. Let's all give them time. They need to work this out. We'll just all leave. All right. We're just going to do this. This is something new since we've just got a small crowd. Why don't, Tony, just throw out a random geeky or gamey trivia question. And we'll pick somebody and then I'm going to toss it near them. Or I'll give it to Shane so I don't hurt anybody. Okay.
In Ocarina of Time, what is the name of the ranch?
I think it was PlayStation.
It was him.
Yeah, I think it's PlayStation.
PlayStation shirt.
Yeah.
Well done.
He was ready.
He
for
was
that.
fast. He was fast. It was a lot of hands fast.
Yeah.
My chat is roasting me right now. What do I do?
What's that? Your channel's roasting you?
Sucks to suck.
You deserve it.
My guys are
what is an
so
L?
supportive. They are so supportive of me and my 0 points.
All right. Let's see. So that was Tiggs. You have the board.
Okay. I'll go for video game music roulette 200.
Okay. I'm going to pull this up, and it's going to take no time. Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Sure.
You're like, yes, I am. Okay. This song was featured in this popular JRPG. We ready?
Wow.
Okay, that was David.
What is 2 Xanarkin from Final Fantasy X?
That is correct.
You can't get me with Final Fantasy, baby. That's my specialty.
Well done.
That was also one of our video game books downstairs, guys.
Yes, it is. Well, let's see here. How the turntables.
I still see a clear hierarchy in points here. I'm just saying.
So
we answered a correct
we got
question
a
in a little
closer
while.
battle.
Ooh.
We've got a closer battle here. This is good. Okay, out of 10 confidence, Mason, out of 10, how confident are you going to win?
He's going to say 11.
Like, undefined.
Undefined.
I put on a strong game, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I have
Not
no idea.
applicable.
Now that there are no more Pokemon questions, I'm feeling pretty good.
Leading in with low confidence. I like it. Tiggs, out of 10.
Mason's going down.
That you. Okay, actually, yeah. Out of 10, that you believe Mason's gonna lose. 10. Okay, that's pretty good.
Have any contestants ever just like banded together to take another contestant out?
Yeah,
Almost every
Can
game.
we do that?
Almost every game.
So actually, yes. So I always host this, but last year, our dear friend Dr. Hughes from Riot Games had kind of done a prank where she had made one on my lab account, and I was a contestant for the first time, and everybody teamed up against me. Yet I
It was
still
glorious.
won. I don't remember how I won.
I don't think you won.
I did absolutely.
I don't. He's missing. No.
It's on record. It's on record because I almost fell off that chair when I was celebrating.
They know.
All right, here we go.
Let's bring down Mason.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
You know what? Let's continue the music roulette. Let's do it.
Which one?
300, please.
300. Bear with me. Okay, this song is the theme song for this 8-bit game that I'm not looking up right now. I wish we had real, well, not Jeopardy music. I wish we had some music that sounded like Blues. Oh, there.
What I love about these things is that if you play it really fast, it gets even better. Can't have that. Well, if we have any left.
Are you guys ready?
We're ready.
Oh, baby. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Wah. Mega Man. What is Mega Man?
That is incorrect. Go to Discord, but very similar. Go to Discord. Go to Discord.
Wow, is this, what is Shovel Knight?
That is correct. Yes.
My people will never let me down.
Where was the Mason army on this one? I'm trusting you guys.
I'm on my way to that 600.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't hear you. Say that again. That's a fair rebuttal.
We fall to the question and we reject David's points.
Yeah. You want a glass Spiridor? This would be the fastest panel in ever.
I think we call that an auto ban.
That's an auto ban. Yeah, that's an auto ban. That's a never come back is what that is. Okay, so let's see, who got that one?
Let's just do 400, same category, please.
For video game music roulette?
I'm gonna do this for your sake so you can get through all the songs.
That's
you don't have to worry
probably
about it
good.
anymore, yeah.
Actually, this is the one I could pull up. What's that? He's so conservative, exactly right. It's all from me. Okay. This song was featured in this video game. I wish I had just played like a boop boop bee. Let's get it do. What is that one?
What is Cuphead?
I think that would be closer to BioShock, I think. Now, here we go. Go to Discord.
Wow.
That was in a wow.
I'm trusting, what is Dark Souls 3?
That is correct. Yes. That is correct.
Oh, I should have known that. DeCarlo used to play it all the time.
Wow, it's like, I would like everybody to please reference the numbers on the bottom of the screen real quick.
Yeah, Tiggs, when did you go -50? Wow.
So now we have a choice, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a leader who used to be at the bottom and is now rubbing his golden fleece in the faces of the other two contestants.
I would like to clarify, I'm not rubbing it in Tiggs' face, I'm just attacking Mason.
Is David a villain? I think the people say yes.
This is just purely against Mason at this point.
just Mason.
Just out of spite, yeah.
Got it. Got it. All right, go ahead.
David, if you win this, you're fired.
Let's finish off the category, 500, please.
Okay. All right. This video game featured this song, which was the first continuous melodic background music in a video game.
Cool.
And in a video game in 1980. Are we ready? Oh my God, this is going so fast. We'll just cut all this out, even though that's not what happens. Let's see. Play the Zelda again. Give me some Zelda while I look this up. You're getting pretty good at that.
What is Frogger?
That is incorrect. Incorrect.
Ooh.
Go to Discord.
Yeah, that doesn't look right.
You know what? I'm gonna take a fat silence on this one, I think.
Okay.
My chat does not seem confident in this one.
It's a tough one. This is the very first song I ever made for a video game, and it is from a game called Rally X.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I'm raising it.
What is Rally
Did
X?
anybody know that? Nice.
We had someone who got this one in the chat.
Oh, someone did. Okay.
Someone did, but I did not know what it was, so I did not trust it. I was wrong.
Well. Okay. Alrighty. Well, I guess you had already answered anyway, so you can answer again.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I guess it goes to the previous one, which was David. Is that correct?
You know what? I kind of want to know what this is because I feel like it's gonna be right. Can we do that game for 5? That's
yeah,
bold.
sure.
Seems like it's going to be just the worst, and I want to get it out of the way.
We ready?
Hit it.
That is literally the worst.
It's actually not so bad as you think. Go to Discord.
What is E.T.?
That is incorrect.
What is adventure?
Yes! Very good! Mason, did you use Discord?
Yes.
I also use Discord.
Yes, okay, cool.
Hey, we're passing Mason.
That because
Teamwork.
that's exactly it.
You know, I've had a lot of movement on my scores.
You have.
In a wide variety of directions, and I
Yeah,
think
you
that's
have.
still commendable. You know, all that matters is that I'm a part of the game.
Yeah. That's right, that's
yeah,
right.
you really are playing the game.
Yeah.
All
It's
right,
true.
Tiggs, what do we got?
Oh, that game for 100.
Okay. Go to Discord.
What is Valorant?
That is correct. That is correct.
I feel like she got that before she finished the
And that was
Discord, so she
Discord.
should get full
That was
points.
Discord. Okay.
Hey, Team
She was just
Tiggs, you
waiting
guys
for
are the
that
best,
Discord.
just saying.
Yep, she was waiting for that Discord. Wise.
I've never played Valorant. Did
That
you?
is
I have
correct.
played
Yeah,
Valorant.
I've
I
never
should
played
have
it.
known that.
All right, Tiggs.
I'm gonna stick with the same category. Oh, that game for 200.
Oh, that game for 200. Non-descriptive 8-bit game. Okay. All right, go to Discord. All right, Mason.
What is Double Dragon?
That is correct.
All right. And that was Discord.
Interesting.
Did you say decent movie? I like your positivity. I like everything you're saying. My brain knows it's not true, but I want it to be. I want it to be. You know, like, so, you know, points. Points for you. Okay. All right, whoever got that one, go again.
That was Mason.
That was
Yeah.
Mason. Yeah.
Let's go with Name That Geek Meme 200.
Name that geek meme 200. This meme comes from the video game Portal. Okay.
What is The Cake Is a Lie?
That is correct.
Too fast.
See,
cake is a
I
lie.
read Portal and I had
And I
two
instantly
thoughts. I
knew
had
that.
two different ones and I didn't want the 50-50.
All right, Mason.
Same category, 300.
The meme one does not simply.
That's in a while.
That was David.
Oh, I definitely jumped the gun for this
Yeah,
one.
I was really hoping that would finally happen.
Yeah,
'cause
just, you know what? Just take the points. Let's just take them.
Yeah.
One does not simply walk into Mordor. What does one does not simply walk into Mordor by Boromir?
Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
That's
not
correct.
for video games. This is just, I had that.
This is geek meme.
Geek Meme.
I knew what it was, too. And I looked at it and I was like, that's not in a video game, though. You
It was.
silly
Remember
idiot.
Squawker from Rally X, the game we all love?
Oh yeah, did you never beat Tetris?
That is correct. Who is Boromir?
Yeah, this is the secret dog level in Resident Evil. Yeah.
Let's see.
Damn, I'm stupid.
This is a tight.
We're riding
game
this
here.
train back. Name That Geek Meme 400.
It's getting crazy up in here. Okay, name that geek meme for 400. This high Valyrian phrase meaning all men must die is sometimes.
What is Valor Morghulis?
That is correct.
Oh, thank God, I had the S's in the wrong place.
Did you?
That would have been bad.
Okay, Mason's taking off.
We're back, Team Mason. All right, let's prove that I've spent way too much time on the internet.
right, what do we
Name
got?
That Geek Meme 500.
The meme, no, I don't think I will, comes at the end of this movie.
Wow.
Stop looking at your phone. Are you just
Wow.
you're just doing the password? Okay.
Wow.
Go ahead.
What is Avengers Endgame?
That's correct. Very, very, very good. Actually, if someone in the audience can tell me who said that and who was talking to them when they said that. Whose hand went up first? Did you see? Was it the green shirt guy in the middle here?
I thought it was someone over there.
It was that red shirt?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Who was the guy who said it, and who said it? What's he talking to? That's correct.
Right here.
Oh, why don't you come up here and talk for just a minute, Shane Tilton?
Good.
So Dr. Shane Tilton is a communications professor. He actually just published a book related to memes.
So if you come to the Geek Therapeutics booth, which is Tabletop 52, there's a book called Meme Life. It's got a stick figure with a rainbow dude puking. Please get it because it explains everything you need to know about memes and meme culture.
You see how he runs? That's also a meme.
Hey now. All right, let's see. All right. Who answered that correctly?
All right.
That's right. Go ahead.
Let's do Omaiwa mo Shinderu for 100.
Man, you guys are just avoiding Star Wars.
It's because after the blue milk question, now I'm nervous.
We're all scared now.
I'm really scared of the category.
Can I tell you, while I was trying to make the Star Wars questions, I'm like neck deep in Star Wars lore. I read the comics and everything. So as I was writing them, some I'd be like, oh, that's easy. And my wife was like, you're a monster. and then I would have others, but then I would go the other way, and it's like, these things are swords made of light. And she's like, you're an idiot. So that one is a little clunky, but all right, here we go. So you said 100, right?
100, yes.
All right, here we go. Will explain. Okay, David.
What is the Legend of Zelda?
That is correct. Yeah. I have that on DVD. It's pretty great. All right, let's see.
I just bought it from Apple TV like a normal human.
Did you? No, it was amazing. I was looking in the Walmart bin, and beneath all of the like third and fourth installments of like terrible action movies, there it was. It was amazing.
Volcano.
Let's see. So that was David that got that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quad digits, baby. Let's do it. Can I take the same one for 200, please?
This 8th highest grossing anime film features a forest god that looks like James Potter's Patronus.
Wah. What
yes,
is
Tiggs.
Princess Mononoke?
That is correct.
Hell yeah.
Tiggs. Good for you.
Is that actually the 8th highest? That's sick.
Isn't that awesome?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Favorite
Well, what's interesting is that, raise your hand if you're an anime fan. Wow, that's awesome. It's been so interesting because like the top watch has been fluctuating more than it has in the last 4 years than in the last 15 with like Mugen Train and all these like amazing installments coming out. So it might not be 8th, but it was 2 weeks ago. So. All right, but that is correct. Okay, Tiggs.
Just same category, 400.
400, same category. So just to be clear, I kind of like assessed a little bit of their geek knowledge. And this was one that they were like, yes, anime. And she was like, I'll do it if they want to do it. So this is pretty awesome that she's crushing this. But here we go. This anime genre, okay.
What is, Jesus, I can't believe I'm blanking.
Wow.
What is isekai? Jesus.
Wow, you had one more second
I've
to go.
word vomited on that one. What is isekai?
It is isekai.
The problem, I got stuck on sekai because sekai is world, and I was like, why am I blanking on how to say this properly?
One more second, I was going to pass it. All right.
The most cursed genre.
I'm so sorry, Team Mason. I should not have taken that long.
All right, Mason.
You know what? Let's save Omaiwa Mo. Let's go to In a Galaxy Far, Far Away, 400.
Jesus.
So this one's fine. Yeah, this is fine. I think it's fine. It's okay. It's okay, fine. I don't know. You tell me. The current canon of red kyber crystals comes from this Star Wars novel. Was I a bad boy? Was this bad? Raise your hand if you know that. Really?
Oh, please be on my team.
Well, good for you.
Please be on my team.
I know. All right. So go to Discord, and whoever he's in.
I do not trust myself on this one. I'm pre-Disney expanded universe, so.
Okay, so we'll just kind of pass on this one. This is the Ahsoka novels.
Somebody said that, and I just didn't have enough faith. I'm so sorry to JP Lawboy.
Hold on, you said from this novel, I saw a comic, and it's also explained in the comic.
Should it say Ahsoka instead of Ashoka?
Do I have Ashoka? Yes, it should be A-H-S-O.
Do I get points for noticing that?
You lose points.
For being a nerd.
All right.
Only social.
So no one lose any points there. Okay.
Damn.
Now, just as a reminder, at the end, people can bet their points. So Tiggs is down, but not out. And we've got a few categories left. All right, so who was the last one?
Mason was.
Mason, go ahead, Mason. What do you
What is Omae wa Moshinderu 500?
Oh man, look at this. Okay. In 1960, Fred Ladd. Go ahead, Mason.
What is Astro Boy, licensed to NBC?
That is correct.
Yep.
Also, the origin of the anime
OP. Yep.
When the instrumental of that song came to American television and the NBC executives thought, oh yeah, we can't put a kids show on without lyrics in the song, like they'll never watch it. They added lyrics, the Japanese executives liked it, translated it back into Japanese, that's the start of anime.
That's how you got OPs, baby. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, do you want to talk about Matthew Perry from the 1868 World Trade Expo bringing manga in? Go ahead, let's hear it.
Damn, I was ready.
Oh, actually, I'm curious. Do you?
I did not hear a word you said.
Okay. I was like, good
this
for you.
was just bravado.
No worries.
I needed to make it literally 3 words more, and I would have had that. I'm so sad.
That was pretty fast.
Speed reading lets me down.
Okay.
Well, it's only Star Wars left.
I'm gonna regret this. What is in a galaxy far, far away 500?
God damn it.
You ready?
Yep.
I want to say this one is fair. I don't know. We're gonna. Here we go. This space doctor used her archaeological and anti-hero skills to assist both Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker.
I think I know the answer to this one, but I'm not buzzing in.
Go to your Discord. Okay, I got Tiggs.
Who is Dr. Aphra?
Yes! Good job, Tiggs! Huzzah! All right, very awesome. And notably, the first lesbian protagonist in the Star Wars universe. And it's an amazing comic. It's my favorite comic book. It's pretty great. All right, here we go. So Tiggs. Oh, that was, let's see, that was
Discord, yeah.
That's right. No one. He said it wasn't. It's pretty convincing.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest.
Honesty points. No, I'm just kidding. All right.
Well, there's only 2 left.
I know.
All right. Tiggs, which one?
200.
Okay. I think these are okay. This Star Wars character speaks the first line in the original Star Wars movie.
Oh God.
Go to your Discord. Tiggs.
Who is C-3PO?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Very, very good.
Yeah, I would have gotten that wrong if I'd said it, because I thought it was Darth Vader.
I actually thought it was going to be R2. Would have I almost thought it was.
Actually, technically, it probably was.
Yeah, do they count that? The
I don't know.
boots?
R2 was like an AP 7800 or something. It was just a synthesizer.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready?
It's actually the ARC 2600.
Well,
Are you guys ready for this last one?
Not bad, right?
My panelists are getting out of control. All right, here's the
category,
last one.
guys?
In a galaxy far, far away, 100. We ready? The blue lightsaber given to Rey by Luke originally. Mason.
Who is Anakin Skywalker?
That is correct. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So we have a final question here, and you guys are they like kind of the category-ish?
So,
I mean, just tell them
if my math works.
Yeah, video game music. It's video game. No.
It's video game music?
It's geek music.
Geek
Can we
music.
put our points together to take down Mason?
Yeah, is that a
allowed?
thing?
Can me and David team
You
up?
don't
Hold on one second.
tied.
Let me just consult with my jury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want to combine their points.
1850 to 1850.
Yeah.
David, I have a counter proposal. I'd like to propose a merger.
Yeah.
They're only doing it
Okay.
like Goku. And
That's all.
Vegeta.
That's it?
You're allowed to have a hotel room tonight if we merge.
Merge with me, Mason.
No, you merge with me.
Yes.
No, here's the deal. We
our
combine, right?
Yeah.
But then at the end of the day, it's like, we just bet everything.
Yeah, and then we just beat Mason.
And then we just beat Mason, yeah. What is the judge's concession?
If you do the merge dance from Dragon Ball Z together, I will allow you
We
to
have to fusion, huh?
to do that. You have plenty of room down here in the time chamber.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea what that is.
You kind of have to like lean in and like do that kind of.
No, I thought that's the Ginyu.
Tony and I will show you the end of it.
Yeah, it's that.
We will show them nothing. I want them to do this.
Tony won't do it.
I want to see what they do.
You don't want to see what I'm gonna do.
Yes.
Okay, actually, hold on. Actually, I like that even better. You have to assume what the DBZ dance is.
And if you get it right,
No, just do it.
What do we just make like a heart with
It's going to be a 15-second dance.
Okay.
You have to come right here.
Something like
Tiggs.
Yeah.
Tiggs and David.
Well, we have to go down.
You got to come down here. Yeah.
The things we do to take Mason down.
So, Tiggs, you stand right here. You stand right here. I'm your director, and I'm going to tell you your motivation. You guys want to be the strongest Saiyans in the whole universe, okay? And you are struggling. You are in a time chamber practicing so that the rest of the world is still. You've had it. You've got so much passion in your hearts, in your feet, in your loin feet, and you've got this dance that you'll finally combine to become, for at least a moment, the most powerful Saiyan duo there is in that arc of the show, okay? So what's that? It will not. It will only last for a little while.
On the internet.
And we will
15
not tweet
seconds.
this out at all, we promise.
That was, okay, anyway, yeah.
Twitch,
And
if y'all
go.
could be clipping this, thank you so much.
You got 15. You ready? It's starting. And go. I give it to you. That was actually pretty close.
That was ultimately much better than we could have ever hoped.
Oh, yeah. I have to say, that was closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
Like, it really was not far
See,
off.
the whole trick here is
I didn't
I
see
just
any,
had complete
movements,
faith in my partner from
it
the
was
whole
still pretty
time.
good.
So, like,
I've only seen the show once. So
that's more than me.
So, because of their...
it was a good attempt.
Well, I now want to do this from now on.
Wait, did they successfully fuse?
Because of their fusion dance, they are both sitting at 1850.
Which means...
So we have a tie!
The stakes have never been higher.
They've never been higher, except everywhere else all the time. So, here's, I guess, how we're going to do this. Even though they fused, technically, with their Saiyan spirits, you will get to bet accordingly, okay?
Right.
But and I guess we're going to have like a shared win, which we'll figure that out on our end.
What if all three of us just bet it all?
See, I'm going all in. If I'm doing
Is everybody going all in?
Yeah, like if I'm
This
going...
is the craziest game.
Do they have their own scores as 1850, or is it like a team score of
Are we
1850 and
linked
one of them
now,
is
or is it
1,000?
individual?
You're going to share the reward, which just means we're going to give two things.
Okay, so let's go all in.
I'm going all in.
All in.
Yeah. If you don't go all in, you're an absolute
Yeah, you have to
buster.
go all in, Mason.
Yeah.
Man,
All in, damn it.
Yeah.
Is
We got our
everybody all
game,
in?
folks. We're all in.
Wowzers.
Yeah. Which means we can compete.
Wowzers.
Feasibly,
We have to
can get
go
a
all
three-way
in,
tie,
Team
couldn't we?
Mason.
No? Okay.
So this is something where you've got to Discord it to me. So direct message me.
Okay.
We'll give you. I'm gonna play a song from a music box, and then you got to Discord
So
me
we can't
what
look at
it
our
is.
Discords?
What's
Or
that?
can we look at our Discords? Or
Nope,
Okay,
just the one to
us.
me.
Just on us.
So they can't help you with this final one.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you guys ready?
Okay. So, Yeah.
It's not like all three of us professionally work in game music or anything.
Yeah, it's like this is gonna be really
If
embarrassing.
we get it wrong.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Here we go. Are we ready? No, I do want to know if, actually, if you know it, I'd actually raise your hand as I do this. I'm curious. I have it.
And this isn't time, so we just message it to him.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be.
There we go. Come on.
I can sing along.
I get a few more seconds to send me a message of the answer.
What if I told you what it is, but I don't know the name of the song?
Yeah, could we
You
get?
can just tell me what it's from. You
Oh,
don't have to tell
I
me-
already did
I
that then.
messaged you.
Same.
Okay, this is, are we gonna have a three-way tie with a fusion Saiyan couple? This is the strangest ending. Okay, and the last time I threw a chair, and this
Yeah.
was the strangest ending.
Yes.
So,
Oh, you didn't say what is.
all right.
Oh,
Wait, do we have to say what
Let
it
me
is?
see.
What is?
Wait.
I definitely
what
got
is.
this in first. I saw them typing.
Wait. Mike,
Okay.
Mike, they want you to have your mic.
Thank you for reminding me. All right, who is Kirby Air Ride? Okay, what is Sailor Moon OP? That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Woo! All right. Chaos 350. Don't get too confident quite yet.
It's the main theme to Sailor Moon.
It is. With no what is. But actually, I'm just going to give it to you because then so we didn't really say it. I just wanted to give you some heat.
Okay.
And then. Tiggs, Tiggs gave me the Yoda. Sailor Moon theme, what is? That is correct. So this is interesting. So I guess we have a three-way tie.
So it's blood sport, right?
You all get a spirit orb, which we don't have.
Good work, guys. The plan succeeded.
So we're gonna have to get yours tomorrow with me. But now, and this is for y'all, I want each of you to pick someone you felt was very helpful in your Discord, and tell their name. And if they say your name, come up and get your spirit orb. Okay?
I'm gonna have to pick someone.
I know exactly who I'm going for because they gave me the answer that saved my whole spree. They were the beginning of the comeback.
Oh man.
Where are you?
Okay, I have a name. Do I go first then?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say Scaman 1978.
You gotta be kidding me.
It was rigged inside.
It's a monstrous laugh.
You were hyping up the whole time, so thank you.
Oh, you got it.
All right, I got mine.
Okay.
The Okotsu in my Discord chat, Mr. or Mrs. or they, them, PogChamp0, wherever you are.
Who is that? Hey!
You betrayed me, Great Saiyaman? I
There
trusted
it
you.
is.
Wait, I was the one who botched your whole show's thing? Was that? All right, well, listen.
All right.
That was the most enthusiastic. Yeah.
For mine, I'm gonna say, who is Mason Lieberman? No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna go with Flower Collector.
All right.
Hey!
All right. Very good. What a strange, not even turn of events, just the event.
Can
Just
I
the
ask-
event was.
Do you mind if I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Can you ask one last question so that we can actually figure out who the winner is? Because this is just going to bug me.
Ooh.
Sure, what's my favorite
Okay,
Pokemon?
actually, I'm going to go to
be
the
clear.
audience. Raise your hand if you got a question you want to ask. No.
Oh, yeah,
It doesn't matter. I'm leaving it up to the audience.
Oh, God.
And this guy.
No,
guy
because
threw
no,
up his-
that's not fair. Because then someone on the team of the person who asked the question is going to give an obviously tailored answer.
It's true.
That
Wait,
is an
phones down. Phones face
interesting
down.
point that he's making.
Yeah,
All right, we got
it's
phones face
what
down.
if we give it to one of our lovely PAX staff to ask the question?
Ooh, that's
Go
a
out
good
there.
idea.
As long as you weren't on one of their teams. If you're on my team, it's cool.
Wow, Mason.
Okay.
What about somebody like one of the staff members, maybe? Yeah, the guy with the 5-minute sign. You got a question for us?
Okay, I'm going to make one.
His question is, will we leave
Unless
in
he's
5
got one. Do you have a
Wait, but
category?
do we all still win, or is this like
We're
a
all, yeah, but this is just some, this I
I
gotta
actually
know.
got mine in first, so technically I won.
I have to know.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
And of course, head goes empty.
What did he say?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Oh, brain go empty.
All right.
To be fair, I did put you on the spot.
All right. Okay.
I have a music challenge.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold it up.
Let's do it.
I hope there's not an ad.
Also, awesome cosplay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ask a KDA question.
Okay.
Yes, do it.
No. Here's the music.
Okay.
What is Austin Wintory's Nascence from the soundtrack of Journey? I worked with him on Game for Peace.
Thank you very much. We gotta get her something.
Of course you would get something with Austin Wintory.
We've been friends for 10 years.
Yeah, of course that would happen.
And it's a
Shane,
cello solo. I'm a cellist.
give her this. Okay. We had one more extra, so you get the display model for being so helpful. Here it is. It's good enough. All right, very well
I also
done.
answered the tiebreaker question first.
Well, everybody.
Give me 1 second.
But we
Hang on
also
a second.
So when we
you don't
were
actually
playing,
No, I won.
so when we were playing the last little bit, there was
No,
someone over
that's
in that corner that raised their hand
All
that they
right,
knew
you
the
know what?
song.
Everyone wins.
Hold on, Mason.
Stop talking.
Go ahead.
So when we were playing the final Jeopardy, non-trademarked Jeopardy, there was someone over in that corner that raised their hand immediately. Can you raise your hand again? Come up here and get the Sailor Moon box for you.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Awesome. So guys, thank you so much for joining us. So we are down in the tabletop 52 table, so Geek Therapeutics. We got a lot of these things. We'd love to chat. If you want to know anything about kind of how doctors use geek and gaming in their practice or otherwise in their careers, let us know. And then as far as anywhere that they could find you, if you want to share any contact information.
Yeah, I mean we're all on the internet. Please, somebody. I'm so bad at social media.
Do you want
Somebody
me to
else.
go first?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm at Tiggs Voice on Twitter, Instagram, everything, YouTube also. TIGGS VOICE. It's all one word.
C-E?
VOICE. Yes, I'm tired. Tiggs Voice, all one word.
Voice,
And
okay.
online, you can mostly see me singing video game covers, but I'm also in a lot of original video game soundtracks, which I post on my social media as well. So yeah.
All right.
I am on everything as @Mason Lieberman, and I mostly talk about video game music. I am literally the regional manager of video game music for North America, which is to say I run the game audio department for part of Tencent.
And he was recently
secretly, this
on
was the evil
a
empire
short
all
list for Forbes, a top 30.
And 30 under 30 for
30 under 30 for Forbes for video game music. That's right. Very, very good.
Well, now I feel underwhelming saying mine, but you can find me at DGM Music on Instagram, and also the main sound for us is Mason and I have a band called Tournament Arc.
Woo!
We are nominated for a Gang Award, and we would love you guys to check it out. So.
Are you not gonna hype up our collab too?
Oh yeah, we've got a lot of stuff cooking in the oven.
Yeah,
So.
see, we have a video on my YouTube channel of us collabing.
So you should just kind of follow all of us. It's probably the easiest way to
And
do it.
it's weird because the recent song was called Fusion Dance, and they have no idea what that even is. They just like said it, and then it was it.
It's an iconic performance.
Right. Thank you so much. We'll hang out for just a little bit. I know it's late, but if you want to chat, we can. And thank you so much for coming. It's always a blast.
Thank you
so much.
Can I tag a channel, what do you call it, for tomorrow? 2 panels?
Also, if you guys
am I allowed
want
to
any
shout
of
out
the
2 panels
merch,
you got tomorrow?
come on down to our booth too.
Also, we have 2 panels tomorrow. We've got Scoring the Gig, which is how you get into game audio, tomorrow at 1 p.m. Tomorrow at 9:30 p.m., we've got Soundtrack Scramble. 6 composers arranging music in a random style in under 1 hour. It's crazy. There we go.
Hell yeah.